Hi everyone, this is What If Fan bringing you a brand new fanfic. What if Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town? You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Please be sure to support the creator. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 11, Arc 2. Note, this chapter starts right after everyone read the letter in Chapter 5. Ichigo's letter caused so much chaos for the spiritual residents at Karakura town. When the Shinigami left Urahara Shoten, Oraheim stood up and immediately left. Chad sighed and punched the ground in anger. Chad hadn't felt this emotion in a very long time. He broke his promise to Ichigo. He broke his promise to his best friend. Chad realizes he needs to let his anger out. So, Chad left Urahara's shop to find something to let his anger out on. Yuzu, Karen, Yuryu, and Ryukin went to go find the grief-stricken Masaki. Those four split up looking for Masaki. Yuzu and Karen managed to find Masaki and called the others. Masaki was at the riverside, the place where she died. She was sitting on the riverbed. The four could hear sniffling from Masaki. The four decided to give Masaki some space and turned around ready to walk away when they heard Masaki. "You're four, you could come down," Masaki said. The four stopped, turned around and slowly walked to Masaki. "Sorry Masaki," Ryukin said. "For what? Ichigo?" Masaki asked. "Yes. I am Ryukin began to say. "Don't be," Masaki replied. "What?" Ryukin asked. "It's not your fault. If you were introduced earlier and did all of this, that would cause me to be angry. However, Ichigo never knew of you when he was younger," Masaki explained. "What about us?" Karen asked. "For you three, you are also not to blame," Masaki said. She then turned to look at Yuryu. "Yuryu, you are young and you had no experience in dealing with what Ichigo went through. After all, based on what I have seen in regards to you and your father, likely you would have bottled it up since you also had no one to talk to," Masaki guessed. She then looked at Yuzu and Karen. "As for you two, I can't blame you either," Masaki said. "Why, Oka-san? We heard Ichi and I," Yuzu asked. "Remember Ichigo's letter. He said that it is not yours or your sister's fault. He understood your actions. Ichigo understood that you two would listen to your father since he is a doctor," Masaki said. "Sometimes I question if that certificate is real or a fake that Urahara made for him," Masaki thought. "So, Masaki, how are we going to take care of your chain since it's slowly deteriorating?" Ryukin asked. "Well, from what Ishin told me about Soul Society, if a soul is consued they are sent to Soul Society and loses their chain of fate," Masaki started. "So? Ryukin, sometimes I question how you're a doctor with that impatience," Masaki joked. "Get to the point, Obasan," Yuri said. "Like father like son," Masaki joked. "Hey!" Ryukin and Yuryu yelled. "Anyways, it may be possible for me to be brought to Soul Society directly. If I am at Soul Society and I still have my chain of fate, a trusted Shinigami will perform consued there. That way I get rid of my chain and don't need to worry about anyone trying to find me in Soul Society since I'm already there," Masaki proposed. "It is possible. We may need to discuss it with Urahara," Ryukin said. "Okay," Masaki said. With that, the five returned back to Urahara Shoten. Scene change, Urahara Shoten. "Welcome back. What can I do to help?" Urahara asked. "We were wondering if you could open a portal to Soul Society," Yuryu asked. "Why?" Urahara questioned. "We were thinking if it is possible to take in Masaki to Soul Society to get rid of her soul chain," Ryukin said. "I see," Urahara said. "Likely you would need a Shinigami to meet you somewhere in the Rukongai." Urahara said. Yes. Masaki said. Well, I will likely ask Kachiki-san to come here and then she will escort Masaki-san somewhere in Rakangai so that the Sotecho doesn't find out. Urahara said. Why Rukia? Yuzu asked. She was a resident of the Rakangai before she became a Shinigami. Urahara said. I see. Yuzu said. How long would it take for Rukia to come over here? Karen asked. I'm not sure. I'll send a message to Yoruchi to see when Kochiki-san can come here. Urahara said. Okay. Masaki said. By Urahara-san. Yuzu and Karen said as everyone left Urahara Shoten. Scene change, Oraheim's house. Once Oraheim found out what Ichigo did, she immediately ran back to her house. She entered her room and locked the door. Oraheim then closed all the blinds in her room and pulled out a locked briefcase. Oraheim then pulled out a key from her breast. She then used that key to open the briefcase. Ichigo, she said as she stares at what lies inside the briefcase. It shouldn't be called a briefcase anymore. It could be called a small shrine of some sort. A shrine dedicated to the person that she truly loves. Ichigo Kurosaki. What are presented upon opening the briefcase are photos: Ichigo in his school uniform, Ichigo happily eating his lunch prepared by his younger sisters, Ichigo lost in thoughts as he looked outside the classroom window, Ichigo kicking a soccer ball during physical education class, Ichigo tripping over a small stone, and in the center, Ichigo looking ever so happily towards the camera, except that the photo is missing a piece of itself. Cut out, or rather ripped apart, was now a photo of Ichigo alongside a woman's body posing for the camera. The head of the woman in the photo was ripped out and replaced with Oraheim's adorable smiling face. Oh Ichigo. Please don't be so sad. If I could, I would take care of you and help you overcome whatever it is that is making you feel so negative. Suddenly her phone began to ring. Lost in thought, she ignored the cell phone and allowed it to go to voicemail. Then the phone rang again. This time, Oraheim decided to answer her phone. She reaches for her cell phone through the small luggage in her school bag. This is Oraheim speaking. She said. Oraheim, no, Inoue. It's me. Yuryu. Yuria said. Yurio, is there something wrong? Calling at this hour. She said. She looked at her clock near her bed to see that it was 7 in the evening. Oh, nothing much. I wanted to tell you that we managed to find Masaki. Yuria said. Really? Oraheim asked. Did Urahara-san perform Kanso on her? Oraheim asked. No. We are going to try and perform Kanso in Soul Society. Yuria said. I see. Is there anything else? Oraheim asked. I just wanted to call to ask how you're doing. You know, knowing how close you are to Ichigo yet not being able to do much of anything to support him because of his father's request. Yuria said. Ah, yes. I'm feeling quite fine as of right now. Thank you for calling to ask me. Oraheim said. She said those words in such a happy tone. The boyfriend of such a girl would be so glad to hear such words in a warm tone. However, behind those words, or rather on the other side of the line, was one that was longing for much more. Those dead eyes wanting to search for something much more that would satisfy the pain and suffering that resides in the heart of the young girl. She wants Ichigo. She doesn't want Yuryu. Why am I with this man? Don't I love Ichigo? She thought. Yes, I do. I love Ichigo more than anyone else. Someone said as she appeared in the room. She appears to be virtually identical to Oraheim, except inverted in color. She is average height. Her skin and hair are white. Her hair long, waist length, and her bangs naturally frame her face and also hang over her ears. Her eyes have black pupils, white irises, and black sclera. She has black nails. 1. If I do love this man more than anyone else, why am I not doing anything? Won't I hurt him with these false feelings of mine? Oraheim thought. Why does it matter? He's only here as a stepping stool for me to be beside Ichigo. White Oraheim replied. That's horrible. Yuryu is someone dear to me, but not just that, Ichigo also sees him as a dear friend and companion. Oraheim thought. Why does that matter anymore? Our heart does not want Yuryu. I desire Ichigo. I want him all to myself. I don't want anyone else to have him. White Oraheim replied. In no way? Huh? Yes? Yes, what is it? In shock by the sudden voice, Oraheim jolts up in her sitting position. Lost in such deep thoughts, she forgot all about her phone conversation with Yuryu. Are you okay? I've been calling out for you for about a minute or two. Why, yes. I'm fine, sorry about that. Feeling dejected from her train of thought, she slumps back down and stares at her small shrine once again. Yuryu? She said. Yes? Yuryu replied. In the morning, can you come over to my house? Oraheim asked. Sure. Yuryu said. I'm sorry for calling you so late in the night. You must be very tired. You can go to sleep now, I'll hang up. Yuryu said. Thank you, Yuryu. Have a good night. Oraheim said. Good night. Yuryu said and hung up. Oraheim sets her phone down next to the briefcase and continues to stare at it. Gloomily, she then looks out beyond her bedroom window and proceeds to stare at the crescent moon floating in the sky. As the night goes by, the more wind blows by. Finally closing her eyes for a few seconds, she opens her mouth and mutters something that became unable to reach the ears of no one as the wind blew viciously against the window. Scene change, morning. Oraheim woke up. She made herself some breakfast. As she was eating, she heard knock on her door. Oraheim was surprised. She didn't expect Yuryu to arrive this early in the morning. She went to the door and opened it and sees Tatsuki standing outside. Hello, Tatsuki. Oraheim said. Hey, Oraheim. Tatsuki replied. Come in. Oraheim said. Tatsuki entered Oraheim's apartment and sat down on the couch. I need to ask you something. Tatsuki said. Ask away. Oraheim replied. What did you do? Tatsuki said. What? Oraheim said in surprise. What do you mean, Tatsuki? Oraheim questioned. This morning, Ichigo didn't show up to our daily run today. Yuzu and Karen showed up, but I saw the signs of sleep deprivation, their eyes were red and puffy. When I asked them about Ichigo, they both refused to say anything. I later called Sato and Yuryu and they both gave me little to no information. Now then. What did you do? Tatsuki asked. Oraheim didn't reply. Oraheim! Tatsuki yelled and grabbed Oraheim's shoulders. I have tried to lie to her. She'll likely notice. Oraheim thought. Well. Ichigo left town. Oraheim began. What? Tatsuki yelled and stood up. Tatsuki-chan, please, sit down. Oraheim said. Tatsuki complied and sat back down. According to a letter that Ichigo wrote, he said that he is leaving town to forget his old life because of all the negativity we brought to him. Oraheim said. We? Tatsuki questioned. Yes. We. Oraheim said. It's not we. It was you, Chad and Yuryu, who pushed Ichigo out. Tatsuki yelled. You three decided to push Ichigo out. However, his remaining friends who didn't have any powers and knew about the secret didn't push him away. In fact, we tried to pull him back in. Anyways, are you going to do anything about to fix this? Tatsuki asked. What do you mean? Oraheim questioned. Are you going to do anything to get Ichigo back? Tatsuki asked. No. Oraheim answered. Why? Tatsuki asked. Because Ichigo wanted us to leave him alone and we will. It probably for the best. Oraheim said. Tatsuki stood up. Hope this satisfied her. Oraheim thought. Suddenly a hand flew by and smacked Oraheim in the face. Oraheim looked back to see Tatsuki hand still up. Oraheim touched her face to feel the spot where Tatsuki just slapped her. Tatsuki? Oraheim questioned. Why the fuck did she slap me? You're fucking stupid. Tatsuki yelled and left. Oraheim slowly stood up and walked to her door and locked it. Don't worry, my Ichigo. I'll find you. Then we'll be together forever. Oraheim thought. Scene change. After reading that letter, Sato left Urahara Shoten. Sato was very angry. Ever since Sato made that promise to his grandfather, Sato never let his anger affect him. However, with the guilt and anger of Sato's actions towards Ichigo broke him. Sato didn't want to be here right now. With that, Sato ran. Eventually Sato ran into a secluded part of the forest near Karakura town. There Sato began to let his emotions out by pounding the various trees. Meanwhile an older man was walking around near that area. As the older man was walking around, he heard sound of punching and uncontrolled breathing. The older man slowly walked towards the area he's hearing this sound. The older man walked to see Sato punching the tree one more time and the tree fell. Impressive. The older man said. Sato looked and noticed a man standing near other trees. The man appears to be barely 6 feet, 182.88 centimeters. He has black, shaggy hair, and his body is tanned and extremely muscular. Thank you. Sato said. Hey kid. Why are you here? The older man said. I was angry and needed some place to let out some steam. Sato said. I see. The man said. As he looked at Sato, he noticed on Sato's knuckles are bleeding. Kid. Your knuckles are bleeding. The man said. Sato looked at his knuckles to see that they are bleeding. Kid, follow me. I'll get that cleaned up. The older man said. Sato decided to follow the older man. Following the older man's path, they got out of the forest. A few minutes later, Sato noticed the older man was guiding Sato to a gym. Sato entered the gym. Sato could see the older man bring out a first aid kit and pointed at a chair. Sato sat down and allowed the old man to bandage Sato's knuckles. While Sato's knuckles were being wrapped, he noticed someone practicing his punches on a punching bag. Sato was lost in thought seeing these techniques. The older man noticed Sato wasn't paying any attention to him anymore. The older man looked and saw what is distracting Sato right now. The older man smiled. The man continued to perform other punches and then stopped. He went to a chair that has a towel on it. He wiped his face with it. You interested? The older man asked. I am. Sato replied. Have you done any fighting before? The man asked. I have done a little self-defense street fighting. Sato answered. Due to racial bastards? The man guessed. Correct. Sato replied. Sure. I'll teach you. The man raised his hand towards Sato. The name's Makinuchi Ippo, too. Ippo said. My name is Yasutora Sato. Sato replied and accepted Makinuchi Ippo's hand. With that Sato found his stress reliever. Scene change, Silburn. In an ice-constructed medium-sized throne room, we see an elderly man sitting on the ice-carved throne. The tall man has a long face, broad chin, and pronounced cheekbones. He also has long black hair, which reaches to his lower back, and reddish-brown eyes with thin eyebrows. He has well-kept mutton chops and a connected mustache but is otherwise clean-shaven. He is wearing a white, double-breasted trench coat, which has the quincy zaichin on the middle, with large button cuffs and lapels, white trousers, and trench boots. Over this, he wears a tattered, ankle-length black cloak, which has a red ribbon near the neck and is fastened to the left with a single large button. Your Majesty, we have a message of our spies in Karakura town. Someone said as that person entered the throne room. On a closer look, the person appears to be male. He is a tall young man with a thin build and long blonde hair, which descends past his shoulders. He is wearing a white uniform, consisting of the Order's signature hooded cloak, a calf-length trench coat commensurate of his rank with dark green fur running down from his left collar to the front of the coat, a green belt with a golden belt buckle, along with white trousers and shoes. "Read it, Hashwolf," the person on the throne ordered. "Yes, my lord," Hashwolf said. "According to the spy, Kurosaki Ichigo has left Karakura town." Hashwolf read. "I see. Anything else?" the person sitting on the throne asked. "Yes. At some time, former act Quincy Masaki Kurosaki and gemished Quincy Ishida Uriya will be entering the Danai," Hashwolf said. "I see, excellent," the person sitting on the throne said. "What do you wish to be done, your highness?" Hashwolf asked. "We will have our spy continue to monitor the situation. I want Quilljopi to be brought to me," the person on the throne ordered. "Right away, your highness," Hashwolf said as he stood up and left. "Soon all of my children shall return to me," the man sitting on the throne said. A few minutes later, Hashwolf returned with another person. The person's head is largely shaved, with a crop of black hair on top. He wears a variant of the typical Wandenrake uniform with white trousers, black boots, and a white top fastened by a black belt with decorative buckle. He also wears a short white cape and a white hat with a black peak and gold trimming. "My lord," the two said as they bowed in respect. "Raise my faithful children," the man sitting on the throne ordered. "What are your orders, your highness?" the new man asked. "Quilljopi, I want you to lead a small group of your army in the Danai. Your mission is to capture former act Quincy Masaki Kurosaki and gemished Quincy Ishida Uriya," the man sitting on the throne said. "How much time do I have to get ready, your highness?" OP asked. "As of this moment, it is unclear. However, have your chosen ready when Hashwolf tells you otherwise," the man sitting on the throne said. "Yes, my lord." "Am I allowed to leave to get my men ready?" OP asked. "Go, my hunting captain," the man sitting on the throne said. OP bowed to the man again and left the throne room. "Anything else, your highness?" Hashwolf asked. "No," the man sitting on the throne said. Hashwolf bowed and walked out of the throne room. "With these two on my side, my fallen child will return to me," the man sitting on the throne said before he closed his eyes again. Scene change, Oraheim's house. A few hours after Tatsuki left, Oraheim heard her doorbell ring. Oraheim walked over to see Uriya standing outside. "Hello, Uriya," Oraheim said. "Inoue, can we sit down and talk?" Uriya asked nervously. "Okay," Oraheim said. Uriya sat on the couch as Oraheim brought out 2 glasses of cold tea. "What do you want to talk about?" Uriya asked. "Uriya, you are an amazing boyfriend for these past months. But, I think we need to be Oraheim started to say. "Break up?" Uriya finished. Yes, I think with everything going on, I think we all need some time by ourselves to reflect on what has happened," Oraheim explained. "AKA you want to stop your attempt to make Ichigo jealous of us in a relationship," Uriya said as he adjusted his glasses. "What?" Oraheim said in shock. "Why are you surprised? I know from the start that you want Ichigo. I have seen you giving subtle looks at Ichigo when he isn't looking. Or those times where you would touch Ichigo when you are healing him," Uriya said. "Then why did you go along with it?" Oraheim asked. Uriya let out a long sigh. "I went with it because I thought that by dating you, I might be able to learn how to express my emotions," Uriya said. "Explain," Oraheim asked. "I never learned how to properly express my emotions. After my mother died, Ryukin never showed emotions. I would actually receive lectures from Ryukin for showing emotions," Uriya said. He paused to drink some water. As time passed, I actually forgot how to even express them. Then you asked me out on our first date. As these dates went on, I started to realize that these dates and our relationship could help me to slowly learn how to express emotions. Yuryu explained. I see. So, friends still? Orihime asked. Sure. Friends. Yuryu said. Scene change. Yuryu was reading a book in his bedroom. It has been a few hours since his breakup with Orihime. Even thought Yuryu expected this to happen, he felt hurt. Yuryu decided to try and study for his upcoming exams. As he read his book, he heard a knock on the door. Come in. Yuryu said as he placed his bookmarker in his book and placed it on the bed. The door opened and Yuryu's jaws dropped. He sees an elderly man has gray hair, a gray mustache and glasses. His eyes were deep gray and he had a bit of a beard of his chin. His skin was wrinkled with age and he had pronounced cheekbones. He wears a brown tunic covering what appears to be a white Quincy outfit. Next to this old man is a woman has black-haired woman with a blue eyes and her large hair is kept in a bun. She wears a white shirt and black long skirt. They both have soul chains sticking out of their chest. Ajisen. Okasan, how? Yuryu asked. It was due to Ichigo's help. Kanae said. How? Yuryu asked. Well, we were in hell with Masaki. Ajisen started. What? Why? Yuryu yelled. It is due to what Quincy do with our powers. Whether it was self-defense or not, our powers destroy souls. In the eyes of hell, this action will cause someone to go to hell. Kanae answered. Anyways. Ajisen said. Well, during Ichigo's fight with Kakuto, Masaki attempted to stop Ichigo from holofying again. With Masaki's help, Ichigo managed to resist holofying again. For some reason, the Kusanada decided to temporarily bestow Ichigo special powers, which allows him to cut the chains of hell and permanently seal away Kakuto. The attack Ichigo used somehow managed to reach all of us and freed us from the chains. When Ichigo was leaving hell, all three of us used Terenkyaku to escape out of hell. Ajisen said. Once again. I am in debt to Ichigo. Yuri sighed. So why are you here? Well, we saw that you were acting sad. So we wanted to check on you to see how you were. Kanae said. I see. Yuri said. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Come in. Yuri said. Yuzu and Karen opened the door to see Yuryu and the two ghosts. Sorry. Are we interrupting? Yuzu asked. No. Not really. Yuri said. Anyways, Urahara called us to tell you that he wants you at his shop. He received various orders from Sotecho and requested that you show up to hear them. Karen said. I see. I'll come. Yuri said. Okay. I'll tell him you're coming. Yuzu said as Yuzu walked out and Karen closes the door. Anyways, Okasan and Ajisen. Anything else you want to tell me before I go? Yuryu asked. Son. I understand what happened in regards to you and Ichigo. Kanae started to say. If anything. Blame me. Ajisen said. What? Kanae and Yuri said. I raised Ryukin to become the emotionless man he is now. Kanae. Once Masaki was no longer considered pure by your mother's standards, you were there to help begin to thaw out Ryukin's frozen heart. However, once you died, that fear of pain forced him to refreeze his heart. When it was time for Ryukin to take care of your Yuryu, he just couldn't. He didn't know how to. Ajisen said. I see. Thank you for coming here to talk to me. Yuri said. No problem, my son. If you need to talk to me, come and find me. Kanae said. Yuri stood up and left the room, leaving the two ghosts alone. Do you think Yuryu will be fine, Otosan? Kanae asked. I don't know. Yurio's fate is something we can't tell. Ajisen said as he looked out the window. Scene change, Urahara Shoten. Yuria used Hirenkyaku to quickly get to Urahara Shoten. He arrived at the Urahara Shoten to see the doors closed. Yuria knocked on the door. The opened and Tessai popped his head out. Sorry, we are Ishida-kun. Tessai said. Hello, Tessai. Yuzu said that Urahara wanted to see me? Yuryu asked. He did. Come in. Tessai said as he opened the doors for Yuria to walk in. Tessai guided Yuria to a sitting room. Yuria can see Sato and Oraheim were already there. So what have you called us here for, Urahara-san? Oraheim asked. Well, the Sotecho recently contacted me in regards to possible Quincy attacks. Urahara managed to say before being interrupted. What? Yuria would never attack anyone. Oraheim yelled. What I was about say before being interrupted. Urahara started to say. Sorry. Oraheim quietly said. 12th Division reported that there were rumors of Quincy sighting in Hueco Mundo. Sotecho asked me if Ishida-kun or Ishida-san know anything about this. Urahara asked. I don't know anything that is going on right now. Yuryu answered. I see. I'll let Sotecho know about this. Urahara said as he pulled out a notebook and wrote something down. Another thing that the Sotecho asked me for is, what are you three planning for the future right now? Urahara said. Why? Yuryu asked. Ichigo's letter warned of a possible war to start soon. Sotecho believed Ichigo's warning and told all Shinigami to train. Sotecho is aware that you three may wish to get involved with this war. So, he talked me into seeing what you three were planning to do. He is giving you two options. You can continue to live your life away from Karakura town or join Soul Society. Urahara said. What? The three yelled in shock. Sato-kun, what are you planning to do? Urahara asked, ignoring the three young adults' big reaction. I currently decided to join a dojo to learn boxing. Sato said. Really? Oraheim and Yuria said in surprise. Yeah. I saw a guy practicing and I found that I surprisingly enjoy it. Sato admitted. What about you, Oraheim? Urahara asked. I got accepted to a private culinary school in Naruki City. Oraheim said. I feel sorry for the chefs. Sato and Yuria thought. Okay. What about you, Ishida-kun? Urahara asked. I'm not sure. I received a letter to join Reeboks Corporation Internship Program, 3. Yuria said. I also received a scholarship to University of Washington in the States with internships at Graceland Memorial Hospital, 4. Yuria said. Wow. Oraheim said. She heard of Reeboks Corporation. They are one of the biggest clothing producing companies in all of Asia. Well, Ishida-kun. I would recommend the States since that would get you farther away from Karakura town. Urahara said. Okay. I'll still have time to decide. Yuria said. Anything else, Urahara-san? Oraheim asked. Not at this moment. Urahara said. With that, Sato and Oraheim stood up and left. Urahara. Yuria said. Yes, Ishida? Urahara replied. When is the plan for Masakyo Basin going to start? Yuryu asked. Well, I managed to get a message to Kochiki-san and Yukite Taicho. They told me that in about 2 weeks Kochiki-san would be able to come here for Masaki. Urahara said. I see, thanks. Yuria said and left. Scene change, Urahara Shoten, 2 weeks later. It has been 2 weeks since the discussion in regard to our future. Every day, Sato would head to that gym to train under Ippo-sensei. At some point, Ippo-sensei was impressed with the possibilities of his student. he pulled Sato to the side and talked with him. Sato. From what I saw these past days, I can see that your fighting style is a mix between a slugger and a swarmer. Ippo-sensei, what are swarmers and a sluggers? Sato asked. A swarmer is a type of boxer who attempts to overwhelm his opponent by applying constant pressure, which taking away an opponent's spacing and timing. I am an example of this type of boxer. Ippo-sensei said. What about a slugger? Sato asked. A slugger is type of boxer that has not much finesse in the ring, but make up for it in raw power, often able to knock almost any opponent out with a single punch. I do know a little about this fighting style. Ippo-senpai began to say. However, I know a friend who is well into this style of boxing. I'll go talk to him to see if he is willing to teach you. Ippo-senpai said. Thank you. Sato said. Takamura Mamoru, 5, is Makinuchi Ippo's old friend when their glory days. At first glance, Mamoru looked like a big buff man. Mamoru capitalized this by working as an intimidation bouncer at some nightclubs. In reality, he is a relaxed and fun person to hang out with. Ippo called Mamoru and asked if he wanted to help train Sato. Mamoru decided to join his old best friend to help Sato with his training. During the training, both Mamoru and Ippo both were amazed at fast Sato can handle the training regimen. With the rate that Sato is going at, he might be able to start entering tournament. Sato. Ippo said to get Sato's attention. Yes? He asked. Well, myself and Ippo both believe if you train a little more, you can start participating in various boxing tournament. Mamoru-sensei said. What? Sato yelled in shock. Yes. We believe that you are capable of entering and even winning these tournament. Ippo-sensei said. I'm not sure. Sato started to say. You'll be fine. Mamoru-senpai said. Okay. Sato said and resumed his training. After Sato's training, he took a shower and went back to his apartment. He entered his apartment and went to his fridge to get a sports drink. As he sat down on his couch and drank his sports drink, he reflected on what happened since he started training. Orihime went to her culinary school a few days after Urahara's questioning. As for Yurio, he has decided to go accept the scholarship to the University of Washington in the States. However, due to the school being in the States, Yuria needed to review all his English in order to take the various placement tests needed. While Sato was lost in thoughts, his phone went off. Sato took it out and answered. Hello? Sato said. Sato-kun? Urahara said. Urahara-san, this is Sato. Sato said. I need you to come to my shop right now. Urahara said. Okay. Sato said hung up. He put his phone away, put his shoes on and ran out of his apartment. A few minutes later Sato arrived at Urahara Shoten. Tessai opened the door and allowed Sato to enter. Ah. Sato-san, join us. Urahara said from the table. Sitting at the table with Urahara was Yuryu and Ishin. What's going on? Sato asked. Yes. What is going on, Kisuke? Ishin asked. Well, someone kidnapped Yuzu and Karen. Urahara said. What? Ishin yelled out. According to my sensors, something kidnapped Yuzu and Karen. Urahara said. Any clues to find them? Yuryu asked. Not at this moment. Urahara said. I see. Then why did you tell us this? Yuryu asked. Glad you asked, Ishida-kun. Urahara started to say. I want you and Sato-kun to patrol Karakura High School to see if there is any evidence at the high school. Urahara said. Okay. Sato said. While Yuria nodded in understanding. What about me, Kisuke? Ishin asked. I want you to see if Mayuri's sensors detected anything. Urahara said. You know that I hate going to that bastard. Can't you go ask him? Ishin questioned. Well, I could. However, likely my Yuri would likely try to attack me or try to prevent me from entering the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Urahara said. Fine. Ishin said as he opened a Senkaman and entered it. Yurio and Sato stood up and left. Once those three left, Urahara pulled out a piece of paper. The piece of paper was empty except of a red seal of some sort on it. Time to say hi to my old friend. Urahara said as he sends a small amount of Ryatsu to the seal. The seal glowed red. Suddenly a red seal underneath Urahara appeared and glowed red. Soon the red seal flashed. Once the flash died down, Urahara was gone. Scene change, Surzek's office. Surzek was sitting down and doing some paperwork in his office. Why is there so much paperwork? Surzek thought. Maybe I should hire some lower minions to take care of this. Surzek thought as he fills out more paperwork. Likely Grafia will confiscate them and rule them like all the other maids and butlers. Surzek thought as he placed a completed sheet on top of a large tower of paperwork. Man, I'm so bored. I hope something exciting comes. Surzek, a teleportation seal appeared and glowed in front of Surzek's desk. Oh? Someone using my mouse seal to my office? I wonder who it could be. Surzek thought. He gave his seal to a few people so the list isn't that long. The seal faded and Surzek could see a man standing there. He appears tall, lean-built man with light skin and gray eyes. His hair is messy and very light blonde, with strands framing the sides of the face and hanging between his eyes, and he has chin stubble. He is wearing a dark coat, which sports a white diamond pattern along its bottom half, with a dark green shirt and pants underneath. He wears traditional Japanese wooden sandals, geta, and a striped dark green and white bucket hat, bashi. It has been a while, hasn't it, Urahara? Surzek said as he looked at Urahara from his office chair. It has been a while, Surzek. Urahara replied. So, what is the occasion? Surzek asked. We detected unknown Ryatsu in Karakura town. Urahara said. I see. You likely came to see me because I am allowed to know more of the supernatural side compared to you. Surzek hypothesized. Yep. Urahara replied. Do you have a sample of this unknown Ryatsu? Surzek asked. Here. Urahara said and gave a test tube with gray-colored Ryatsu. Surzek took it and poured it in his hands, to allow him to sense what this unknown Ryatsu is. Sorry, Urahara. Not even I can tell you what this is. Either the sample contained not enough of the unknown Ryatsu or the owner of this unknown Ryatsu diluted their Ryatsu with other things to make it difficult to distinguish. Surzek asked. I see. Urahara said. So, why are you making this a very big deal? Surzek asked. The reason why is that the owner of this unknown Ryatsu kidnapped two people. Urahara said. Who? Surzek asked. Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Karen. Urahara answered. Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Karen. Those are their names, right? Surzek asked. Oh shit. Got to tell Ichigo. Surzek thought. Correct. Urahara said. I see. Urahara, please step out for a second for me to make a few calls. Surzek said. Okay. Urahara said and stepped out. Surzek pulled out his phone and called Ichigo. Hello, Surzek. Ichigo said. Hello, Ichigo. I need you to come to my office immediately. Surzek said urgently. Okay. Surzek. Ichigo said and hung up the phone. After a few seconds a red garganta opened up with Ichigo and EU jumping out of it. Surzek, what's the issue? Ichigo asked. Ichigo, I think you need to sit down for this. Surzek said. Why? Ichigo asked. I think it is because I am here. Said a voice. Surzek could see how Ichigo reacted to seeing Urahara. Getabashi, how did you find me? Ichigo said. Well, I didn't know you were here. Kisuke said. How are you here? Urahara thought. As of a few hours ago, your sisters Yuzu and Karen were kidnapped. What? Ichigo yelled. Getabashi, I want answers now. Well, Ichigo-kun. Urahara started before he opened his fan. Immediately Ichigo was in front of him and single-arm choked Urahara. Not now. No games, Getabashi. Ichigo said. I didn't see Ichigo move. How is he this strong when he doesn't have any Ryatsu left? Urahara thought. Where was the old Ichigo? Urahara joked. The one who I could pick on. Getabashi. Ichigo growled as he tightened his grip on Kisuke's throat. It's starting to get hard to breathe here. Kisuke mentally commented. Fine. Kisuke said. Ichigo loosened the grip on Kisuke's throat. My computers detected an unknown power signature. The programs I have on my computer don't have angel, fallen angel or devil Ryatsu in it for safety reasons. So I took that sample and brought it over to Surzex to determine if he could tell me who/what took them. Urahara began to explain. But Surzex interrupted him. I took a look at the sample Urahara has. Unfortunately, the sample was too weak for me to determine who/what took them. Surzex added. During Surzex's analysis process, I told him what happened. Urahara said. So I decided to call you to tell you what has happened. Surzex said. I do not know who would kidnap them. Urahara admitted. Well, I can name probable 5 groups. Ichigo said. Shinigami for one. They want to lure me back to Karakura town so they could watch me. Hollow is another because they want revenge for killing Aizen. Quincy is the third to train Yuzu and Karen in their Quincy heritage and or use them to recruit me in their army. Fourth is the old Satan faction due to my title. The last group is the fallen angels since they know that I am a threat for whatever they are planning. Ichigo answered. Both Urahara and Surzex gave him a confused and surprised look. Did I get any hits? Ichigo asked. Well, those are all valid possibilities and reasons. Kisuke said. When did Ichigo get this observant? How does he know all about them if he doesn't have Ryatsu? Unless he does have Ryatsu. Kisuke thought. Are there any other reasons why you are still here? Ichigo asked. Ichigo, everyone miss dash dot. Kisuke started to say. Ichigo immediately got up and began to walk away. Ichigo. Urahara said, trying to get Ichigo to listen to him. Looks like I have no other choice. Kisuke thought. Do you want me to tell them you are here? Urahara threatened. Kisuke, you idiot. Surzex thought. Ichigo sighed and snapped his fingers. Little red ripples circles opened up and fired hell's chains at Urahara and pierced his hands. Getabashi. I know you did not just threaten me. Ichigo said. Kisuke tried to break free from the chains, but the chains didn't budge. Getabashi, you must have recognized these chains by now. Ichigo said. No. These chains. It can't be. Urahara said, realizing what they were. But they are. These are the legendary chains of hell and I control them. Now then you have 2 options. I can throw you into the bottom level of hell and let you suffer there for a while, or you swear to never reveal to anyone this information. Ichigo said. Which one do you choose? Kisuke stayed silent for a moment, thinking what he could do. Urahara sighed and looked at Ichigo. Ichigo, you sure have changed these past weeks. Kisuke said. Ichigo didn't respond to Kisuke's tease. The more chains started to wrap around Urahara. Fine. I choose the second option. Urahara yelled. EU, can you make or create a contract with no loopholes and a major penalty if he breaks it? As well as a failsafe in case I need him to do it. Ichigo asked. Okay, she said and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, a contract was in her hands. She handed the contract to Ichigo. Ichigo read it over and signs the bottom. He then turned the contract around so that Urahara can read it. A few seconds later, Urahara signed the contract. Ichigo then handed to Surzex to read. This is an agreement between Kurosaki Ichigo and Urahara Kisuke. Urahara Kisuke agrees to never reveal any information Urahara learned about Kurosaki Ichigo without his written and physical permission. Kurosaki Ichigo must willingly give permission. He cannot be drugged or drunk or forced to give permission. If Urahara Kisuke breaks this agreement, this soul is to be bounded to hell and will suffer for eternity until the Kurosaki Ichigo says otherwise. Surzex signed this contract in blood below Urahara's name and gave it to Iyu-sama, who immediately signed the contract. Ichigo snapped his fingers and recalled all the chains on Urahara. Ichigo opened a red garganta. Ichigo and Iyu entered the red garganta. Surzex, can you offer me any information about Ichigo right now? Kisuke asked. Sorry, my friend. This is something not even I can help you with. Surzex said. He has already helped my little sister as well as help bring peace between the three fractions. He also has her as his ally. Surzex said. You mean the girl he calls Iyu? Kisuke asked. Yes, her real name is Surzex stopped midway. Suddenly a piece of paper appeared randomly and flowed down. On the paper it wrote, It is considered rude to talk about people behind the back. Soon the paper ignited itself. We'll see ya later, my friend. Kisuke said and left. Surzex sighed and sat back down on his deck. Surzex looked at his desk to notice that the sheet Surzex currently filling out is empty. Surzex started to look through his tower of finished paperwork to discover all the portion that needed Surzex's signature and initial are now empty. No! Surzex cried as he fell on his knees. A piece of paper floated down and slid to Surzex. Surzex looks at the note and yelled in fear. Punishment time. Was what was written in Surzex's note before igniting itself and burning away. Scene change, Urahara Shoten. Urahara returned to his sitting room. Urahara went to find Tessai to see if he has anything to report. Hello, Tessai. Urahara said. Hello, boss. Tessai said. Did anyone come back looking for me? Urahara asked. Boss, you were gone? Tessai asked. No. I locked myself in my lab to see if my computers could identify what that unknown Ryatsu was. Urahara lied. He forgot that he had a device to duplicate his Ryatsu so no one would find out he left. Okay. Well, no one came here looking for you, boss. Tessai answered. I see, continue what you were doing, Tessai. Urahara said and went back to the back. Urahara called Yuryu and Sato, to pretend that Urahara was still trying to find the source of the unknown Ryatsu. Hello? Yuri said. Hello, Ishida-kun. Find anything? Urahara asked. Nothing. Yuri said. I see, come back to the Shoten. Urahara said. Okay. Yuri said and hung up. Urahara called Ishin to see if he got anything from Mayuri. Hello, Kisuke. Ishin said. Hello, Ishin. Did Mayuri have anything on his sensors? Urahara asked. Nope. Ishin said. Okay. Come back over here. Urahara said. Okay. Ishin said and hung up. Scene change, Urahara Shoten, 30 minutes later. In Urahara's sitting room, Urahara, Ishin, Yuryu and Sato are sitting down. So Urahara, did you find anything? Ishin asked. I did. Urahara said. What did you find? Yuryu asked. I can't tell you. Urahara said. What? Why? Ishin yelled. What are you hiding? Ishin, calm down, Sato said as he stood up and helped Ishin calm down. Ishin, I can't tell you because of a few reasons. There are more things other than Shinigami, hollows and Quincy's in our world. However, by the Soul King's personal decree, we are not allowed to know beyond those three. However, I did dare to find them. So I did. However, I am locked in a contract and unable to tell you anything. Urahara explained. Ishin looked like he was about to speak, but Urahara continued. However, my associate, who isn't restricted like me, is aware of the situation and on the lookout for them. Urahara said. So Kisuke. Just to get this straight. You want us three to leave this alone and allow your associate, who I don't know, to look for my daughters? Ishin said. That is correct. Urahara said. Ishin sighed in defeated and said. Okay. Suddenly Ishin lunged forward and grabbed the collars of Kisuke's robes and lifted him up. But if any harm comes to Yuzu or Karen, I will come and hunt you down. Ishin yelled in Urahara's face. Okay. Urahara said. Ishin dropped Urahara down and began to walk to the door. At least now you are pretending to act like a real father. Urahara commented on. Ishin slammed the doors closed in anger. Was that needed, Urahara? Yuryu asked. Yes, it was, Ishida-san. Urahara said. Ever since I helped those two when they first met, I kept a close eye on them. At a young age, Ichigo was a mama's boy. In contracts, Ishin tried make Yuzu and Karen his girls. That kind of tore the family a little. When Masaki died, Ishin blamed Ichigo for it and indirectly avoided his son. In his action to avoid his son, he accidentally avoided his daughters and his responsibilities as a father. The 9-year-old Ichigo, who is technically suffering from PTSD from his mother's death, took that responsibility Ishin accidentally abandoned and cared for his sisters, who are 4 or 5 at this time. As his sisters grew older, Ichigo allowed his sisters to share some of the burden Ishin was supposed to carry. Urahara explained. I see, anyways Urahara, we need to go. Urias said. Be safe. We don't want you two to get lost. Urahara said. The two young adults stood up and left the Shoten. Scene change, Kurosaki house/clinic, next morning. Ishin woke up the next day with a hangover. After coming home from Urahara's, Ishin immediately brought out his secret stash of alcohol and began drinking it and reflected on everything that happened in the past month. Ever since Ichigo leaving Karakura town, it has been very rough for the Kurosaki family. Yuzu and Karen would only enter their home to eat, shower, or sleep. Any other time, they would be at school, at Urahara Shoten or at Ryuken's house. This slowly tore Ishin apart. What was worse was that the love of his life returned to soul form and despised Ishin for what he did to Ichigo. He went to the refrigerator to get a can of beer to drink. However, the refrigerator had an empty case of beer and some water bottles. Ishin grabbed a water bottle and drank some water. He then walked over to the couch and sat down. He stared at his hands and thought of what happened all these years. When Ichigo was born, Ishin was nervous. When Ishin became a Shinigami, he never returned to the Shiba clan. Instead, Ishin dedicated much of his time to be a Shinigami. Because of this, Ishin never learned how to raise a child. Unlike Ishin, Masaki was so excited to see her little boy. During her lifetime living with the Ishida, Masaki would always bother Ryuken and Kane to play with her. Occasionally, she played with other children her age. As she grew slightly older, she babysits other children. So, she was ready for baby Ichigo. Ishin allowed Masaki to practically raise Ichigo. Then Yuzu and Karen were born. This time, Ishin attempted to imitate what Ishin saw Masaki do with baby Ichigo. For the next few years, this system worked. Masaki would care mostly for Ichigo and occasionally for the girls, while Ishin cared for Yuzu and Karen. Then Masaki died. Ishin never experienced something like a loved one died. Ishin had seen fellow Shinigami died in battle but never felt like this. In Ishin's abrupt action, he began to do what he did when he was a Shinigami again. He avoided his children and dedicated himself to his clinic. Ichigo, the oldest of the children, took on the responsibilities he remembered Masaki doing. He began to do the laundry, cleaning the house, and cooking the food. Ichigo even took Ishin's unofficial responsibility, taking care of Yuzu and Karen. He walked the girls to school, helped them with their homework, and was there whenever they needed him. Eventually, Ishin managed to get over with his grief of Masaki's death, but it was too late. His children had taken the burdens that Masaki had carried and the burden Ishin's supposed to carry. Ishin noticed before his daughters would call him Papa. After Masaki died, those two would call him Otosan. But how they said it was as if they were forced to call him that. As time progressed, Ishin was forced to accept this change. Then Ichigo began to discover his powers. Ishin didn't want to get involved for a few reasons. First is that Ishin would likely be discovered and tried for unauthorized absent. Second, Ishin feared Ichigo's reaction to the news. Ichigo's reaction had the possibility to bring old emotions that Ishin buried. Due to a series of unfortunate events, Ishin was forced to reveal his secret and fight as a Shinigami again. Near the end of the Winter War, Ichigo was forced to accept everyone's burden and became everyone's final hope to defeat Aizen. Ichigo managed to kill Aizen. Ishin believed that Ichigo could handle the stress and the trauma. After all, Ichigo is a normal Shinigami. However, Ishin forgot one very important detail in regard to Ichigo. Ichigo isn't a normal Shinigami. Ichigo is a human. Ichigo isn't centuries old. He is only 15-year-old. Any new recruits are at least 100 years old. When Ishin was a seated officer all the way to captain, no one dared to show any signs of PTSD. The reason is that nothing could be done in regard to PTSD. The 4th Squad only heal physical injuries, not mental ones. There are only two things to attempt to get over PTSD. The first thing is sake. The other thing is the victim's Zanpakuto spirit. If the PTSD doesn't go away, the captain has to start to isolate potential causes, such as friends and co-workers. This helps the victim to forget the incident. It also allows former friends and co-workers forget the person just in case the victim is unable to fully recover from PTSD and is deemed a potential danger to other Shinigami. Those who are suffering from bad case of PTSD are sent to the Maggot's Nest. They stay there until they recover from PTSD or die there. After the war, Ishin left Ichigo alone like what he usually did to his own Shinigami when he was a captain. However, Ishin noticed that Ichigo stayed depressed. He thought that Ichigo is probably depressed because he is constantly reminded of what he lost. So Ishin told his friends to avoid Ichigo until the others spread those lies. Ishin did this in the hope that Ichigo would move from his PTSD. Ishin believed that Ichigo was starting to overcome his PTSD. However, Ishin feared that if his friends come back, it would cause Ichigo's PTSD to return. So, Ishin told Ichigo's former friends to stay away for Ichigo even thought Ichigo doesn't look like he is suffering from PTSD. Suddenly the home phone rang and broke Ishin out of his thoughts. Ishin sighed and looked at the caller ID. It read unknown name and unknown number. Ishin immediately picked up. At that moment many things were running through his mind. Are these the kidnappers? Who are they? What are they? What do they want? Ishin then heard the connection sound. Hello? Ishin said. Gochin, is that you? Karen said. Karen. Are you all right? Where are you? How did you get a phone? Ishin immediately yelled. Karen screamed in pain and dropped the phone. Ishin immediately panicked. Ishin thought that his yelling caused some sort of trouble. Oh shit! Ishin screamed in his mind as he held his breath. Slow down, Otosan. Yuzu said. What happened to you, Sister Yuzu? Ishin asked as he tried to calm himself down. Otosan, your yelling hurt her ears. Yuzu replied. Tell Karen I said sorry. Ishin said. What? Karen yelled out from the background. So, are you two alright? Ishin asked again. Other than Karen's ears, we are alright. Yuzu replied. Where are you? Ishin asked. Ishin could hear Yuzu turning to a direction and then turning back. I don't know. Yuzu replied. I see. Ishin said. Maybe Urahara could help me track this phone number. Ishin thought. How did you get a phone? Ishin asked. We got it from Ichi Nii. Yuzu replied. You're with Ichigo. Ishin yelled. Yuzu screamed in pain and dropped the phone. Ichigo went and picked up the fallen phone. Good job, Gochin. In less than 5 minutes, you injured both Yuzu and Karen's ears. Ichigo said. Ichigo, good to hear you. Ishin said, trying to start a conversation. Yuzu and Karen are safe and sound. They decided to stay with me for right now. Ichigo said. What? Ishin yelled. You really love to yell, don't you? Ichigo commented. Sorry. I'm just worried about them. Ishin said, not realizing what Ishin just said. Gochin, you are an idiot. Bye. Ichigo said and hung up. Ichigo. Ichigyo. Ishin yelled at the phone. He listened and heard silence. Damn it! Ishin yelled and threw the phone on the ground. He then stood up and shunpaied to Urahara's. Scene change, Urahara Shoten. Ishin arrived in front of Urahara Shoten. He noticed that the doors were closed. Ishin knocked on the door. He waited a few seconds. When he heard no reply, he then pounded the door louder. The opened and Tessai popped his head out with an annoyed look on his face. Stop that, you Ano. Oh, it's you. Tessai said. Hello, Tessai. Is Urahara available? Can I see him? Ishin asked. Tessai side opened the doors for Ishin to walk in. Tessai then locked the door and returned to the kitchen to make breakfast for Yururu and Jinta. Ishin walked down till Ishin sees Urahara working on a computer. Hello, Ishin. What do you need? Urahara asked as he continues typing on a computer. Kisuk. I found a clue where Yuzu and Karen might be at. Ishin said. And? Kisuk said as he continued to type on the computer. Kisuk. Yuzu and Karen called me a few minutes ago. I want you to track their location so I can rescue them and bring them back home. Ishin said. Ishin. You are really stupid. Kisuk said. What? Why? Ishin asked. Because Yuzu and Karen don't need you to rescue them. Kisuk said. How do you know? Ishin questioned. Because before they called you, Ichigo called me. Kisuk said. Shouldn't you track their location then? Ishin questioned. I could. But Ichigo asked me for something else. Kisuk said. What? Ishin asked. I just finished the necessary paperwork to transfer Yuzu and Karen out of Karakura High School. Kisuk said casually. What? Ishin yelled and slammed his hand on the table. You don't have the rights to do that. I am their father, not you or Ichigo. Do you think I care that legally you are the father? Kisuk asked. Before Ishin could respond, Kisuk continued. I obviously don't. Neither do your own children care that you are their legal father. To them, that is Ichigo, not you. Kisuk said. But? Ishin said. Remember, after Masaki died and you disconnected from your own family, Ichigo took over the position of mother and father in the Kurosaki household for Yuzu's and Karen's own sake. Kisuk said. Don't you need to report to the Sotecho that you found the location of Ichigo? Ishin countered. If this happened last week, likely. However, the Sotecho recalled all the Onmitsukido he sent out and put finding Ichigo a lower priority. Kisuk explained. What happened? Ishin asked. Well, a large amount of Rokangai's residents mysteriously disappeared. The Sotecho tasked the Onmitsukido to find the source of the problem. Kisuk said. I see. So you are not going to do anything in regards to my children? Ishin said. Nope. I don't see any purpose of helping you. Kisuk said. I guess I need to try and find them. Ishin said and left the shop. Kisuk sighed and resumed tying on his computer. I hope Surzex passes this message to Ichigo. Kisuk thought as he typed a message to Ichigo and forwarded it to Surzex. Once that was done, Kisuk continued to type away on his computer. A few minutes later, Masaki floated through the doors to Urahara's office. Hello Masaki-san. What can I do for you? Kisuk said. Hello Kisuk. I was wondering when I can go to Soul Society? Masaki asked as she pointed at her chain. Kisuk noticed that it is slightly shorter since the last time he saw her. I am sorry to tell you this, but due to all the strange things going on in Soul Society right now, Kachiki-san will not be able to come for another 2 weeks. Kisuk said. I see. Masaki replied as another chain link fell off Masaki's chain. Worry not. Kisuk yelled in his humorous way. I created a device that might be able to delay your soul chain's deterioration. Kisuk said and pressed a button. Behind Urahara revealed some sort of capsule. Although I haven't named it, this device will freeze your entire spiritual body. Theoretically, this will slow down your soul chain's deterioration. Kisuk said. Okay. Masaki said as she walked to the machine. Kisuk helped Masaki enter the machine and attached all the various equipment in the chamber to her. Kisuk closed the door and secured it. He went back to his terminal and began to warm up the machine. Once Kisuk finished the process, he looked at Masaki and pulled out a whiteboard and wrote something. Are you ready? Kisuk wrote. Masaki attempted to yell something but Kisuk couldn't hear her. Kisuk quickly erased his earlier message and wrote, silent communication. Masaki then nodded her head as a sign of understanding. Kisuk erased his whiteboard and rewrote, Are you ready? To make sure that Masaki is ready. Masaki nodded in reply. With that, Kisuk typed the final keys to start up the machine. From the chamber, a dull white light shined from the built-in window. Kisuk walked over to see Masaki sleeping inside the chamber. Kisuk decided that his invention was a success and left the room. Scene change, Hueco Mundo, unknown cave. In a cave, we see 2 human-looking beings sitting in a cave. One of them appears to be female. She has spiked blonde hair, the front part of her hair is bright pink, and bright green eyes. She wears a short light pink ragged kimono with a brighter pink, downturned collar. She wears a yellow cloth around her waist. For some reason she is barefoot while the other figure appears male. He has shoulder-length dark lavender hair. Some of his hair covers his right eye and lavender eyes. He is very lean and pale, and wears a white ragged kimono that exposes part of his chest and a yellow belt around his waist and no footwear. Just like the female, he is also barefooted. These 2 are looking at some sort of mirror. Ototo, 6, when do you think we should rescue her? The female asked. Patience Anasan, 7. It is too difficult to attempt something like this right now. The male said. Fine. She said as they continue to look at the mirror to see a small black-haired girl in a black kimono working on paperwork. Chapter 12, Arc 3. Ichigo was driving his car down the road from Kuo. Sitting to his left, 1, is Euclid Hellside dubbed as EU, in the back is his 2 sisters, Yuzu and Karen. Ichi and I, aren't you worried that Gochin will ask Urahara-san to track the phone number? Karen asked. No, I'm not worried. You see, I was forced to see him a few days ago. He agreed to help me whenever I ask for it. This included transferring you 2 to Kuo. Ichigo answered. I see. Karen said. Anyways, does anyone have any idea on where to go? Ichigo asked the group. I don't know. It's not as if we're going to get a phone call that leads us to our next adventure. Karen said sarcastically. Karen. Don't question fate. She is a bitch. EU said plainly. Wah. Karen replied. Suddenly everyone's phone rang. Ichigo handed EU his phone, while Yuzu and Karen pulled out their phone. "It's from the police," Yuzu said. As of 9:46 a.m., Kaiba Makuba age 10 was kidnapped by 3 men, Karen said. The kidnappers used a white van with the license plate, 29-74, EU said. "Is that it?" Ichigo said and pointed at the van to their rights. Yuzu, Karen, and EU looked closer and saw that the white van right next to them has the SA. Same license plate number. "It is!" they screamed. Ichigo changed lanes to get closer to the white van and used his Quincy ring to create a gun and shot the rear tires. The van swerved and crashed into the wall. Ichigo destroyed his gun as he parked the car and walked out. The thugs in the car jumped out and tried to attack Ichigo. Ichigo then quickly knocked the men out and approached the van. Ichigo sees one thug pointing a gun at the child. The child has black short hair and wore a green uniform. The child looked nervous and scared. Ichigo noticed that behind the thug, EU right outside. Ichigo took a few steps back. The thug smiled thinking his hostage is doing his job when suddenly EU broke the glass, grabbed the thug and Makuba and threw them both out of the van. Ichigo managed to catch the kid. "You alright?" Ichigo asked. "I am," Makuba said. "See my car, get inside. My sisters should be in there. They'll check you for any injured," Ichigo instructed. Makuba did as instructed and ran to the car. Meanwhile, Ichigo and EU grabbed the thugs and tied them together. Ichigo and EU ran back to their car and drove off. Yuzu. "Karen, how is he?" Ichigo asked. "He is fine," Yuzu said. "Your name is Makuba, right?" Ichigo asked. "Yes," Makuba replied. He hoped that this stranger would not kidnap him to attempt to get ransom money. "Where do you live?" Ichigo asked. "What?" Makuba replied confused. "Makuba. I am asking where you live so I can take you back to your family." Ichigo said. Domino City," he replied. "Karen. Give Makuba your phone so he can call his family," Ichigo said. "Okay Ichi and I," Karen said and gave Makuba her phone. Makuba took the phone and dialed his brother's phone. He placed it in his ear and waited for it to connect. Makuba then heard his brother pick up. "Who is this? How did you get this number?" Sito yelled. "Big brother. It's me," Makuba replied. "Makuba. Are you all right? Where are you? How did you get a phone?" Sito immediately questioned. Makuba froze. "Makuba gives me the phone," Ichigo said. Makuba gave him the phone. "Hello?" Ichigo said. "Who are you? Where is Makuba?" Sito yelled. "Calm down. I am not one of the people who kidnapped your brother. I rescued him. He is currently safe in my car and we are driving to Domino City right now. We should be there in 30 minutes. Ichigo said. "Why should I trust you?" Sito questioned. "Well, you could do a background check on me if you want. You could also track this cell phone signal." Ichigo replied. "Your name?" Sito asked. "Kurosaki Ichigo," Ichigo replied. "I see," Sito said. "Fine. I trust you right now. I'll text you my address for you to get to my house." Sito said. "Thanks. Do you want to talk to Makuba more?" Ichigo asked. "Yes," Sito said. Ichigo handed the phone back to Makuba and the two resumed to talk some more. Once Makuba finished talking to Sito, Karen allowed Makuba to erase the call from her phone memory. After that, Karen and Makuba started to talk about some online games they have played. After 30 minutes, they arrived in front of a mansion. Ichigo noticed the intercom button near the gate. Ichigo stopped the car and walked out of it. Ichigo pressed the button to call in the mansion. Hello? Ichigo said. Hello. Who am I speaking to? Someone said. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo said before interrupted. Ah. You are the one returning Master Makuba, right? The voice said. Yes, Ichigo replied. Go inside. The voice said and the intercom turned off. The gate began to open. Ichigo went back inside the car and began to drive up towards the mansion. Everyone noticed that this mansion was well constructed. It reminded Ichigo and EU of the Gregory mansion. They soon arrived at the door of the mansion. Ichigo turned the engine off and everyone got out. Makuba led the way through the mansion. Eventually, they were led into a big office. The office is full of books of all types. In the middle of the office, a well-designed desk and a chair are facing the window. I ordered no one to enter my office. Sito yelled. Big brother. It's me. Makuba said. Sito turned around and see Makuba. Sito quickly ran towards his little brother. Makuba, Sito said and hugged his little brother. How sweet. Yuzu said. After the little moment was over, Sito looked at Ichigo. Thank you for saving my little brother, Sito said and looked at Ichigo. Who are you? Sito asked. My name is Ichigo, Ichigo said. I'm Yuzu. Yuzu said. I'm Karen, Karen said. My name is EU, EU said. Anyways, why are you here at Domino City? Sito asked. Well, all of us are from Karakura town. Due to personal reasons, I left Karakura town. Yuzu and Karen decided to leave with me and followed me. Now I travel around the world and supporting these two girls while they finished high school. Ichigo said. Which reminds me. Ichigo said. You two need to finish studying because, in a few days, you two need to going to Kuo Academy, Ichigo said. But Ichi and I. They yelled. I agree to take care of you but, you are still going to attend school, Ichigo said. The girls were about to pout but Ichigo quickly stated. No puppy eyes. If I see those, I will duct tape you two and ship you back home to Gochin. Ichigo threatened. The girls sighed in defeat and responded to Ichigo. Fine Ichi and I. They said depressed. Let's make a deal, Ichigo said. The two looked up. In this semester, if both of you scored in the top 5 in your class and scored top 10 in the entire school, I will take you with me to wherever I'm going until school starts again. Ichigo proposed. Yuzu and Karen quickly replied. Yes. Yuzu and Karen said. Sito and Makuba smiled at the antics of the Kurosaki family. Do you have a job right now? Sito asked. Well, right now. No. How come? Ichigo asked. Well, I want to see if you want to become my bodyguard, Sito said. What about Makuba? Ichigo asked. I can be his bodyguard, EU said. Are you sure? Sito asked. He is unsure of the little cosplaying girl. Suddenly Sito was slammed down, both of his arms are held by EU while her knee is on his shoulders. Fine. I believe you. Get off my back. Sito yelled from the pain. EU responded and helped Sito up. Anyways, Ichigo, you will be my bodyguard. While EU will be Makuba's bodyguard. Sito said as he walked back to his deck and brought out 2 contracts and gave them to Ichigo and EU. You will be paid 5,000 yen, about $44.04 an hour. You will receive all medical and dental insurance for your duration with us. Sito said. You will also receive 3 meals a day and will not need to worry about living expensive, Sito said. Do you have any questions? I may have other stuff I need to take care of, how should I tell you about that? Ichigo asked. Well, I will allow you to take care of your tasks when I am back in my mansion. Sito said. Any other questions? Sito asked. Are you two going to stay here right now? Ichigo asked. No, Sito said. Well, I am going to take Yuzu and Karen back to Kou Academy. Ichigo said. Okay. Let me get your number. Sito said. Ichigo and Sito exchanged numbers and the four left to take Yuzu and Karen to Kou Academy. Big brother, is that a good idea? Makuba asked. It is actually, Sito said. Why? Makuba asked. That is Kurosaki Ichigo. He is older than me by 1 year. Even if I want to run the company, the school will conflict. However, by having Ichigo here, he can tutor me and you on the material we missed at school. Sito began to explain. I see. Makuba said. Not only that, but he is also well known in many sports communities all over Japan, Sito said. Okay. Makuba said and left to get resituated. Ichigo drove Yuzu and Karen back to Kuo. There Ichigo greeted Issei and told him the situation, as well as Yuzu and Karen is attending Kou Academy. If my sisters are injured in any way, you better hope it is not any of your faults. Ichigo threatened and went back and drove to Sito's mansion. One of the butlers guided Ichigo and EU to their rooms. Ichigo's room is right next to Sito's while EU's is next to Makuba's. With that, Ichigo and EU spend some time to learn the needed schedules. One of the maids knocked on the doors and informed the two that it is dinner time. Ichigo and EU went back down to the dining room and had dinner. With that done, the two went back up to their rooms and went to bed. Time skip, 1 week. For the past week during their stay at Sito's mansion, Ichigo woke up early and got his morning exercises in. It consisted of a few laps around the estate. One that was done, Ichigo experimented with the elemental control Ichigo gained from Michael. For fire, Ichigo has to use his Ryatsu to manipulate the chemicals in the air and ignite them at the same time. Ichigo used his Ryatsu to mix with the air, water or earth to manipulate it. Currently, Ichigo is trying to turn water to ice, making fire hot enough to turn into lightning and trying to manipulate the minerals in various metals to control it. After that Ichigo went up to his room and showered. Once Ichigo was done, Ichigo knocked on EU's door to make sure she wasn't sleeping in. The two went downstairs and ate breakfast with the Kaiba brothers. After that, EU and Makuba left for school. Ichigo went back to his room to pack a small bag with some books to read while Sito was at school. He informed the staff that Ichigo will be with him at all times at school. Ichigo agreed to sit in the back of the classroom. The two were walking down to the front door until one of the butlers stopped them. Master Sito and Master Ichigo. The butler said. Yes? Sito responded. We received a letter from Maximilian Pegasus for you. We already checked that there are no chemicals contained in the letter. He said and presented the letter and a letter opener to Sito. Sito took the letter and letter opener and opened the letter. Sito quickly skimmed the letter. At that moment, Ichigo sensed a small burst of Ryatsu from Sito and it quickly disappeared. What was that? Ichigo thought. Sito quickly crumpled the piece of paper and told the butler. Throw this in the trash, Sito ordered and gave the crumpled letter to the butler. As you wish, master. He said. The butler bowed and went off to his business. What was that about? Ichigo asked. Just some stupid counter deal that I would never accept, Sito said. Ichigo decided to let the argument drop for now but keep a closer look at his boss. During the first week, Ichigo learned that the former CEO Gozaburo Kaiba adopted Sito but later committed suicide after Sito manages to take control of Kaiba Corp. At that time Kaiba Corp manufactured and sold weapons. When Sito took over, Sito turned the company into a gaming company. Sito learned that Ichigo was born with that hair color. He is very protective of those who he calls friends and family. The most important fact Sito learned is that Ichigo's mother died protecting him from an attack. Eventually, the two arrived at Domino High School. On the first day, the sensei explained to the class that Sito hired bodyguards for himself and his brother. Sito's bodyguard will stay in the back and not cause any problems. With that Ichigo walked in and introduced himself and walked to the end of the classroom and read his book. After that, Ichigo would simply greet the teacher and sit in the back of the classroom. Today was just like any other day. It was currently break time. Ichigo looked up and noticed a bunch of people surrounding a group of tables. Ichigo also noticed Sito was ignoring them and reading a book. Maybe I could even get my grandfather to show us the super rare card he's got. A boy with very crazily designed hair. Ichigo noticed that Sito started to pay attention to whatever the kid was talking about. Soon class resumed and everyone went back to studying or trying to pay attention to the lectures. Eventually, Ichigo and Sito went back to the mansion. Sito ran back up his room and brought out a silver suitcase. "Hey, Sato. What is in the suitcase?" Ichigo asked. "None of your own business, Kurosaki," Sito yelled and ran out of the mansion. Something is wrong, Ichigo thought. "I agree," Kyoka said. "Zangetsu. Can you do a little recon to see what Sito is doing?" Ichigo asked. "Fine. Hope I can get some action soon," Zangetsu said as he appeared and disappeared to find Sito. "What did you send Zangetsu to watch over Sito?" Kyoka asked. "I sent him out just so he isn't bothering me while we sit here and wait," Ichigo explained. Ichigo began reading again when Zangetsu burst in. "Ichigo. That Sito guy is insane right now," Zangetsu said. "What happened?" Ichigo asked. "Well, he went to a card shop for some card. The old man there refused to sell or trade him the card. Sito went back to his building in Domino City. He then ordered some people to kidnap him and duel him for the card," Zangetsu said. "Something is very wrong," Ichigo said. He wrote a note to EU and went to his car and drove to Kaiba Corp. Ichigo barely arrived in time to that kid with the crazy hair crying over his fallen grandpa. "Grandpa! Are you okay?" the kid yelled. "Yugi," the old man said. "I failed. I wanted to teach that boy a lesson about the heart of the cards, but I lost," the grandpa said before collapsing. "How is the old man feeling?" Sito asked. "Kaiba, you sleaze. What have you done to him?" the blonde kid yelled. "We had a duel, that's all. With each of us putting up our most valuable card as the prize, but I guess playing against a champion like myself was just too much stimulation for the old fool," Sito said. "Kaiba, you should be ashamed of yourself," the girl in the group said. "It was fair, and look at the sweet prize I won," Sito said and showed the card. Before he could rip it, Ichigo can and stole it out of Sito's hand. "Nope," Ichigo yelled. "Kurosaki! What are you doing?" Sito yelled. "I am stopping you from doing anything stupid. You attacked an old man for a trading card. A single trading card. If you want to duel the kid, then duel him. I, however, will hold on to this card to prevent you from destroying it if the kid wins." Ichigo argued and placed the card in his pocket without looking at it. "Fine," Sito said. "Yugi, when you are ready to avenge your grandpa, come in here," Sito said and walked in the duel arena. "Yugi." Yugi's grandpa said and brought out a deck. "Take this," he said and gave the deck to the Yugi. "Huh? Grandpa?" Yugi said in confusion. "I built this deck, I put my soul in these cards, and I taught you everything I know, Yugi. Take them. Take my cards and teach him respect. Teach Kaiba respect for the heart of the cards, Yugi," Yugi's grandpa said. "But Grandpa, you need help. I've got to get you to a doctor," Yugi said. "Kid, your friends could take care of him. Go and beat Sito," Ichigo said. "Okay, Grandpa," Yugi said and accepted the deck. The girl told the other three to put their hands together and drew a smiley face on all four of their hands. "This is a symbol of our friendship. Even if we are physically far, we are mentally and spiritually together," she said. After that, the three carried out Yugi's grandpa. "You ready?" Ichigo asked. "I am," Yugi said. Ichigo and Yugi walked inside the dueling stadium. Welcome, Yugi and Kurosaki. Kurosaki, you are not dueling, go to the sideline, Sito said. Ichigo did as instructed. I designed this virtual stadium myself. Impressive? Sito said. I think you'll agree it has a bit more life to the game, Sito said. Sito continued to explain the rules of the game. 1. Are you ready to play Runt? Kaiba asked. Playtime is over, Kaiba, Yugi said. Suddenly Yugi's pendant started to glow golden. What the fuck? That pendant is radiating Ryatsu. Ichigo thought. This might be the thing Yasaka was talking about. The pendant began to start moving on its own. Soon a flash of light blinded Ichigo. Once his eyes are no longer blinded, Yugi looked completely different. Before was barely 5 feet. Now he looks about 5 feet 4. Before the kid looks nervous and scared. Now he shows confidence. What the? Sito said. He also notices the sudden change in Yugi. Now Kaiba, prepare yourself because it's time to duel. The new Yugi said. Even his voice changed. Ichigo thought. Virtual systems ready. So let's begin. I summon the mighty Hitatsumi giant. Sito said and place a card down. From the stand, Ichigo noticed a spot glowed green. Brace yourself. You've never dueled like this before. Sito said. From that green spot appeared a green beast. It has a very ripped green body and one eye. The beast let out a roar and stood ready for Kaiba's order. He brought the monster on the card to life, Yugi said. It's my virtual simulator. It creates lifelike holograms of every duel monster. Sito said. So this is how you beat my grandfather. Well, now it's my turn. I call on the winged dragon, guardian of the fortress. With that, a blue dragon appeared and attacked Hitatsumi giant. While the duel continued, Makuba and EU showed up. Ichigo. Why is Big Brother dueling? Makuba asked. Ichigo explained to Makuba and EU while the duel continued. On Yugi's side, the blonde-haired friend showed up and cheered Yugi on after getting over his fear of the monsters. All the viewers resumed watching the duel. In response to Hitatsumi giant's destruction, he summoned Sagi the Dark Clown. Kaiba then used a magic card negative energy generator, which tripling the ATK of a dark-type monster and destroyed Yugi's winged dragon, guardian of the fortress. Yugi then set Sangon, 2, Battlesteer, and Torike to stall against Sagi. You're not faring any better than the old man, Yugi. Your deck is just as weak and feeble as your grandfather. Sito commented. Ichigo. Why is Big Brother acting like an arrogant dick? Makuba asked. 1. Language. Ichigo said. Hey. Makuba responded. 2. I believed he is cursed to act like this. Ichigo said. Say what? Makuba yelled. I'll explain when this is over, Ichigo said. In response to Sito's comment, Yugi summoned Gaia the Fierce Knight and defeated Sagi the Dark Clown. Alright, Kaiba. Your move. Yugi said. Ha! This will be over sooner than you think, Sito said and drew his card. I call on the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Sito yelled and placed the card on the field. When the dragon appeared, everyone was shocked. Yugi and the blonde kid were shocked because they didn't know Sito had one. Makuba was shocked that Sito drew into it. Ichigo and EU were shocked for another reason. Kazara, why are you in this game? Ichigo asked mentally. What are you talking about? Kazara replied before looking at what Ichigo was seeing. What the hell? Kazara said. Everyone in Ichigo's mindscape also seeing Kazara's dragon form in front of them. Valiona was laughing at Kazara's problem. Shut up. I bet you have a form in this game. Kazara yelled back. You wish, Valiona responded. Ichigo could hear Kazara complain that the game made her dragon form look fat. Ichigo chuckled and resumed watching the duel. EU noticed that Ichigo's eyes slightly twitched. EU looked at Ichigo. Ichigo noticed EU looking at him. Later, Ichigo said and resumed watching the duel. The Blue Eyes White Dragon just finished destroying Gaia the Fierce Knight. Yugi was forced to use Horn Imp and Beaver Warrior to protect himself against Blue Eyes' attacks. In your entire deck, there's not a single card that can stand up against a Blue Eyes White Dragon. So what hope do you have against two? Sito said and summoned another Blue Eyes White Dragon. Why don't you just admit defeat, Yugi? Sito said. Yugi managed to draw Swords of Revealing Light, 3, which prevented Sito from using his two blue eyes from attacking. Sito simply ended his turn, 1/3. Yugi set another monster down to protect his life points. Draw whatever card you like, but it won't change a thing. My dragons may be frozen for another 2 turns, but my new monster is under no such spell. Sito said. I summon Judge Man. He has an attack power of 2,200. The new monster summoned and quickly attacked Yugi's set monster, revealing Rude Kaiser, 2 out of 3. Yugi summoned the Dark Magician and attacked Judge Man. Sito paid no attention to another of his monster's destruction. A sacrifice that doesn't even faze me. Although Ether Dragon could move for one more turn, my next card is the third Blue Eyes White Dragon. Sito declared and summoned his third and final Blue Eyes. It made quick work destroying Yugi's Dark Magician. Draw your last pathetic card so I can end this, Yugi, Sito said, expecting the outcome. My grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, Kaiba, but it does contain the unstoppable Exodia. Yugi said and reveal Exodia, the Forbidden One. Impossible. Sito yelled. I have assembled all 5 pieces. All 5 pieces to unlock the Forbidden Seal. Yugi said. On Yugi's side of the field, a 5-pointed star appeared. From the left side, a giant right fist punched from the void to the field. Then the right fist. Next, the head appeared. From it, the rest of the body appeared. Impossible. Sito yelled, panicking in the meaning of his appearance. Exodia, you said? Did you just create a miracle? Sito said. Exodia's hand came together and a ball of energy started to form in its hand. Exodia. Obliterate. Yugi declared. Exodia, hearing his orders, fired the energy beam towards Sito's field. The energy beam destroyed all the blue eyes on the field and wiping out all Sito's life points. You play for power, Kaiba. That is why you lost. But, if you put your heart in the game, there is nothing you can't do. Yugi said. But how? How could I have lost to him? Sito said, trying to how he lost to Yugi. Kaiba, you lost because you have darkness in your heart. Yugi said. Ichigo and EU suddenly felt a large surge of Ryatsu. They looked at Yugi's side and could see a golden light in the shape of an eye on Yugi's forehead. Mind Crush. Yugi said. Ichigo and EU felt the wave of Ryatsu going towards Sito. Ichigo wasn't able to react on time to Sito getting hit by the attack. Sito fell unconscious from the attack. Ichigo quickly took the card that Sito stole out of his pocket. Ichigo noticed that is it another Blue Eyes White Dragon and gave it to Makuba. Makuba, give this back to Yugi. This is not Sito's Blue Eyes. Ichigo said and gave the card to Makuba before running to where Sito was laying. Makuba looked at the card and confirmed that the card in his hand is a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Makuba looked and found Yugi about to leave the stadium. Yugi! Wait! Makuba yelled and ran toward Yugi. Yugi looked and see a kid running towards him. Makuba stopped running and tried to regain his breath. Once done, he looked at Yugi and handed the card to him. Ichigo told me to give this back to you. Makuba said. Tell him to thank you for keeping the terms of the duel, Yugi said and resumed walking out. Makuba quickly ran back to Sito's side and see Ichigo piggyback carrying Sito out. Makuba guided Ichigo to where the car was. Once everyone is in the car, Makuba ordered the driver to drive them back to the mansion. Okay. Spill. You know something is going on. Makuba said towards Ichigo. Makuba. I will explain everything to you and your brother together. Ichigo said. Okay. Makuba accepted. Everyone soon arrived back at the mansion. Ichigo placed Sito in his bedroom. Makuba quickly called a doctor to inspect Sito. The doctor reported that Sito appears to be unconscious. The doctor told them to allow Sito to wake up by himself. With that, the doctor left. Makuba began to walk around mumbling. Ichigo and EU managed to hear a few words from Makuba. Something regarding Yugi's fault. And how can it be fixed? Kyoka. Are you able to detect any problems with Sito? Ichigo asked. Well, from the technique used on Sito, it was able to exorcise, for whatever that was influencing his mind. However, it appears Yugi was either inexperienced with the technique or have not done it for a long time. Kyoka explained. How? Ichigo asked. Yugi used his Ryatsu and forced the influence out of Sito's mind. By doing so destroyed Sito's mind. Kyoka said. What? Ichigo thought. Yugi didn't destroy the mind itself. What Yugi did was destroyed how Sito's mind was organized. Kyoka said. She noted that Ichigo did not understand it. Ichigo, just imagine Sito's mind like a library. Each memory is neatly organized like books. What Yugi did was he destroyed all the shelves for the book. Sito's mind shut itself down, causing him to fall unconscious. To fix this, Kyoka explained. I see. Is there any way to help him? Ichigo said. Well, I might be able to help Sito out if you use Yomo Kyoku since it allows me to influence his memories. Kyoka suggested. Okay then. Get ready. Ichigo said. Ichigo summoned Suki no Hansha. Makuba was surprised to see a katana suddenly appearing out of thin air. EU. Hold Makuba down and seal the room. Ichigo ordered. EU quickly pinned Makuba down. Ichigo. What the fuck are you doing? Makuba yelled as he tried to break free of EU's grip. Shatter. Ichigo began. EU quickly closed her eyes and forced Makuba's head down. Kyoka Suigetsu, Ichigo said and unsealed Kyoka. Yomo Kyoku, Ichigo said and stabbed Kyoka in Sito. Makuba managed to look up and see Ichigo stabbing Sito. You bastard. What the fuck are you doing? You are killing my brother. Makuba yelled. Ichigo sighed. EU. If you please. Ichigo said. EU quickly knocked Makuba out and let go of him. Ichigo then told EU what Yugi did and what Kyoka is currently doing for Sito. Sito's mindscape. Sito woke up on the floor. Where am I? Sito said looking around. Sito looked and see his entire estate in ruins. Sito quickly ran towards the estate looking around to see what caused the damages and how to fix them. Sito pulled out a phone and tried to call someone to fix this. However, the phone did not connect to anyone. After a few attempts, Sito threw his phone in rage. Damn it, he yelled. Looks like you need help, Kyoka said as she floated down. Who are you? Sito asked. My name is Kyoka. I am a friend of Ichigo. Kyoka said. What does Ichigo have to do with this? Also, where are we? Sito asked. Well, indirectly a lot. As for where we are, we're in your mind. Kyoka said. What? Sito said, trying to understand that Kyoka was saying. Suddenly the ground a few feet from them exploded. What the? Sito yelled in shock. Your mindscape needs to be fixed, Kyoka said. What are you talking about? Sito said. You need to focus. Focus on what you want to be done and fixed. Kyoka said. Your memories are like books. Those memories are organized by using shelves and the base of your estate. Make it happen. Kyoka ordered. How? Sito asked. Just imagine how you want it to look, Kyoka explained. Fine, Sito said and began to concentrate. Kyoka and Sito spent what Sito felt like days fixing Sito's mindscape. Eventually, they finished the work. Good job, Sito. Are you ready to wake up? Kyoka asked. I am. Will I see you again? Sito asked. You will. Ichigo will explain the situation clearer. Kyoka said. Wait. How do I get out of here? Sito asked. Just will yourself out. Just like how you willed the buildings to reform. Kyoka said and her figure shattered into rainbow particles. Sito looking at his former guest's spot, Kaiba forced himself out of his mindscape. Suddenly Sito saw white. Outside. Ichigo and EU were reading books in Sito's bedroom when Kyoka appeared in front of them. Did it work? Ichigo asked. It did. He should be upright about now. Kyoka said. Ichigo and EU looked at the bed. They could see Sito's body slowly moving. What a dream, Sito said. About losing to Yugi or having your mindscape rebuilt with my help? Ichigo asked. Wait, what did you say? Sito asked. I'll explain in a bit. Let me wake Makuba up. Ichigo said and stood up and went to the bathroom. Sito looked and could see an unconscious Makuba sitting on a chair. Ichigo had 2 cups of water in his hand. He gave Sito 1 cup and threw the water at Makuba. Makuba yelled, being abruptly woken from his dream. Makuba then glared at Ichigo, seeing that he held an empty glass in his hand. Instead of glaring at me, why don't you look at your brother? He just woke up. Ichigo said. Makuba looked and could see his older brother regain consciousness. Big brother. Makuba yelled and hugged his brother. I had a weird dream where EU pinned me down while Ichigo stabbed you with a katana, Makuba said. That is very weird and oddly specific, Sito commented. That is because it wasn't a dream. It happened. Ichigo said and summoned Suki no Hansha. The 2 brothers were surprised at the appearance of the katana. Before you do anything stupid, allow me to explain, Ichigo said. Okay. Ichigo. Sito said. But big brother. He stabbed you with a katana. Makuba argued. I did stab you, Sito. If you look, you can see no stab wound. How it happens will also be explained if you allow me. Ichigo said. Alright then, Sito said. Ichigo spent an hour explaining the concept of Shinigami, hollows, and yokai. The real reason why EU and I are here is due to the surge of Egyptian magic here in Domino City, Ichigo said. Egyptian magic? Sito asked. Yes. Just like what caused Yugi to become other Yugi. Ichigo said and pulled Sito's laptop and played Yugi's transformation. To clarify which Yugi we are talking about, we're going to call the other Yugi Yami, Ichigo said. Okay, Sito said. Well, when you received that letter yesterday morning, I sense Ryatsu on the letter. From what I believe, the letter caused me to willing to do evil things. You said that the letter was from a man named Max something. Ichigo said. Maximilian Pegasus? Sito said. Yes, that is his name, Ichigo said. After losing the duel, Yami attempted to use some sort of exorcism technique to get rid of the evil influence. In Yami's inexperience or lack of practice, the technique also destroyed a lot of your mindscape. Ichigo said. What is a mindscape? Makuba questioned. A mindscape is a world of your own in your mind, Kyoka said as she appeared. Kyoka. Sito said, surprised to see his guest out here. Hello, Kyoka. Let me explain what happened to the point where I stabbed Sito. Ichigo said. Okay, Kyoka said. Now, where was I when Yami Yugi used the technique? It destroyed most of your mindscape. In an attempt to prevent you from going insane, your mind shut itself down, which caused you to fall unconscious. I then summoned Suki no Hansha. released Kyoka Suigetsu and used one of her abilities called Yomo Kyoku. This allows me to enter the mind of someone when that person is cut by her blade. Ichigo said. From there, I helped Sito rebuild his mindscape. The time ratio from the real world and mindscape varies on how strong you are. Sito, you may have a strong reincarnated soul which caused your mindscape's time ratio to be quite slow. Kyoka said. Okay. Now that everyone is caught up, what are we going to do? Sito said. First off, big brother, we need to do something to regain Kaibacorp's reputation, Makuba said. Now you mentioned it, I found a recording that might interest you. It is timestamped right after your duel with Yugi. Ichigo said and loaded the file. The video file reveals Maximilian Pegasus talking with 5 other men. The first man appears a fair-skinned old man with gray hair, who is partially bald. He is short, fat, and carries a cane. He wears a double-breasted tan suit. The second man has brown hair, brown eyes, and a mustache. He is fairly short and appears to be middle-aged. He has furrowed eyebrows, giving him a Middle Eastern look. Crump is fair-skinned. He wears a double-breasted green suit. The third man wears glasses and has dark hair. He is wearing an ordinary black suit. The fourth man appears tall and has brown hair and dark skin. Just like the previous person, he is wearing an ordinary suit. The last person is tall and has brown hair. Once again, this person has a strange liking to ordinary suits. Gansley, Crump, Johnson, Leichter, and Nesbit, you cheating bastard, Sito commented. I hope you all heard the unfortunate news regarding Sito, Pegasus said. We have, Gansley said. So what did you call this meeting for? I hope that you all will sell your shares of Kaibacorp to me, Pegasus said. A few of the executives were giving him questionable looks. We need to renovate Kaibacorp. So, this is the only way for the company to survive the loss of funding. Pegasus explained his reason. We understand your inquiry, Johnson said. However, there is one condition, Leichter said. Oh? Pegasus said. The reason for this downturn is because of that boy named Yugi, Gansley said. To gain the trust from everyone back, you have to defeat that boy, Nesbit said. Mr. Pegasus, if you complete this condition, we will hold a board meeting without Sito Kaiba to discuss his dismissal. Crump offered. Thenceforth, all of Kaibacorp will be in your hands, Gansley said. To win over that boy Yugi will be very easy. Pegasus said. One more thing. The key to the lock of the dismissal application is hidden from us. We believe the key is with Sito Kaiba's little brother, Makuba. Gansley said. Oh, no problem. Leave that to me. Pegasus said. With that, Ichigo ended the recording. Big brother, you gave the key to me? Makuba said in shock. I did. I will not tell you or anyone here what it is exactly, but you are guarding it. Sito said. So? What are we going to do now? Makuba asked. The first thing is for you to go apologies to Yugi and his grandfather for what you did, Ichigo said. Okay, Sito said. From there, I want to see if I could talk to Yami to see if he remembers anything from his past, Ichigo said. Okay. We'll do this in the evening. Sito said. Makuba helped Sito get up from the bed and Sito began looking over various paperwork related to Kaibacorp. Ichigo and EU left the bedroom. So? Sito likes Kazara's dragon form. EU said once they are far enough from the room. Yep. Somehow, someone designed Blue Eye's white dragon to look exactly like her. Ichigo said. Coincidence? EU asked. I'm not sure right now, Ichigo said. We need more info. It may be possible this is linked to the past. Ichigo theorized. Soon the day is over and Ichigo, EU, Makuba, and Sito drove to Yugi's place. Ichigo and EU made quick work of a group of thugs that were dressed as construction workers. Ichigo took a picture of each of their faces and IDs. Eventually, the group managed to finally arrive at Yugi's place. Ichigo walked up to the door and knocked on the door. The door opened and a young man with brown hair crept his head out. "You're Sito's bodyguard. Ichigo, right?" the man asked. "Yes, I am. Could we see Yugi right now?" Ichigo asked. "I'm not sure. Something just happened and Yugi's grandfather just collapsed," Tristan said. "Let me see," Ichigo said. "I have medical experience," Ichigo said. Tristan let go of the door and opened it, allowing everyone to enter. Tristan guided everyone to the living room where everyone could see a collapsed grandfather and Yugi yelling at the TV. The Tia and the Joey noticed their friend returning. "Kaiba!" Joey yelled. "What are you doing here? Causing more trouble right now?" Joey accused. "Look. Yugi, stop yelling at the TV and explain why your grandfather lost his soul?" Ichigo asked. "What?" Everyone except Yugi yelled. "How do you know?" Yugi asked quietly. "I deal with spirits a lot. So I can tell when a body is missing a soul," Ichigo said. Yugi, deciding to trust Ichigo, told him what just happened. While this is happening, Sito called his private doctor to set up a room for Yugi's grandfather at his estate. During the story, Joey and Tristan helped carry Yugi's grandfather to Sito's doctor to take care of his body. So, you were challenged by Maximilian Pegasus to a 15-minute duel. Maximilian Pegasus has an object named Millennium Eye, which allows him to read your mind. From there, you lost and he took your grandfather's soul to motivate you to enter and meet him in the finals, Ichigo said. "That is correct," Yugi said. "We need to find a way to prevent Maximilian Pegasus from using his Millennium Eye from finding out about this," Sito said. "How?" Joey asked. "I believe I can help," Kyoka said and manifested herself, scaring everyone except Ichigo, EU, and Sito. "Who is she?" Yugi asked. "Her name is Kyoka. She is a spirit that lives in my mind," Ichigo explained. "My idea is that if you all allow, set temporary guardians in your mind to defend your mind from intruders," Kyoka said. "How?" everyone asked. "How it is going to work is that I need to stab you with this katana," Ichigo said, and summon Suki no Hansha. From there, Kyoka will help guide the process of organizing and creating mind guardians to protect your mind, Ichigo said. "Who wants to go first?" Ichigo asked. "I will." Joey volunteered. "Okay. Yugi, do you have a spare bedroom we can use?" Ichigo asked. "We do," Yugi said. "Why?" "The person receiving is the help first will fall unconscious. I want to make the person feel the most comfortable when doing this," Ichigo explained. Yugi stood up and guided Ichigo and Joey to the spare room and left the two. "Joey, lay down and close your eyes and relax," Ichigo said. Joey did as ordered. "Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu," Ichigo said and unsealed Kyoka. "Yomo Kyoku," Ichigo said and stabbed Joey. While Ichigo waited, Kyoka helped guide Joey on creating his mental defenses. While this happened, Ichigo assimilates all the new information he is getting from Yomo Kyoku. 20 minutes later, Kyoka appeared back in his mindscape. "Are you all right?" Ichigo asked. "I am," Kyoka replied. Soon Joey woke up. "How you feel?" Ichigo asked. "Good. I feel that I can think clearly and remember a lot more things," Joey commented. "That is the usual effect that happens from doing this," Ichigo said, as he guides Joey back to the group. "Who's next?" Ichigo asked. From Tristan volunteered. Then T. Makuba followed after. The last person left was Yugi. "Let's go, Yugi," Ichigo said, and the two walked to the spare room. "For you, it is going to be very different compared to the others," Ichigo said. "Why?" Yugi asked. "You and Yami are two souls sharing one body," Ichigo said. "Yami?" Yugi asked. "I dubbed the spirit of the Millennium Puzzle as Yami," Ichigo explained. How is it going to be difficult? Yugi asked. For you, your souls don't live in one mind. Rather, two separate minds that are connected. Ichigo said. So anything else different compared to the others? Yugi asked. Yes. Both you and Yami must meet in the middle. This will allow Kyoka to help both of you cooperate to build your defenses. That way both of you will know how to get to these doors. Once done, she will help build the defenses in each of your minds. That way each other's private thoughts remain private. Ichigo explained. Okay, Yugi said. With that, Yugi laid down on the bed. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. Ichigo said and unsealed Kyoka. Yomo Kyoku, Ichigo said and stabbed Yugi. Crossroad Mindscape. Kyoka appeared in front of a hallway. One side of the hallway appears built using purple bricks, while the other side of the hallway is a dark brown with various color veins all over the wall. As she walks closer, the finds two doors. On the side of the purple bricks, a golden door appears, while on the dark brown side, a black door with veins and a golden eye appear. Kyoka went and knocked on both doors. Both doors opened and she could see Yugi and Yami facing her. Are you two ready to begin? Kyoka asked. I am, Yugi said. I am also ready, Yami said. With that, the three worked on constructing the outer barrier to protect the crossroads. Eventually, the three finished building the outer defense and returned to the crossroad. We finished the outer protection, Kyoka said. I am tired, Yugi said. So am I, Yami said. Now we need to work on the inner defenses of your room, Kyoka said. Okay, Yugi said. I believe I am fine, Yami said. You sure? Kyoka asked. Yes. I believe it is fine, Yami replied. With that, Yami went back to his room. Yugi and Kyoka went inside Yugi's room. From there, Kyoka helped Yugi set up his mindscape. Once Kyoka determined that the protections are met, Kyoka left Yugi's mind. Outside, Ichigo was sitting down reading a book about dual monsters. Eventually, Kyoka appeared back in his mind. You finished? Ichigo asked. Yes. It was very tiring to get this done, Kyoka commented. Likely I won't need your help out here for a while, Ichigo said. I better help Hogyoku organize everything, Kyoka said and went back into her part of the mindscape. Ichigo stood up and stretched. A few seconds later, Yugi woke up. The rest of the group went back to Yugi's living room. Now that we finished all of that, what else should we do? Makuba asked. You received that box with a glove and 2 stars, right? Sito asked as he points at the box. Yes, Yugi confirmed. There should also be a white envelope inside, Sito said. Yugi went to the box and pulled the glove and the 2 stars out. Underneath them, it revealed a white envelope. Yugi opened the white envelope and revealed 5 cards. I'm invited to the Duelist Kingdom, Yugi said in shock. Makes sense, doesn't it? Ichigo said. Yugi and his friends look at him confused. Why would Pegasus want you to go to the Duelist Kingdom? Ichigo asked them. The reason is so Pegasus would be able to defeat Yugi and get his hands on Kaiba Corp, Ichigo explained. Normally you wouldn't bother with the tournament. However, Kaiba's board told Pegasus that for them to sell their shares, Pegasus needed to avenge the company by defeating you in a duel. For Pegasus to get you to agree with attending the event, Pegasus stole your grandfather's soul as a bargaining chip, Ichigo explained. Yugi then looked at the castle card to read the rules of the event. Each player begins the duel with 2,000 life points. Direct attacking the opponent is not allowed. Only one monster is allowed to declare an attack per turn. Players can normal summon monsters of any level without tributing. When a monster is destroyed by a card effect, the controller of that card takes damage equal to half of that monster's ATK. At the beginning of the event, all participants will have at most 40 cards on them at all times. The exception to this rule if the player had an extra deck. All participants of the tournament must have at least 1 star or will be sent off the island. Yugi said once he finishes reading the rules. Joey catch, Ichigo said and threw him the dueling glove. What? Joey asked in confusion. Pegasus mailed 2 boxes to Sito's mansion, Ichigo said. Pegasus probably wrote the rules to allow me to participate in the tournament and allow me to bring Makuba along. However, he didn't realize that I am not a duelist. Ichigo said. You could also not show up and not bring Makuba along, Sito commented. However, if I am not there, who would save you? Ichigo said. Also Makuba would sneak off to the island anyways. You're right. Sito said. Well, I need to make sure I got camping gear for those 2 days. Ichigo said. Everyone looked at him confused. Wait. None of you know that the initial phase of the tournament lasts 48 hours outside of the castle. Ichigo said. All of Yugi's friends were surprised at the new information Ichigo told them. The tournament is tomorrow night, not giving all of them much time to buy camping gear. What makes the situation even worse is that none of the 4 went camping before. Ichigo. Can you please help us? Tia asked while Puppy Eye pout. Luckily, Ichigo had prior experience with dealing with the dreaded Puppy Eye pout. Tia. You need to ask Sito. Ichigo said while not flinching. Tia stood up and walked towards Sito. Sito. Can you allow Ichigo to help us? Tia asked while giving him the puppy eye pout. In Sito's 17 years of existence, he has dealt with the corrupted businessman, politician, and kidnappers, but he was never prepared for this. Ichigo! Sito yelled. Everyone was laughing at the scene. Yes, Sito? Ichigo asked, trying not to break character. Help me! Sito yelled. Okay, Ichigo said. Sure. Sito said I could help you with the gear. Ichigo said. The rest of the gang began thanked Ichigo and Sito for helping them. However, you almost bring enough food and clothing to last the initial phase of the tournament, Ichigo said. Meanwhile, Sito glared at Ichigo for making him suffer through that. Wait. How are we going to get on board the ship? Everyone has a valid way to get on the ship. Tia and I don't. Tristan questioned. You two could stay in the cargo hold area for the ride, Ichigo said. With that planned, Ichigo, Makuba, and Sito left. On the ride back, Makuba asks Ichigo a question. Ichigo, Makuba asked. Yes? Ichigo responded. Aren't you worried about Yuzu and Karen? Makuba asked. About what exactly? Ichigo asked. Wouldn't they be at risk if Pegasus decided to kidnap them as well? Makuba asked. Well, you are technically right that I should be worried about Yuzu and Karen. However, they are staying with friends who could protect them. Ichigo said. Eventually, they all arrived at home. Ichigo decided to call Issei to see if they could keep an eye on Yuzu and Karen. Ichigo brought his phone out and dialed Issei's number. Hello? Issei said. Issei. This is Ichigo. Ichigo said. Hello, Ichigo-senpai, Issei said. Issei. Are you guys going to be busy for the next few days? Ichigo asked. Actually yes we are. Our entire peerage is about to go to the underworld for some training. Issei explained. I see. Ichigo said. Is there anything going on? Issei asked. Don't worry about it. Do you know how long you are staying there? Ichigo asked. According to Bucho, we're likely staying there for at least 3 weeks, Issei said. Okay. Thanks. Ichigo said. No problem, Ichigo-senpai. Sorry for not able to watch over Yuzu and Karen. Issei apologized. No problem, Ichigo said and hung up. Ichigo then walked towards EU's room and knocked on the door. She let him in and Ichigo quickly explained the situation to her. So you want me to watch over Yuzu and Karen for the 3 weeks Rias and her peerages in the underworld, EU asked. Yes, Ichigo said. Okay, EU said and used Yuyami to teleport out. Ichigo left her room and went to Sito's room and update him regarding EU. So, EU is now guarding your sisters. Sito said. Yes, Ichigo replied. How will this work out? Sito asked. Well, we could have it where all 3 of us stay together. If you get captured, Makuba and I will quickly run away, preventing Pegasus from getting the combination to the vault. Ichigo answered. So, together as in with everyone from Yugi's group? Sito asked. Likely. Yugi said. No thanks, Sito said. Well, we could give them my old gear. Ichigo said and pull out the camping gear he stole from home. While I go to buy some new gear for all 3 of us, Ichigo said. Wouldn't they still ask for help? Sito asked. I told them we will supply them with the gear. We don't need to physically be there. Ichigo said. Maybe the first time to teach them how to properly set up the camping equipment, Ichigo added. Okay, Sito said and handed Ichigo a credit card. Use this to buy 3 of our new camping gear and food to last the entire initial phase of the tournament, Sito said. Are either of you picky eater? Ichigo asked. Why? Sito asked. Most of the food would likely be instant food. Unless I manage to catch some fish or gather berries. Ichigo said. I am fine with that. As for Makuba, I'm not so sure. Sito said. With that, Ichigo left the room and went to find Makuba. Makuba, are you a picky eater? Ichigo asked. Not really. Why? Makuba asked. Well, most of the food I would likely bring would be instant food. Unless I manage to catch some fish or gather berries, that is what I am going to bring. Ichigo explained. Could they not have vegetables? Makuba whispered. Ichigo smiled. Well, maybe a little from instant noodles, but other than that, no vegetables. Ichigo said. Okay, Makuba said. Ichigo left the mansion and drove his black Challenger SRT Hellcat to a camping store to buy the camping gear and fishing gear. Luckily, the camping store sold a variety of camping food. Eventually, the total racked up to 23,504 yen, about $200. Ichigo quickly swiped with Sito's card and put everything back in his car and drove back to Sito's mansion. Once he arrived back, Ichigo sent all the gear to his mindscape to safely store it. With that done, Ichigo returned the card to Sito with the receipt if Sito wanted to review Ichigo's purchases. Nighttime, Domino City Harbor. Sito decided that he will arrive separately to the island. It would give the illusion that Sito is in a coma, since the media is reporting that Sito is unconscious. Ichigo and Makuba showed up to the port. Ichigo and Makuba showed the guard that they don't have a glove. However, they do have a starship and a dual monster card. The guards attempted to not allow them on. However, Ichigo pulled out the rule card and showed them that they do have the minimum requirements. The guards were forced to allow them on. Ichigo took a quick photo of the guards before walking up on the boat. Ichigo noticed that Yugi and Joey got on safely. 30 minutes later, the ship began to sail. Ichigo could detect that Tia and Tristan managed to get in the cargo hold safely. As the 4 began to explore the main floor, Yugi, Joey and Makuba began to trade various cards with other participants. After 20 minutes of trading, the group of 4 stopped by a table to talk. I managed to trade cards with someone, Joey said. Let me have a look, Yugi said. Joey allowed Yugi to see the cards Joey traded for. Salamander, Kawaii with Chain, Baby Dragon, and Shield and Sword, Yugi said as he read each card's name. Yeah, these magic and trap cards you obtain should expand your strategies much farther than before, Yugi said. It is surprising that some people traded these commons and rare cards to you, Joey, Makuba commented. Ichigo whacked Makuba in the head. "Hui," he yelled and glared at Ichigo. You are starting to sound like an arrogant rich kid, Ichigo commented. Now I can get my hands on the championship. Joey boasted. Yugi and Makuba chucked at Joey's boast. It won't be as easy as you seem to be thinking, Yugi said. Suddenly Yugi remembered something. That's right. You can use this one too. Yugi said and opened his card box. He pulled out a card and gave it to Joey. It'll come in handy when you're in trouble, Yugi said and presented the card to Joey. Really? Thank you, Yugi. Joey said. Suddenly a guy wears large round yellow glasses. His turquoise hair is arranged in a Beatles haircut fashion, and his eyes are blue. His outfit consists of a green jacket with a raised collar, a white shirt underneath, a red bow tie, brown trousers, and brown shoes. He looked at Yugi a lot. Yugi also noticed the guy looking at him constantly. Hello, again Yugi. The green-haired boy said. Weevil Underwood, Yugi said in surprise. The night wind feels so good. Weevil said as he looked out to the ocean. He then turned to face Yugi. By the way, did you trade for any good cards? No. I decided to fight using the cards I came here with. Yugi answered. I thought so. Weevil said. You've got the cards you used to defeat Kaiba in that deck. Exodia, right? Weevil asked. As expected of you. Yugi repined. Hey, mind if I take a look at these legendary cards? Weevil asked. No, Ichigo said and walked in between the two. Why Ichigo? Yugi asked cluelessly. Weevil is one of your opponents in this tournament. If he gets access to the cards, what would happen if he accidentally lets go of them and they fly off the ship? Ichigo said. Yugi now realizing what could have happened to his cards. Dang it. Weevil said and quickly left after his plan was spoiled. I'll get your back, Ichigo. You'll be the first one I duel in this tournament. Weevil vowed. Thank you, Ichigo. Yugi thanked. I would have let him look at Exodia and imagine what could have happened. No kidding, Joey said. No problem. I just want this tournament to be over with. Ichigo commented. With that done, the four enjoyed the rest of their ride. Soon everyone got tired and went to sleep. Ichigo stayed up to make sure no one attempts to sabotage Yugi's or Joey's attempt to win or attempt to kidnap Makuba again. With Ichigo's enhanced sights, Ichigo noticed an island with a castle-like structure. Ichigo went and woke up the other three. The other three woke up confused as who woke them up. Ichigo guided the three to the bow, 5, of the ship. When they arrived at the bow, they are fully awake. When they stood there, the sun was rising. The four enjoyed the sunrise. The four enjoyed the mood. At that moment, they all forgot what they were there for. Unfortunately, a loudspeaker came on. This is your captain. We are arriving at Duelist Kingdom Island in 1 hour. I repeat. We are arriving at Duelist Kingdom Island in 1 hour. The speaker turned off. The four went back to the little compartments to pick up their bags. With that, they had some small talk and waited until the ship stopped. All the participants were told to get off and guided to a staging area. There was a person there. The person was big and wore a suit. Attention duelist. Welcome to the Duelist Kingdom Tournament. My name is Kimo. I am here to remind all of you of the rules of the tournament. Kimo said. Kimo spent a few minutes reiterating all the rules involving the rules of the tournament. In 48 hours, the initial phase of this tournament will be over. You must collect 10 starships to enter the semi-finals of this tournament. You cannot give, steal, or trade for starships. With that, good luck. Kimo said and walked off stage. Ichigo and the gang slowly walked away from the stage. Hold it! Someone yelled. Ichigo and the gang looked behind them and could see Weevil running towards them. Ichigo! I challenge you to a duel. Weevil yelled. Sorry. I can't. Ichigo said. Why? Weevil asked. Because I don't have enough cards to play, Ichigo said. What? Then why are you here then? Weevil asked. Cause I want to piss Pegasus off, Ichigo said and pointed at a camera. Sorry, Pegasus. I'm here but I am not a duelist. However, I would accept your challenge, Yugi said. Deal. Weevil said and the duel walked to the nearest duel stadium. Everyone was paying attention to the duel. Ichigo pulled out a computer, sat down by a stump and began typing. Makuba noticed that Ichigo wasn't paying attention to the duel. What are you doing? Makuba asked. I'm just looking at the Kaiba Corp card list to see what cards I can use to make some decks, Ichigo said. Really? Makuba asked. Yes. At least one deck involving Blue Eyes White Dragon, Ichigo answered. Why? Makuba asked, even more curious. Reasons, Ichigo answered in resume typing. 10 minutes later, Yugi won the duel and claimed 2 more chips. Throughout the day, Yugi and Joey would continue to be challenged to a duel. By the end of the first night, Yugi and Joey each had 7 stars. Ichigo brought out his equipment and began cooking dinner from them. After finishing it, Ichigo received a phone call. Ichigo looked and could see that it was Sito calling him. Hello? Ichigo asked. Ichigo. I arrived at the island and got the necessary star chips, Sito said. Okay. Want me to come and get you? Ichigo asked. No thanks. I'm already at the entrance, Sito said. With that done, he hung up. That idiot, Ichigo said and put his phone away. Ichigo went back with typing on his computer. Soon it was nighttime and Ichigo asked Yawatch if he could guard the campsite. Yawatch agreed and everyone got some sleep. In the morning, everyone woke up and quickly put the gear away. With that, Yugi and Joey continued to duel some more people. Duelist Kingdom Day 2. During the duel between Joey and a duelist named Rex Raptor, it was revealed that Valiona also had a card. Kazara laughed and called karma on that. Seeing that Valiona also has a card in this game, Ichigo decided to look into making another deck based on her. Soon enough, both of them have 10 star chips each. The group of 6 walked up the stairs to the castle door. On the door, it appears to have a lock on it. On closer inspection, it is revealed that you need to put all 10 chips in the door and turn it. Yugi placed his 10 star chips in the door and started to turn it. Soon the 10 chips went in and the door opened. The 6 walked in and was greeted by Mai, who was also one of the semi-finalists. One of the suits escorted the group of 7 to a ballroom. Kimo came out and congratulated all the semi-finalists. It was revealed that the other person was a man that goes by the name Bandit Keith. Kimo told them that the 2 semi-final duels will take place tomorrow. The day after will be the 2 winners of the semi-finals against each other. Based on what card each player has at that moment will determine who gets the prize money and who gets the opportunity to duel Pegasus. With that, everyone was given rooms and who is dueling when. Yugi would be against Mai tomorrow, while the next day, Joey would be versus Keith. Ichigo and Makuba roomed together so that Ichigo could guard Makuba while everyone else had separate rooms. Ichigo asked Hogyoku and Yawatch to guard the rooms in case anyone approaches. Duelist Kingdom Semifinals. The next morning, the duel between Yugi and Mai commenced. Everyone else was allowed to watch from the balcony if they wished. While they dueled, Ichigo finished designing his Blue Eyes deck. Ichigo saved the deck and went on to designing his Red Ice deck. Soon the duel finished with Yugi claiming victory. Everyone went back to their rooms and had lunch. After lunch, it was Joey against Bandit Keith. While Ichigo was working on designing his deck, Ichigo noticed that Keith was cheating. Ichigo looked towards Pegasus and slightly shook his head. With that done, Ichigo went back to the computer and resume typing. Soon enough, Joey won the duel. Bandit Keith jumped over to where Pegasus's side, knocked the 2 guards out and pointed a gun, 6, at Pegasus and threatened him for the money. Pegasus calmly pressed a button and the floor panel Bandit Keith was standing on opened and Bandit Keith fell in. With that done, the two duels were finished. Yugi and Joey spent their time in their rooms modifying their decks. Ichigo was working on his deck on the computer. "Hey Ichigo," Makuba asked. "Yes?" Ichigo replied. "What deck are you working on right now?" "During Yugi's duel, you said you were done," Makuba asked. "Well, I am also working on another deck for Red Ice Black Dragon," Ichigo said. "Personal reasons?" Makuba guessed. "Yes," Ichigo answered. "Next thing you build is a deck revolving chaos," Makuba said sarcastically. "Chaos?" Ichigo questioned. Chaos is a slang term used for a deck that is a mix of light and dark attributed deck. Some would also use Twilight as well. 7, Makuba said. "Okay. Thanks," Ichigo said and resumed typing on the computer. "You're likely going to create a deck based on chaos," Makuba said. "Twilight," Ichigo answered. With that, Makuba resumed working on homework for school. Duelist Kingdom Finals. Everyone woke up and ate breakfast before walking back down to watch the duel between Yugi and Joey. Ichigo managed to finish his Red Ice deck and currently working on balancing out the light and dark in his Twilight deck. As Ichigo was working, Ichigo heard a loud commotion and could see that it appears Joey might win the duel since Joey was lucky with Time Wizard. Yami expected this and had sided in Dark Sage and won. Joey was happy that Yugi won. With that, everyone went back to their rooms and Yugi got his deck prepared. Ichigo planned to have Kyoka to locate, free and bring Sito's body back to their room. She agreed and they have their plan for the true finals of the tournament. Duelist Kingdom True Finals. Yami was standing on the blue side of the field while Pegasus was standing on the red side. With that, the duel began. Pegasus used his Millennium Eye to turn the duel into a shadow game. Ichigo used his Ryatsu to allow them to see the duel. Ichigo: "I managed to get Sito's body. I also found where Pegasus is keeping both Sito's and Yugi's grandfather's soul," Kyoka said. "Thanks," Ichigo said to Kyoka. The duel continued and no other magical events happened. Ichigo returned to the computer. Ichigo discovered that the Twilight deck is more complicated than both of the other decks. While Ichigo was building the deck, both Kazara and Valiona threw some input into the Twilight deck. Ichigo: "What if you created a fusion of both of us?" Kazara said. "Why?" Ichigo asked. "Because you need a symbol to the deck. For your Light and Darkness deck, we are the avatars to the decks. But the Twilight doesn't have one," Valiona explained. "What if I also add in the element of Ryuganken to this deck as well?" Ichigo suggested. "Then a fusion of all three of us," Kazara said. With new motivation and new ideas, Ichigo got down to work with his deck. He was so mesmerized with the development of the Twilight deck, he didn't pay attention to the duel. Luckily, Yawach told him the duel just finished. With that, the entire group got ready to find the stolen souls. Ichigo told the group he was able to locate the souls. They all ran towards the tower. While they were all running, Ichigo suddenly felt a blast of Ryatsu. "Just follow this path and enter the door on your left," Ichigo said and used Chuunpa to reach the top of the tower. Right when Ichigo was about to enter the room, he heard some sort of beams firing at each other. "Is this all the power the Millennium Eye can muster?" someone said. A few seconds later, Ichigo heard a thud. "Who are you?" Pegasus asked the person. "I'm collecting the 7 Millennium items," the person said. Pegasus gasped in surprise. "Did you know, once one gathers all 7 Millennium items, you are granted a power strong enough to control the world?" the stranger said. "Stop!" Pegasus screamed in panic. Ichigo decided now is the time and quickly burst in and tackled the stranger. "Ichigo!" Pegasus recognized the orange hair person. "Dang it! Right when I was about to have it. We will meet again, Pegasus and Osiris's messenger, 8. The stranger said and teleported out. Ichigo, Thank you for helping me. How could I repay you? Pegasus asked. A few questions before we continue, Ichigo said. Okay, Pegasus replied. Suddenly the remaining group barged in. Took you long enough? Ichigo joked. The remaining 5 collapsed on the floor tired. Then Kyoka brought Sito's body to the room and disappeared. Now then, Pegasus. Please hand over the souls of my grandfather. Yugi said once he regains his breath. As well as my older brother, Makuba said. A deal is a deal, Pegasus said and walked over to a table and released the souls trapped in the cards. The souls soon returned to their bodies. Sito regained consciousness and seeing his brother safe and sound. Now then, Pegasus. Let's start at the beginning. Why did you do all of this? Ichigo asked. Well, that question also ties to why I have this as well. Pegasus said and revealed his Millennium Eye. Before I start my tale, please be comfortable and only ask questions when I finished, Pegasus asked. Okay. Everyone agreed. Cecilia, that was the name of this young woman. Pegasus began and showed a dual monster card and a painting with the image of a young woman. She was my lover and her passed away from this world when I was at the age of 17. It has been 14 years since I first met her. My father was a wealthy man who managed casinos in Las Vegas. In the evening, important people assembled for parties. At that time I met my father's friend's daughter, Cecilia. It was love at first sight. We have always talked about our dreams. I dreamed of becoming an artist also, to travel to many countries. We swore the two of us would live together. Soon after I turned 17, Cecilia died of an incurable illness. For months, I stared at the blank canvas of my heart. My mother, who studied ancient Egyptian beliefs for her doctorate, holds me that, according to ancient Egyptian belief, souls lived on after death. Suddenly an idea struck me. Perhaps I could meet Cecilia if I used the techniques handed down in ancient Egypt. I visited Egypt with that purpose in mind. In a certain village in Egypt, I met a young man. He warned me to leave the village. However, in my arrogance, I didn't listen to him and followed the man down to an underground chamber. When I ended up down there, I saw many Egyptian artifacts below. The young man I followed was at the center of the chamber. The young man noticed me and turned around. You ignored my warning. The young man said, and 2 men suddenly grabbed me. I tried to break free from their grasp, but they were too strong. I am the guardian of the Millennium Items. The only way to leave this sacred place is to be one of those chosen by the Millennium Items as of their owner. The young man said and picked up the Millennium Eye and walked towards me. I tried to convince him that I will not talk about the chambers. From this moment, you will be tested by this Millennium Eye. If it recognizes you as its owner, the Millennium Item will grant you 1 wish. The young man said. A wish? I questioned. Right. The doors of the underworld will open and you will be able to see your lover again. The young man said. Cecilia, I said, in the realization of my dreams about to come true. To see my beloved Cecilia once again. But if it doesn't recognize you as its owner, the only thing awaiting you is death. The young man said. With that, he brought the Millennium Eye to my left eye and pushed it in. I screamed in pain and the Millennium Eye glowed. Slowly the pain stopped and from my left eye, I felt something wet. Upon further inspection, I could see blood. From a white light, I could see my Cecilia coming towards me ready to embrace me. She came down and we embraced each other. I wanted to see you, Cecilia, I said. Soon the image glowed pink and disappeared. I was left alone in the chamber crying. The only evidence of what happened was the Millennium Eye in my left eye. When I returned from Egypt, I soon became aware of Kaibacorp's virtual simulation system. I hatched a plan. To materialize Cecilia's card, Kaibacorp had to be mine, no matter what it took. Pegasus finished his story. Honestly, you could have just asked me that you wanted to create a small custom virtual system. I was already working on a portable version. Sito said. Would you do it for him, Sito, if he requested it? Ichigo asked. Well, likely not. Sito admitted. So, now that you know Sito, would you commission one to be made? Pegasus asked. Well, Sito said, unsure of the answer. Let me talk to him, Ichigo said and pulled Sito aside. Do it, Ichigo said. Why? Sito asked. For one, you can use this a new way for a product. Partnering with Industrial Illusions and create memory cards and players. It allows any memory card, basically a photo of the person in a dual monster format, and displays their image. You could use this to see how popular the device is. Once you finished your new dual system, more people want to buy one. Ichigo offered. Not a bad idea, Sito said. Also, it may allow for other joint projects with Industrial Illusion, Ichigo added. Alright then, Sito said. With that, the two walked back and the two looked at Pegasus. Pegasus, I accept your offer to make these virtual photo systems. In exchange, we make this a combined effort. Your company allows people to mail you photos of the person, make the cards, and my company will sell the virtual system. Sito proposed. You will also receive the final product and demonstrated it. Deal. Thank you, Ichigo and Sito. Pegasus said. With that, everyone stood up and stretched. Pegasus, do you want me to take your Millennium Eye? Ichigo asked. Why? Pegasus asked. Because whoever that was who tried to steal your Millennium Eye will try to take it again, Ichigo explained. I agree with your logic. However, how would you protect it better than me? Pegasus asked. Ichigo smirked and allowed a little of his Ryatsu to be unsealed. Suddenly everyone was slammed to the floor and all but Ichigo felt as if something is pressing down on them like they're at the bottom of the ocean. Soon that feeling stopped and disappeared. Now do you believe I cannot protect the Millennium Eye? Ichigo asked. I believe so, Pegasus said. Ichigo walked towards Pegasus and moved the hair from his Millennium Eye. I recommend laying down, Ichigo said. Pegasus laid down and Ichigo took a deep breath and the Millennium Eye and pulled. Pegasus screamed in pain as Ichigo pulled the Millennium Eye out. Once it was over, Ichigo sent the Millennium Eye to his mindscape. After that, Ichigo began using medical Kido to begin healing the damaged tissue. After 20 minutes, Ichigo healed all of the damage and managed to close the eyelid on Pegasus's left eye. What should we do with him? Makuba asked. You guys leave. I'll wait for him to wake up. Ichigo said. Are you sure? Yugi asked. Yeah. I got this. Ichigo said. With that said, everyone went out of the room, leaving Ichigo and Pegasus alone. You can come out now. I know you are hiding. Ichigo said. From the floor, a man wearing a pale white robe and turban. On his neck is a golden ankh with a key-like bottom. While in his hand he has a golden scale. How did you detect me? The guest asked. I can detect your Ryatsu as well as the souls in those items, Ichigo said. You can sense the souls in the Millennium items. The guest said. I can. Before we continue, can I get a name? Ichigo asked. My name is Shadi. Yours? Shadi asked. Ichigo said. Have you stolen the Millennium Eye from Pegasus? Shadi asked. I did not take it from him. I asked and he allowed me to remove it from him. Ichigo said. You must give it back. Shadi yelled. They must be all sealed away. Shadi yelled. It is my job to destroy all of them and release the souls trapped in them, Ichigo said. Your job? Shadi asked. I am a Shinigami. It is a Shinigami's job to maintain the balance of life and death. When these Millennium items awaken in Japan, Amaterasu allowed me to investigate since this is impacting her children. Ichigo answered. I see. Shadi said. Yes. You are also going to explain to me why are these items so important? Ichigo said. No, Shadi said and began to sink below. Like hell, I am going to let my lead in this investigation escape. Ichigo thought as he fired a Rikujikoro at Shadi. The Kido managed to stop Shadi from leaving. Ichigo grabbed him and forced him back up. Ichigo then took the Millennium Scales and Ki from him and sent them into his mindscape. What did you do with them? Shadi yelled as he tried to break free from the Kido. I sent them to a safe space where no one but myself could access, Ichigo said. Now then, are you going to explain to me the reason for the Millennium items? Why are they all important and why are you protecting them? Ichigo asked Shadi. No. I will not. Shadi said. Okay then, Ichigo said. Ichigo summoned Suki no Hansha. Scatter. Kyoka Suijetsu. Yomu Kyoku. Ichigo said and stabbed Shadi in the gut and quickly dismissing Suki no Hansha. Ichigo then set Shadi free from Rikujikoro and Shadi quickly disappeared with a lot of confusion. A few seconds later, Pegasus woke up. Ichigo, where did everyone else go? Pegasus asked. I sent them all away since they really couldn't do anything, Ichigo said. Well, thank you for all of your help. Pegasus said. No problem, Ichigo said. Is there something I could do for you? Pegasus asked. Well, I just finished working on some decks and I was wondering if you could make them into actual decks. Ichigo said. Why me? You are working for Kaiba Corp. You could get it made there. Pegasus said. True, however, some of the cards are new concepts and likely Sito would add it to this deck since one deck is entirely themed on blue eyes, Ichigo explained. I see. Sure, let me see it tonight. Pegasus said. Thanks. I did as much as I could regarding your left eye. I made it where your eyelid is permanently closed so that way it does not look that abnormal. Ichigo said. Okay. Thanks. Tell the kids that in 2 hours at dinner, I will award Yugi Boy and Joey their prize. Pegasus said. Okay, Ichigo said and walked out. As he walked down, Ichigo arrived at everyone's rooms and told them that Pegasus is fine and Pegasus will have the award ceremony during dinner. When dinner arrived, Pegasus officially awarded Yugi with the title of King of Games and awarded Joey the prize money. Once the formal ceremony was over, Pegasus told them that tomorrow there is a ship that will take them back to Domino Harbor. Everyone agreed to stay for one more night. Once dinner was over, everyone went back to their room and got ready to leave tomorrow. Ichigo took his laptop and went to Pegasus's room and he showed Pegasus the deck. Ichigo emailed Pegasus the deck list and card designs for every card. Pegasus told Ichigo that he'll call him when it is done. With that, Ichigo went back to his room and went to bed. The next morning, everyone got up and went to the harbor and set sail back to Domino City. When the ship arrived back, Pegasus had his bodyguards posted there and prevented the worst thing to ever be invented from attacking Yugi, Joey, or Sito. Those mighty guards protected them from the viscous fangirls. Once those three stepped off the ship, the fangirls grew vicious and Ichigo told everyone to quickly get into Sito's limo. Everyone ran to the limo. Yugi barely made it in. Most of his shirt and pants were ripped and his hair was messed up. With that, the limo driver drove everyone back to their house. Luckily, none of the fangirls discovered their addresses or those demons would have camped outside of their houses. While they were in the limo, the radio talked about some sort of Egyptian exhibit of some sort. With that done, Ichigo, Makuba, and Sito arrived back safely to the Kaiba mansion. Man, those fangirls were vicious, Makuba said. I agree, Sito said. It could be worse, Ichigo said. How? Sito asked. They could be students at Domino High, Ichigo said. Suddenly reality smacked them in the head. Many of them were their age. High chances those demons were from their school. I hate you right now, Sito said. Other than fangirls, it couldn't get any worse, Makuba said. Ichigo smacked Makuba in the face. Ow! Makuba yelled. What was that for? Makuba asked. Have you never watched any movies? Ichigo asked. Never say those words, Ichigo warned. Suddenly the Sito's phone rang and scaring Makuba. Sito sighed and picked up the phone. What is it? Sito said. You have an Ishizu Ishtar from the Egyptian government who would like to speak to you. Sito's secretary said. Ishizu Ishtar? Sito said. Page her through, Sito said. Yes, sir. Sito's secretary said. Hello? A female voice said. You are Ishizu Ishtar, the curator of the Egyptian exhibit that just arrived here yesterday, correct? Sito asked. I am. In 2 days, I would like you to come to my Egyptian exhibit before it opens. I wish to show you something that would interest you. Ishizu asked. Okay. I'll come. Sito said. Okay. Make sure you come alone. Ishizu said and hung up the phone. Sito then hung up the phone and explained to Ichigo and Makuba what is going on. See Makuba, you had to challenge her, Ichigo said. Her? Makuba asked. Fate. One does not simply challenge fate. Unless you are strong enough to beat her at her own game. Ichigo said. Ichigo, in 2 days, you are coming with me to this meeting, Sito said. Okay. I guess I need to brush up on my Egyptian history. Ichigo said and walked off. Chapter 13, Arc 3. The chauffeur drove Ichigo and the Kaiba brothers back to their mansion. When Ichigo returned to his room, he decided to call Iu and his sisters. Hi, Onie-chan. Yuzu yelled. Hello, Ichi and I, Karen said. Hello, Iu said. Hello Yuzu, Karen, and Iu, Ichigo replied. We saw you at the Duelist Kingdom tournament, Iu said. You could have told us that you were going to be there. Yuzu complained. It looked like you were having fun, Karen added. I wasn't there to have fun, Ichigo said. But it looked like you were. Yuzu said. Everyone at Kuo saw you on the live broadcast. They all immediately hounded us to see if there was a connection between us and you, Karen said. Once it was confirmed, they all immediately joked the fact that although you were in the tournament, you didn't have a deck. It was funnier whenever the cameras turned to you, you were treating the tournament as if it was a camping trip. Yuzu said. From those recordings, it does portray my time there was fun. Keep in mind that I was invited by Pegasus so he could try and kidnap Makuba, Ichigo added. Besides that, from the recordings that were released, it appears that you are friends with Moto Yugi, the new king of games. Karen said. I wouldn't say that. Yugi and I are more like acquaintances. Ichigo said. Before Yuzu and Karen could question Ichigo more, he interrupted them. Girls, can you turn off speaker mode and hand Iu the phone? Ichigo asked. Okay Ichi and I, Karen said as she turned off speaker mode and gave it to Iu. Hey Iu. Do you think it's safe at Kuo right now? Ichigo asked. For right now, Iu said. I see. Do you think Yuzu and Karen are strong enough to fight for themselves? Ichigo asked. No, Iu said. I see. Ichigo said. Why are you asking me? Iu asked. With the tournament over, Makuba will need to go back to school. For him to be safe, you will have to watch over Makuba while I watch over Sito. Ichigo explained. Okay, Iu said. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be over, Iu said. Wait, what about the girls? While they are not enough to fight for themselves, Rias and her peerage promised to keep an eye on them, Iu said. Okay, Ichigo replied and hung up. 10 minutes later, Iu appeared surrounded in black flames. Ichigo gave Iu a quick hug and then the two walked to Sito's office. Ichigo knocked on the door. Come in, Sito said. Ichigo and Iu opened the door. Sito was sitting on his desk looking over some paperwork, while Makuba was doing some homework on his laptop. What do you need, Ichigo? He asked as he continued to look at the various paperwork. I'm here to verify that Iu is needed to watch over Makuba again, Ichigo said. Sito put down the paperwork and looked at the two. Thank you for bringing this up. I honestly forgot to ask you about that. Sito said. No problem, Ichigo replied. I will need her to guard Makuba. Even though the situation with Pegasus is taken care of, I still have various enemies to worry about. Sito said. That reminds me, what are you going to do about those other stockholders? Ichigo asked. Not sure. I can try and force them to sell their shares, since we have evidence that they wanted to do illegal acts. However, this will cause a power vacuum within the company. It will also cause many people to become very nervous to invest in the company. Sito said. Don't worry about it. I'll prevent the power vacuum. Ichigo said. Ichigo. I know you are some sort of supernatural warrior, but this is economics. Sito said. Sito, do you trust me? Ichigo said. I do, Sito replied. Then do it, Ichigo said. If you say so, Sito said. Anything else you need? Sito asked. No, Ichigo said. Ichigo and EU walked out of Sito's office. The two walked back to their respective rooms and went to bed. Next morning, Domino High School. Ichigo's job as a bodyguard was truly tested today. Many people who saw the livestream of the Duelist Kingdom tournament recognize a few students from their own high school. Everyone from Yugi's little group of friends was attacked by the mob of fangirls. Luckily, Joey and Tristan were strong and fast enough to take Tia and Yugi away from the fangirls. Meanwhile, Ichigo managed to intimidate many of the fangirls to stop them from harassing Sito. At school, Ichigo used this opportunity to look over Shadi's memories in an attempt to be prepared for the meeting with the Egyptian curator. Soon the day was over and Ichigo was forced to intimidate the fangirls and run to safely get to the limo. While Ichigo and Sito were driving back to the mansion, Ichigo sensed something. A garganta just opened up. Ichigo sensed. Pull over, Ichigo ordered. The chauffeur pulled the car over and stopped on the side of the road. Ichigo, what happened? Sito asked. I need to check on something. I'll meet you at the mansion later. Ichigo said. Fine, Sito said. Ichigo got out of the limo and began to run. Kyoka, can you trace where the garganta opened up? Ichigo asked. Already on it, Kyoka replied. Ichigo randomly turned into an alleyway and shunped to the source of the Ryatsu. When Ichigo arrived at the scene to see the garganta closing, on the ground, Ichigo could see someone face down on the ground. The person has black hair and wearing the usual Shinigami Shihakusho. Rukia! Ichigo yelled when he recognized who it was. Ichigo quickly ran to her and began to examine her body to see if there were any wounds. Suddenly her body started to spasm and Rukia began to scream. From her mouth, a white liquid began to spew out of her mouth. Hollowification. Ichigo thought. He recognized the signs anywhere. Yawatch, come out here, Ichigo asked. Yes, Ichigo? Yawatch said as he manifested. Send me and her to the trainer, Ichigo ordered. Okay, Yawatch said. Ichigo took out the trainer and Yawatch sent Ichigo and the hollowifying Rukia to the trainer. Scene change, trainer. Ichigo and Rukia appeared in the trainer. Rukia's hollowing was more prominent. Her entire face now has a white snake-shaped mask on it. 1. I need her to be immobilized so I can see what is going on in her mind. Ichigo thought. Bakudo number 9. Geki. Ichigo cast. The hollowifying Rukia glowed red. Ichigo noticed slight movements still. I'll add another Bakudo. Ichigo thought. Bakudo number 61. Rikuja Koro. Ichigo cast as he pointed at Rukia. 6 yellow-white energy beams of light slam into a Rukia's midsection, restraining the hollowifying Rukia even more. Ichigo summoned the Millennium Key and placed the tip of the Millennium Key on Rukia's face/mask. Ichigo press and turn the key counterclockwise. A colorless wave of Ryatsu resonated from the Millennium Key. Ichigo stood there frozen. Scene change, Rukia's mindscape. Ichigo entered Rukia's mindscape. He noticed that it appears to be a snowy forest. On further inspection, the snow appears to be melting. Ichigo suddenly heard fighting going on deeper in the forest. Ichigo shunpeied to where he heard the sound. Ichigo saw Sodi no Shirayuki fighting two spirits. One spirit appears male, has shoulder-length dark lavender hair. He is very lean and pale and wears a white ragged kimono. He wields a white double-edged scythe with a red blade. The scythe appears to be taller than him. While the other spirit appears female with spiked blonde hair, the roots of which appear to be bright pink and bright green eyes. She wears a short light pink ragged kimono with a brighter pink, downturned collar. She wears a yellow cloth around her waist. She fired black with dark purple energy blasts from her hand. Ichigo summoned Kokugutsu and blocked the scythe wielder's attack. Ichigo! Sodi no Shirayuki said when she recognizes Ichigo. Hello. Looks like you need some help. Ichigo said as he forced the scythe back and flung a nameless Getsuga Tensho at the man, while blocking another black fireball from the female. How are you here? Sodi no Shirayuki asked. I'll explain later, Ichigo said. Ichigo then summoned some hell chains to pierce their hands and wrap themselves around the two, preventing them from escaping. So, what are you two doing here? Ichigo asked. We're here to save Rukia. The female said. We saw her being injured by some guy wearing a white coat. The man said. The Quincy's started their attack? Ichigo thought. It might be better if you saw the attack these two are talking about. Sodi no Shirayuki said as she summoned a small screen of ice. Ichigo took the small screen of ice and looked at it. Flashback, Urahara Shoten. We could see Urahara, Uryu, and Rukia standing around what appears to be a large metal capsule. Why are we standing here and not looking for Masaki? Uryu asked. Well, Ishida-kun. This chamber we are looking at was something I invented for Masaki. Urahara said. What does it do, Urahara? Rukia asked. Due to the delays from the abnormal situations, I was forced to create this machine and place Masaki inside it. The machine is designed to slow down the deterioration of Masaki's soul chain. Urahara explained. Urahara then went to a nearby control panel and began to press various keys. A minute later, the chamber opened to reveal Masaki currently stretching. Man, that was a great nap. How long was I out? Masaki asked. 2 weeks, Uryu said. Really? Masaki asked. Yes, Masaki. You slept for 2 weeks and your soul chain didn't lose a single link. Urahara said. Wow. She said as she looked at her chain to see that Urahara wasn't lying. Anyways, here are some Ryatsu concealing cloak to avoid detection, Urahara said as he gave the three the brownish cloaks. Thank you, Masaki said. No problem. It is the least I can do for what your son had done. Urahara said. Everyone moved to the underground training area underneath Urahara Shoten. You got everything you need for this mission? Urahara asked. We have everything we need, Rukia said. Rukia raised her Zanpakuto and stabbed it in front of her and turning the Zanpakuto. The Senkamen soon opened up. Since we are not heading to the permanent Senkamen in the Siriitai, we will be traveling by the Donai, Rukia explained. Uryu remembered the first time he traveled by using the Donai. 2 minutes later, the three arrived in the 78th district of the Rukongai. Come on. We need to be in the forest area. Rukia said. Uryu and Masaki followed Rukia as she guided them to a forest. The three silently walked until they found a clearing. Kurosaki-san. Please lower the cloak's hood. Rukia said. Masaki lowered the cloak's hood to reveal her head. Rukia drew her Zanpakuto and placed the butt of her Zanpakuto on Masaki's forehead. When Rukia removed her Zanpakuto from Masaki's forehead, the symbol remained. The symbol suddenly glowed blue and Masaki's soul chain glowed blue and disappeared. So this is what Kanso does, Yuria said. It is interesting. I agree, Rukia said. Wait. You never did this before? Masaki asked. Performing normal Kanso in the world of the living, countless times. However, doing them in Soul Society and seeing this, never. Rukia said. Anyways, we should be heading back, Yuria said. Right, Rukia said as she stabbed her Zanpakuto in front of her. Right before she could turn her Zanpakuto, an arrow flew and hit her hand. Rukia turned to see a man holding a blue bow in his hand. The man's head is largely shaved, with a crop of black hair on top. He has round spectacles. He wears a slightly different Quincy uniform compared to the one she saw Yuria wore before. It includes white trousers, black boots, and a white top fastened by a black belt with a decorative buckle. He also wears a short white cape and a white hat with a black peak and gold trimming. Another Quincy. Rukia screamed as she went for her Zanpakuto. Another man came and kicked Rukia in the head and sent her a few feet towards the first man. This man has medium-length black hair with white streaks, with a strand hanging down in front of his face, reaching his mouth. He appears to wear a similar uniform to the first man. He also wears baggy pants with the cuffs tucked in his boots, 3 layers of colored silver armor around his neck, shins, and crotch accented with periwinkle stripes with an indigo jewel in the center, as well as ornamental pink, purple, and red bracers on his left arm. He has lavender eyes, a thin face with pronounced cheekbones and markings running from the ends of his eyebrows to the corners of his eyes. Who are you? Masaki asked. I am Quiljopi. The first man said. My name is Askin Naklovar. The second man said. Korosaki Masaki and Ishida Yuryu. By the orders of His Majesty, we are to capture you. Quilj said. Not without a fight. Masaki said as she summons her own Quincy bow. Yuria followed suit and summoned his bow. Eskin threw 2 small energy balls at Yurio and Masaki. Upon contact, Yurio's and Masaki's Quincy bows vanished. What's going on? Yuria said as he tried to form his Quincy bow's shape. Suddenly Quilj shot a large blast of Racier towards the 2 Quincies. The large blast of energy formed into a giant cage and captured the 2. Successful capture, Quilj said. The 2 Quincies turned around to see a tired and injured Rukia standing in their way with her Zanpakuto drawn. I'm not letting you 2 get away, Rukia said. Askin threw another small energy at Rukia. Upon contact, Rukia began to have a seizure and vomit out blood. After that, the 2 entered a golden gate and dragging with them the large cage. As Rukia's vision began to fade to black, she heard 2 people scream her name. Ototo, we need to do something. The female said. I know Anasan, but we don't know any healing techniques. The man said. What about if we pour our energies together and push it to Rukia? The girl suggested. We can try that, Anasan. The man said. The 2 kneeled beside Rukia and began to focus their Ryatsu into their hands before pushing it to Rukia's chest. Suddenly the 2 began to glow purple. A large purple flash and they disappeared. End of flashback, Rukia's mindscape. I see. Ichigo said once he finishes the recording. How did these 2 enter her mindscape? I have a theory, Kyoka said as she appeared in Rukia's mindscape. Go on, Ichigo said, ignoring Sori no Shirayuki's questionable look at Kyoka. These 2 are similar to hollows. Kyoka began. When a hollow attacked and ate them, somehow, they managed to fight control of that hollow and these 2 became the dominant minds and split into 2 different hollows with a human form. When they attempted to push their energies to Rukia, in her damaged state, they transferred their souls to Rukia, resulting in them here. Kyoka said. Okay, Ichigo said. So what do we do about them? Ichigo asked. Myself and these 2 were battling to see who would remain in Rukia's mindscape. A battle to see who would become Rukia's Zanpakuto. Sori no Shirayuki explained. Why? Ichigo asked. It is because all 3 of us want to protect Rukia. Sodi no Shirayuki said. Couldn't all three of you share your powers like how Kyoka and Zangetsu are doing? Ichigo asked. No. Sodi no Shirayuki answered. The reason why is that Rukia's soul is an old soul. Sodi no Shirayuki said. What? Ichigo asked. You see. When someone dies, their soul stops growing at that fast rate when they were alive. This is proven when someone is born in the world of the living. From 0 to 100, they are old and wrinkling and weak. However, when in Soul Society, many Shinigami are over 200 years old and they barely aged. Due to the slow rate of soul growth in Shinigami, this causes their soul to be unable to adapt and use multiple Zanpakutos. However, a soul that is still living can adapt and accept another Zanpakutos. Which is what happened to Ichigo in regards to me. Kyoka explained. So, are you three going to still fight? Ichigo asked. Yes. The two yelled as they still tried to struggle against the chains. I won't fight. Sodi no Shirayuki answered. What? The siblings yelled and stopped struggling from their chains. I would happily allow you two to become Rukia's Zanpakuto. Sodi no Shirayuki admitted. Why? The female asked. I agree with my Anasan. You fought both of us valiantly before. Now you are willing to give it up. Why? The male asked. I fought you two not to protect my bond with Rukia. Rather for my survival. Sodi no Shirayuki replied. What do you mean? The female asked. In normal situations, if I allow you two to take by a bond with Rukia, I would disappear eventually. Sodi no Shirayuki said. But now. The male said. An alternate solution appeared. Sodi no Shirayuki said. Me? Ichigo said. Yes, you Ichigo-sama. Sodi no Shirayuki said. Sodi no Shirayuki, please call me Ichigo, Ichigo said. Wait. Aren't bonds like this normally strong? Like the one my Ototo and I have? The female asked. Normally, my bond with Rukia would be strong. However, the bond between myself and Rukia is already weak. Sodi no Shirayuki said. But Rukia was able to call on your power, Ichigo said. As he remembered Moromesa and Koga Kuchiki's relationship. She has stopped using my powers for over 50 years. After you rescued her, that was when she found the resolve to start using my powers again. But the damage has been too much. Normally she forest would be a snowy winter forest. However, the sun constantly shines down here. The sun is her representation of her fears and her lack of will. I managed to hide from many of the changes. Before you came in, I would fight due to the need to survive. Now, there is a way for both of us. You two will become Rukia's new Zanpakuto. Sodi no Shirayuki said. What about you? Ichigo asked. For me. Sodi no Shirayuki said as she walked closer to Ichigo. I'll find a new master. Sodi no Shirayuki said and kissed Ichigo on his lips. Ichigo Kurosaki, will you accept me as another Zanpakuto? Sodi no Shirayuki asked. I accept you Sodi no Shirayuki, Ichigo said. Sodi no Shirayuki summoned her Zanpakuto and stabbed Ichigo in the chest. A white and sky blue light suddenly flashed out, blinding everyone. When the light dimmed, Kyoka and the two siblings could see Ichigo holding another katana. The noticeable detail about this new katana is that it has a tsuba in the shape of a snowflake and a sky blue hilt. Dance! Ichigo began to say as he holds the Zanpakuto out in front of him and turns it in a circle counterclockwise. Sodi no Shirayuki. Ichigo finished. As Ichigo finished the release, the blade, hilt, and tsuba turn completely white. The tsuba becomes a hollow snowflake-like circle and a white ribbon forms from the pommel. Sodi no Shirayuki appeared again. So you're joining us then, Kyoka said. I am. Sodi no Shirayuki said. Kyoka. Can you please bring Shirayuki back to my mindscape and help her settle down? Ichigo asked. Okay, Ichigo, Kyoka said as she dragged Shirayuki back to Ichigo's mindscape. As you too. Ichigo said and snapped his fingers. The siblings were released from the chains. Suddenly they began to glow black and purple. The mindscape began to shake and the temperature began to increase. The snow began to melt and other plants began to grow. Soon the winter forest turned into a spring forest. The two stopped glowing. Ichigo could see these two have significantly changed. The male spirit still has shoulder-length dark lavender hair. He is very lean and now has light brown skin. He now wears a black robe with a hood that provides a shadow to cover his face, allowing his eerie lavender eyes to glow brighter in the darkness. He still wields the double-edged scythe Ichigo saw him use earlier. While the female spirit kept her spiked blonde hair, but it is shoulder length now. She also kept her green eyes. She now wears a black yukata with purple asagao flowers with a pink obi. How do you feel? Ichigo asked. Great. The male said. Fantastic. The female said. Do you two have names? Ichigo asked. We do. The male was about to say before being interrupted by his Anasan. Atoto. We do have names. The female said. We do? The male said. Focus on the energy within. Our soul will tell us our names. The female said. Reap the memories. The male said. And let it fade to black. The female said. Kyoko Keshigomu, memory eraser, they said together. They both glowed together and Ichigo could now feel Rukia's Ryatsu flowing from them now. They are together now. How does it feel to become completely fused with Rukia? Ichigo asked. I feel fine. The male said. I do too. The female said. So, what is your name? Ichigo asked. We are Kyoko Keshigomu. They said at the same time. I mean, what are you two calling yourself separately? Ichigo said. Oh. They said together. Then they sat down to think. Suddenly the male stood up. I got it. The male said. What? The female asked. Remember before we died, Rukia said she got a name for both of us. The male started. I remember that time. The female said. I managed to sift through her memories to find out what she wanted to name us. The male said. So what did Rukia wanted to name us? She asked. Rukia wanted to name you Hamura, while she wanted to name me Shizuka. The newly dubbed Shizuka said. Wow, Hamura. The newly dubbed Hamura said. Even at a young age, she still made bad puns. Ichigo commented. Shizuka and Hamura looked at Ichigo. By putting your names together, it means the two of you shine brightly, Ichigo explained. Oh. The two said. Before I leave, can you not tell Rukia that I was here? Ichigo asked. Why the need for secrecy? Hamura asked. Here are a few reasons. Reason 1, Soul Society needs to be strong enough to take care of their own business. Reason 2 is that if Soul Society discovers that I do have my powers again, they would want me to be under constant surveillance. Reason 3, I would likely be executed due to how many secrets I know and or how much power I have. Ichigo said. We'll keep your secret, Shizuka said. Okay then. I'll arrange it where Rukia will train with the wizards. Ichigo said. Who? Hamura asked. They are a group of Shinigami who were experimented on and gained hollow powers, Ichigo said. Why do you want Rukia to go to them? Shizuka asked. She would likely need to go to them since she now has hollow powers due to you two being hollows before, Ichigo explained. What is the proof? Hamura asked. Well, before I entered here, Rukia began to hollowify. She now has a complete hollow mask on her face. Ichigo said. Okay then, Hamura said. With that done, Ichigo disappeared in rainbow sparkles. Gaming dimension, outside. A minute later, the Millennium Key slowly turned by itself clockwise and Ichigo unfroze. The hollowified Rukia stood there. The skin began to deteriorate. Once the hollow body finished deteriorating, it revealed an unconscious pale Rukia Kachiki. Ichigo picked up her body and willed himself out of the trainer. Scene change, Domino City. Ichigo appeared out of the trainer with an unconscious Rukia in his arms. Please deliver her to the wizards, Ichigo said as he passed the unconscious Rukia to Yawatch. Yawatch nodded and grabbed the unconscious Rukia and used Terenkyako to leave. Ichigo then used Shuinpa to return to the mansion. Scene change, Sito's mansion. Ichigo used Shuinpa back to the mansion. Ichigo quickly went to Sito's door and knocked. Come in, Sito said. Ichigo walked in and closed the door. Yes? Sito asked. Do you need anything? Ichigo asked. Other than get ready for that meeting with that Egyptian curator, nothing for you. Sito said. Okay. Has EU and Makuba returned yet? Ichigo asked. They just returned, Sito said. What happened today? Sito asked. I felt a portal opening up so I investigated, Ichigo said. Is this related to those items? Sito asked. No, it not, Ichigo said. Suddenly Sito's phone began to ring. Sito picked up the phone. Hello? I see. I'll keep my end of the bargain. Good night. Sito said and hung up the phone. Who called? Ichigo asked. The Big Five. They called me in regards to the deal I proposed to them. In exchange for them selling their stocks, I don't release the videos I have to the public. They're all are going to sell their stock tomorrow morning. Sito said. I see. Anything else? Ichigo asked. No, Sito said. Okay. Night. Ichigo said as he left Sito's room. Ichigo went back to his room. Ichigo cast an anti-listening Keto barrier around him. Once done, Ichigo called Surzex. Hey, Surzex. Can you do it? Alright, thanks. Ichigo said and ended the call. After that Ichigo went to bed. Scene change, Kaiba Mansion, morning. Ichigo woke up the next morning and took care of his exercises. Ichigo managed to master the 4 elements. Ichigo is trying to combine the elements. Ichigo is currently working on using fire and the earth to create lava. After another failed attempt to get lava from the ground, Ichigo took a quick shower and walked down to the dining room. Ichigo could see Sito arguing on the phone. No information? I don't care. I paid you to find me information on this person. Don't call me unless you find me this information. Sito yelled and hung up on the person. Something bad happened? Ichigo asked. This morning, at 6:23 the Big Five sold all of their stock of Kaiba Corp. In less than 2 minutes later, at 6:25, some person named Voro Burna bought all 40% of the shares to Kaiba Corp. Sito said angrily. I see. Ichigo said. Surzex pull through with the plan. Ichigo thought. Ichigo continued to eat his breakfast, ignoring Sito's occasional grumbling. A few minutes later, EU and Makuba came down. Makuba was about to comment on Sito's attitude but stopped when he saw Ichigo shaking his head. After everyone finished eating breakfast, Ichigo, Sito, Makuba, and EU got into the limo and drove to school. The chauffeur dropped Makuba and EU off first. Then he dropped Ichigo and Sito at school. The school day practically was the same. Most of the school population by now learned to stay away from Sito due to Ichigo's reputation as a karate champion. Ichigo sat in the back of the classroom and was reading another book. Ichigo? Kyoka said. Yes? Ichigo replied. I think it is time for us to talk, Kyoka said. Okay, Ichigo said and entered his mindscape. Scene change, Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo arrived in his mindscape. His mindscape changed a lot. According to Yawatch, Ichigo's mindscape was a forest with many mountains in the far distance. Then when Masaki died, a large thunderstorm came. Tornadoes and lightning rained down in Ichigo's mindscape. Eventually, the storm ended. From the remnants of the storm, much of the natural beauty was destroyed. As time progressed, Ichigo's mindscape changed. It now is skyscrapers shooting as high as the sky, symbolizing Ichigo's desires and dreams. Once again the constant flooding and weakening dreams came and Ichigo's mindscape is destroyed once more. This time, the remnants of the skyscraper now have plants and life growing from the broken windows, symbolizing new dreams and desires forming from the broken ones. Ichigo noticed that in the far distance, one large king piece stands. The king piece looks similar to a skyscraper. This is due to the 35 squares decorate around the piece. To Ichigo's left, Ichigo could see many traditional Japanese houses decorated in green and purple. Likely the place where Kyoka and Hogyoku relax, Ichigo theorized. As he walked down more, Ichigo could see the bar he tactically acquired from the Fullbringers. The bar has integrated with a nearby cave, giving it the dark feeling that the bar originally has but with a unique twist. Walking down, Ichigo could see his 6 Azura Machina in some sort of chamber. Likely a power charging chambers for each of them, Ichigo thought. As he walked more, he could hear 2 dragon roars in the distance. Ichigo could see Kazara and Valiona racing each other in their dragon forms. Ichigo smiled at the antic. Ichigo decided to use Shuunpa to chase after them. Soon Ichigo arrived at a very large Japanese house. It is decorated in black, red, white, and blue. Ichigo entered the house to see Zangetsu, Yawatch, Kazara, Valiona, Kyoka, Hogyoku, and Shirayuki sitting. "What took you so long, King?" Zangetsu asked. "I was just taking the scenic route," Ichigo said. "Right?" Zangetsu replied. "Quit it," Kyoka said. "Yes, Mom," Zangetsu replied sarcastically. "So Kyoka, why did you call the meeting?" Ichigo asked. "For one, to formally celebrate our new sister," Kyoka said. "Sister?" Shiroyuki asked. "Yes, sister. Normally, a Zanpakuto would represent all the emotions of their user, the other half to a soul. However, Ichigo doesn't follow the ordinary in this." Hogyoku said. "When has King ever been normal?" Zangetsu added. "Shut it, Zangetsu," Ichigo said. "Hogyoku, please continue." "Since you have multiple beings in your soul, each being took a few emotions to fuse with," Hogyoku said. "I accepted your courage, bravery, determination, your hopes," Yawatch said. "I accepted your instincts, your rage, your ambitions, and desires," Zangetsu said. "I accepted your intellect, cunning, wisdom, wit, and dreams," Kyoka said. "I accepted your creativity, trustworthiness, and loyalty," Hogyoku said. "I see," Shiroyuki said. "We didn't choose what we took, it is what the soul and ourselves found," Hogyoku said. Shiroyuki sat there meditating for a few seconds. She then glowed black, then red, then white, then blue, finally glowing all 4, and the floors faded when she opened her eyes. "I accepted your caring, ruthless, lonely, and humble nature," Shiroyuki said. "I accept you all. We all are one," Ichigo said. Black, red, blue, green, purple, white and ice blue energy began to spin around the 8. "And one for all!" Everyone yelled. The collection of energy exploded outward in a non-destructive way. Now that is done, Sito has that meeting with that lady from the Egyptian exhibit. "Kyoka and Hogyoku, have you finished looking through Shadi's memories?" Ichigo asked. "Not yet. Due to the sudden appearance of a snow-covered mountain and an ice pagoda, we didn't finish yet," Hogyoku said. "Snow-covered mountain? Ice palace?" Ichigo asked. "I made myself a snow-covered mountain and near the top, I made an ice pagoda," Shiroyuki said as she blushed in embarrassment. Anyways, Ichigo said, regaining everyone's attention, I need you two to finish going through Shadi's memories. Ichigo said. Okay. Kyoka and Hogyoku said. Shiroyuki, Ichigo said and looked at her. Do you know how Rukia managed to find my location? Ichigo asked. That was my doing, Shiroyuki admitted. Please explain, Ichigo said. When Rukia originally passed her powers to you, I was also sent to your mindscape. During that short amount of time, I managed to form a bond with you. When I was sent back to Rukia's mindscape, that bond survived. However, the bond was strong enough to allow me to know your location and some of your memories. Shiroyuki explained. I see. It doesn't explain how Rukia opened a Garganta to my location. Ichigo said. I managed to push the thought of Domino City to hollow-wifing Rukia's mind and she managed to open a Garganta here, Shiroyuki explained. Anyways, during these class times, we are going to spend time together to get to know you better and learn your powers, Ichigo said. Okay, Shiroyuki said. After Sito meeting with that Egyptian curator, we are going to look for a katana you want to be your sealed state, Ichigo said. Why? Shiroyuki asked. When I accepted you, Kyoku Keshigomo took over the Asachi Rukia has. To fully manifest your powers without draining myself, we need to find a katana you like and turn it into your own Asachi. Ichigo explained. Okay, Shiroyuki explained. Zangetsu and Yawatch anything to add? Ichigo asked. When are we rescuing Masaki? Zangetsu asked. Once we figure out where she is, Ichigo replied. How are we going to do that? Zangetsu asked. I don't know, Ichigo said. May I say something? Yawatch asked. Go ahead, Ichigo said. From what I can remember, Johabak made his secret base somewhere in Soul Society, Yawatch said. What? Ichigo yelled. How? Shiroyuki asked. At the time, Johabak believed that Yamamoto would never consider Soul Society to be a potential hiding spot of his Quincy army. So at the last moment, he used an untested technique to teleport himself and some of his members to Soul Society. They quickly hid somewhere in Soul Society. Yawatch said. I see, Ichigo said. We need to tell Soul Society. Shiroyuki said. No. Ichigo objected. Why? Shiroyuki asked. Few reasons, Ichigo said. The first is that Johabak used Yamamoto's arrogance against himself. Yamamoto wouldn't consider it a possibility. Ichigo said. Yawatch and Kyoka nodded in agreement. The second one is that how would we explain the source of information? It was already dangerous warning Soul Society of the impending war. Ichigo said. I guess you are right, Shiroyuki said. Any other important matters to bring up? Ichigo asked. No one responded. Meeting adjourned, Ichigo said and left his mindscape. Scene change, Domino High. Ichigo's eyes regained focus as he gave a glance at the clock. The first class just barely finished. Ichigo thought. Hello, Ichigo-senpai, Yugi said as he walked over to Ichigo. Hello, Yugi. Where are Joey and the others? Ichigo asked. Joey is off to see his mother and sister. As for Tristan and Tia, they went to get some lunch. Yugi said. I see, Ichigo said. Yugi looked at Ichigo's table to see a book about Egyptian history. Ichigo-senpai, why are you reading a book about Egyptian history? Yugi asked. I'm reading a book about Egyptian history due to a meeting. Sito is going to have a private meeting with an Egyptian curator tonight, Ichigo said. Sito looked up and glared at Ichigo for telling Yugi about his private meeting. Ichigo ignored Sito's glare. I see. You want to be prepared if she tries to scam Sito. Yugi theorized. Not necessary, according to images I found of her, she might possess a millennium item, Ichigo said. Really? Yugi asked. Yes. Due to this, Sito wants me to know as much Egyptian knowledge I can for me to be prepared in case she tries to pull something on Sito. Ichigo explained. I see. During class breaks, can I help? Yugi asked. Sure, Ichigo replied. With that, Yugi helped Ichigo learn as much Egyptian history during that school day. Eventually, the day was over and Sito's limo was waiting outside the school. Ichigo and Sito entered the limo and the chauffeur drove them away from the school. While in the car, Ichigo pulled out his computer to search for a katana for Shirayuki. What are you searching for? Sito asked. I'm looking for an ice-themed katana, Ichigo said. Why? Sito asked. It is for a friend, Ichigo replied. Chauffeur, head to Forged Artifact, Sito ordered. Yes, sir. The chauffeur replied. What is Forged Artifact? Ichigo asked. It is a store I founded that does amazing custom-themed weapons, Sito said. I see, Ichigo said. Soon the limo stopped and the chauffeur opened the door of the limo. Sito and Ichigo walked out and entered the store. Hello, welcome to Forged Artifact. Hama Ichigo-kun. The storekeeper said. Oh. Gassen-san. Ichigo said, upon recognizing the man. You know his man? Sito asked. A few years ago, I was moving from my old location here. I needed someone to help me load up my moving van. So I ended up hiring Ichigo to help me load up my moving van. Gassen said. I see, Sito said. Anyways, what can I help you two with? Gassen asked. Gassen-san, I was wondering if you have any ice-themed katanas, Ichigo said. Ice-themed? Gassen asked. Yes, ice-themed, Ichigo said. Let me see, Gassen said as he went to the back of the store. A few minutes later, Gassen brought out a beautiful violet katana. It was decorated with silver pieces all over, too. So beautiful, Ichigo said. Yes, she is, Gassen said. How much? Ichigo asked. For this beauty, normally I would sell this for at least 650,000 yen. Holy shit. That is expensive. Ichigo thought. However, I will sell it to you, Ichigo, for 450,000, Gassen said. Sure, Ichigo said. He took out a credit card and swiped it. Sito noticed the card had the name Voralberna on it. Ichigo, you bastard. Sito thought, angry that Ichigo played him. Gassen accepted Ichigo's credit card. While waiting for the transaction to finish, Ichigo noticed that engraved on the blade was the kanji. Kosetsu, Snowfall. Ichigo read. When the transaction finished, Ichigo and Sito left Forged Artifact with the new katana in hand. During the drive back, Ichigo could hear Kyoka and Shirayuki talking about the new katana for Shirayuki. I am so jealous of how pretty that katana is, Kyoka said. I know. I love how it looks. Shirayuki said. Meanwhile, Sito was thinking of something else. Did Ichigo become my bodyguard just to get control of my company? Will this be similar to what happened with the Big Five? Sito thought. Should I try to address Ichigo? Ichigo, Kyoka said. Yes? Ichigo replied. Sito found out you are connected with Voralberna. He is worried that you might do the same thing as the Big Five. Kyoka said. I see. I will talk to Sito about it when we get back to the mansion. Ichigo said. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the mansion. Sito immediately bolted to the mansion. Sito! Ichigo yelled. Sito ignored Ichigo. Ichigo sighed and ran after him. A few minutes later, Ichigo cornered Sito in an empty hallway. What do you want? Sito angrily asked. What got into you? I know after we left Forged Artifact, I noticed you were angry. What is the problem? Ichigo asked. You want to know my problem? Sito yelled. Yes. Ichigo replied. My problem right now is my trusted friend. You persuaded me to make the Big Five sell their shares of my company. Immediately after those shares are sold, a person named Voralberna bought all those shares. I couldn't find any information about Voralberna. Suddenly, my friend, who I trust to protect my little brother, pulls out a credit card that has the name of Voralberna on it. Seeing this and the fact that you didn't tell me made me think. What if the Voralberna is trying to do what the Big Five failed? Sito yelled. I see. I am sorry that what I did made you think that. Ichigo said. Before Sito could say anything in response, Ichigo continued to talk. But I did this with no intention of taking over your company. Ichigo said. Why did you buy those shares then? Sito asked. I bought them because of a few reasons, Ichigo said. Reasons? Set questioned. Yes, reasons. The first reason is that due to the Big Five suddenly selling their shares all at once like that, it makes other stock buyers believe that Kaiba Corp is having issues and lose confidence. Ichigo said. That first reason is a valid one, Sito said. What else? Sito asked. Another reason is that I bought them so that you do not need to worry about any of the other stockholders trying to influence any decisions or trying to take over the company, Ichigo said. Fine, Sito said. Look. I am sorry for not telling you about Voralberna. Ichigo said. Any important secrets that I should know about? Sito asked. As of right now, no. Ichigo said. Okay then. In 4 hours, we have that meeting at Domino City Museum. Sito said. Alright, Ichigo said. With that settled, Ichigo went back to his room. Kyoka. Are you done with looking over Shadi's memories? Ichigo asked. Yes, Ichigo, I finished it, Kyoka replied. Is there anything different compared to the information from Yugi in those various textbooks I've read? Ichigo asked. Many of the things alike with each other. Some things include lifestyle and the various Egyptian gods. However, the only different things are that the Millennium items have not been recorded down. Kyoka said. Really? Ichigo said. Yes. And I know why. Kyoka said. Why? Ichigo asked. According to Shadi's memories, the Millennium items were created to help the Egyptians fight against invaders. Pharaoh Akhenaten sought to protect his land through mystical means and laid down the command for the 7 magical Millennium items to be forged, based on an ancient spell found in the Millennium Spellbook. Akhenaten's brother, Akhenaten, was charged with creating the items, but Akhenaten refrained from informing his brother that to do so, 99 human sacrifices were required. The village of Kul Elna became the victim of the pharaoh's unwitting decree, as Akhenaten had them slaughtered, their blood, bone, and flesh melted in with the gold that was cast in the mystic rite that formed the items. Kyoka said. Dame. Could these 99 souls still be trapped in the items? Ichigo asked. Likely not, Kyoka replied. I see. Any other important information? Ichigo asked. According to Shadi's memories, there are 7 Millennium items, Kyoka said. The Millennium Puzzle is with Yugi/Yami. The Millennium Eye, Millennium Scale, and Millennium Key are with us. What else is there? Ichigo asked. The other 3 Millennium items are the Millennium Ring, the Millennium Rod, and the Millennium Necklace, Kyoka said. Did Shadi know where they are at? Ichigo asked. The Millennium Ring is lost as of this moment. As for the Millennium Rod and Millennium Necklace, they are supposed to be with the Ishtar family. Kyoka said. Wait. Isn't Sito meeting with someone with the surname Ishtar? Ichigo asked. Yes, Ishizu Ishtar. That Egyptian museum curator. Kyoka clarified. Ishizu Ishtar will have either the Millennium Rod and Millennium Necklace, Ichigo said. I agree, Hogyoku said. Wait. What powers does the Millennium Rod and Millennium Necklace have? Ichigo asked. The Millennium Rod can control the victim's mind, Kyoka said. Really? Ichigo asked. Yes, Kyoka replied. Any important facts about the Millennium Rod I should know about? Ichigo asked. There is a secret compartment for a knife as well, Kyoka added. Okay. What about the Millennium Necklace? Ichigo asked. The Millennium Necklace can see into the future. Kyoka said. Seriously? Ichigo said. Yes, I am serious about the Millennium Necklace's powers. Kyoka said. I see, Ichigo said. Ichigo, Kyoka said. Yes? Ichigo asked. When you go see Ishizu, can you have my Shurkai released but not drawn? Kyoka asked. Why? Ichigo asked. If Ishizu has the Millennium Necklace, she would likely try to send a vision of the past or future to Sito. If you use my blade, I would be able to record the vision and compare it to Shadi's memories. Kyoka proposed. It could work, Ichigo said. Then in her shock, you could quickly stab her and we could also get access to her memories, Hogyoku added. I will do that, Ichigo said. Great, Kyoka said. Anything else? Ichigo asked. No, Hogyoku said. Nothing important, Kyoka said. Great, Ichigo said as he looked over some more notes. Are you sure we shouldn't tell him about who might show up in a few weeks? Hogyoku asked. Ichigo is already worried about a lot of things. Any more might overload him. We'll tell him when it is confirmed that he will show up. Kyoka replied. I hope you know what you are doing, Hogyoku said and left. Scene change, 4 hours later, Sito's limo. Ichigo and Sito were in Sito's limo driving down the freeway. Ichigo, Kyoka and Hogyoku was mentally checking Ichigo's checklist to get ready for their meeting with Ishizu. Released Tsuki no Hansha? Ichigo asked. Check and I'm ready, Kyoka said. Shadi's memory file opened? Ichigo asked. Opened invisible, Hogyoku said. When shit hits the fan, Ichigo asked. Bored and ready, Zangetsu said. Ready, Yawatch said. Ichigo left his mindscape and looked at Sito. You mentally ready? Sito asked. I am, Ichigo said. Soon the limo arrived at Domino Museum. The chauffeur opened the door for Ichigo and Sito. They walked out of the limo. Should I leave the car running or turn the engine off? The chauffeur asked. Turn the engine off. But stay on the lookout. Sito said. Yes, sir. The chauffeur said and went back inside the limo. Ichigo and Sito walked inside the museum. They were greeted with Ishizu Ishtar and 2 bodyguards. I believed I told you that only you should come alone, Ishizu said. I go wherever goes, I come along miss, Ichigo said. All right then, Ishizu said. Everything is going as instructed. The unimportant bodyguard said as he walked in and stand posted in front of the entrance. Sito and Ichigo just walked in. No one else shall enter this building. Another unimportant bodyguard said as he walked in and stand posted next to the first one. You sure have a funny way of greeting the president of an official company, Sito commented. If I am being doubted from the beginning, I might as well take my leave right now, Sito said, and both Ichigo and Sito turned away from Ishizu. Pardon me, but I hope you will understand my reasoning for doing this, Ishizu said. This is merely a military strategy to protect the artifacts from certain individuals disputing over them within the Egyptian government. She explained. Strategy? Sito questioned. No. It's politics. Ichigo screamed mentally. You managed to regain my attention, Sito said. It doesn't take much to gain your attention, Sito. Ichigo joked mentally. Please come this way, Ishizu said and began walking. Ichigo and Sito began to follow Ishizu. Ishizu then began to talk about the history of her organization. Eventually, Sito got tired of her historic ramblings and interrupted her. If you are searching for someone to dig up mummies for you, I hate to disappoint, but my only interest lies in building high-performance silicon chips for electronic game design technology. I'm not the least bit interested in a bunch of rocks from thousands of years ago. You told me on the phone earlier about getting some rare cards. My only interest in being here is about the rare cards you told me about. You aren't about to tell me that was some sort of trick to lure me here? Sito said. Then let us cut to the chase, Ishizu said. I understand you do hold an interest in dual monsters. What if I were to tell you that the cards you cherish so much hold their origin in ancient Egypt? Ishizu said. What? Sito said. I'm not surprised that Duel Monsters was inspired by something from history, Ichigo commented. Maximilian Pegasus. The game designer that created the present form of Duel Monsters. What if I told you that he created Duel Monsters after a trip to Egypt? Ishizu asked. Could this relate to when Pegasus gained his Millennium Eye? Ichigo mentally considered. Please come with me. I think it is about time for a change in scenery. Ishizu commented and resumed walking. Do you want to continue, Sito? Ichigo asked. Sigh. I hate magic right now. Sito commented. And this is why you pay me so much, Ichigo replied. Sito ignored Ichigo's jab and resumed walking. Ichigo smiled and resumed walking as well. While they were walking down the lower levels, they passed a keep out sign. I am about to show you 2 palettes in the room up ahead. The palettes originated from the mortuary temple of the king that ruled during the 18th dynasty of Egypt. This holds the origin of dual monsters. Ishizu said. Ichigo and Sito walked towards the darkened room. They stopped at what appears to be one of the 2 palettes. Ishizu then turned the lights on. What in the? Sito yelled. On the palette, there are carvings of various images that have striking similarities to various dual monster cards. They look exactly like dual monsters. Sito said in surprise. That is correct, Ishizu said as she approached the 2. Pegasus created dual monsters after seeing this palette. I will now explain the details of the past existence of both humans and the monsters we've come to know them as. Ishizu said. The ancient Egyptians, like many cultures, thought misfortunes were caused by evil spirits, fear, and the suffering that existed within people's hearts. As a result, the pharaoh and his magicians used spells to trap the spirits. Using stone tablets as a source, the spirits were sealed within them. However, over time the evil power began to grow within the sealed tablets. Soon after, a group of priests began to rebel against the king and his magicians. They used the evil spirits sealed within the stone tablets, and a war broke out as a result. Ishizu said in ending her tale about the first palette. You got all of this down? Ichigo asked. Yep, Hogyoku said. This origin story doesn't connect with anything from those books or Shadi's memories? Ichigo asked. It connects with Shadi's memories, Kyoka replied. I see, Ichigo replied. Please look at this other palette, Ishizu asked. This is what I wanted to show you here tonight, Ishizu said. Ichigo and Sito walked towards the other palette. Please look at this palette long and carefully. Just as Mr. Pegasus did long ago. I'm certain that, just as he did, you will find some form of inspiration from this image. Ishizu instructed. Sito and Ichigo looked at the palette and immediately recognized many of the carvings. That's Yugi. Sito said. And the image carved above him is the Dark Magician. And the one standing beside the king is known as the White Beast Handler. Ishizu said. And the creature carved above him without a doubt. The Blue Eyes White Dragon. Ishizu said. Kazara. Ichigo yelled. I don't know anything, master. Kazara replied. The young pharaoh controls the magician of dark magic, and one of his priests, the White Beast Handler, confronts him using the White Beast. This palette depicts a duelist battleground that took place several millenniums ago. Ishizu said. Sito was still in shock from the tablet. Guys. Is what she is saying relating to what we have from Shadi? Ichigo asked. Sadly, it is correlating with what we got from Shadi, Hogyoku said. The Millennium Puzzle along with another similar item is depicted in this battle between the king and the priest. Legend states that when all 7 of these items join together, an unimaginable power will be born. That story is still told even today. But the most important thing is the battle between the evil priest and the righteous king. And that battle continues even now. Ishizu said. I don't believe it, I don't believe this palette. Sito said. I don't know what you are thinking, but this is reality. Please accept the truth with an open heart. Ishizu said. Suddenly the Millennium Necklace started to glow. Ichigo! Sito yelled. Ichigo quickly summoned Suki no Hansha and successfully blocked the vision Ishizu sent. What? Ishizu said in surprise. Using her shock to Ichigo's advantage, he quickly stabbed her and returned to his position before anyone noticed. You were able to block by the Millennium Necklace. How? Ishizu asked. Have you heard of the term, Osiris's messenger? Ichigo asked. What? You couldn't be one. Were legends told to us. They help ease the deceased soul to Osiris's Hall of Judgment. Ishizu said. You are right about one thing. I am not a. However, I am the Japanese equivalent of them. I am a Shinigami. Once those Millennium items entered Japan, it is now my responsibility to deal with it. Ichigo said and then turned to Sito. You alright? Better now, Sito said. If you have nothing else to talk about, we are leaving, Ichigo said. Ishizu sighed. My Millennium Necklace did not foretell me of your intervention, Ishizu said. Allow me to move to our main subject of the evening, Ishizu said. I take it you are still interested in the rare cards I mentioned over the phone, Ishizu asked. What if I were to tell you that Pegasus himself has hidden them away? Ishizu said. What? Sito questioned. Look closely at the top of the mural, Ishizu said. Ichigo and Sito looked at the top portion of the mural. The three depicted atop the palette, from right to left Obelisk the Great War God, 3, Osiris the Heavenly Dragon, 4, and the Winged Dragon of Ra. The three illusionary beasts. In our present day and age, they have come to be known as God cards. Ishizu said. God cards? Sito questioned. Pegasus created the three rare cards after viewing this palette, Ishizu said. Yes, I've heard of them, Sito said. They are cards that scared even Pegasus. So much so that he requested that we, the Bureau of Egyptian Archaeology, to seal the cards away in various locations within the Valley of the Kings. However, before long, they were stolen by a certain individual. Ishizu said. By whom? Sito asked. The Rare Hunters, Ishizu answered. Rare Hunters? Sito asked. Rare Hunters are special rare card hunting organization in secret around the world. Stealing rare cards by stealth or force, selling them on the black market for profit. I've even heard rumors recently that they have begun making counterfeit bootlegs of the rarest cards. However, before the worst can occur, we must get the God cards back. The sole purpose for us hosting this ancient Egyptian exhibit is so we can search for the whereabouts of the cards. Ishizu said. More like she saw the Millennium Puzzle and assumed that all this shit will be here in Domino City. Ichigo mentally commented. I believe that this palette can attract duelists, Ishizu said. So you're making this town into a duel monster battlefield? Sito asked. Before Ishizu could answer, Sito answered for her, I see now. They are bound to gather here in flocks to seek out the large gathering of duelists. My blue eyes as well. Sito said. Ishizu then walked towards Sito. Finally. This card. Ishizu said and hands Sito a card. That card. Obelisk the Great War God. Sito yelled in shock. This is the only card out of the three that was not stolen. To retrieve the other two, I am entrusting you with Obelisk the Great War God. Ishizu said. You're entrusting me with this card? Sito asked. Are you sure you can trust me that much? What will you do if I retrieve the rare cards and refuse to give them back? Sito asked. God damn it, Sito. You are letting your greed show up again. Ichigo mentally commented. I trust you, Ishizu said. More like you could see where Obelisk the Great War God will go to. I bet the three will go to Yugi. Ichigo mentally commented. Sito laughed and began to walk away from Ishizu. Ichigo followed silently out of the museum and back into the limo. Once the two were back in the limo and began driving down, Ichigo decided now to ask. So what are you going to do with what Ishizu told you? Ichigo asked. I am going to get all 3 god cards, Sito said. Ichigo smacked Sito in the head. Hey! Sito yelled. Are you done being the rich brat? Ichigo asked. Fine, Sito said. Now then, what are you going to do in regards to all of this? Ichigo asked. Well, I'm gonna make a tournament. Sito said. Really? A tournament? Ichigo said. Yes, a tournament. I'm going to have it where the loser will have to forfeit their rarest card to the winner. Sito said. Okay. So an anti-rule. Anything else? Ichigo asked. I'm going to add some new rules to the game, Sito said. This continued for most of the trip where Ichigo would pick at Sito's brain about this new tournament he is hosting. The last question, Ichigo said. That is what you said a few questions ago, Sito complained. Well, sorry for your answers not having good enough detailing in it. Ichigo countered. Fine. What is your last question? Sito asked. Is it possible for me, Yuzu and Karen to participate in the tournament? Ichigo asked. You all have decks? Sito asked. Well, during the Duelist Kingdom, I designed my decks and Pegasus offered to make my decks since I saved his life. Ichigo said. Although you are my employees, you will not get any special benefits. All 4 of you will start with 1 locator card and a duel disc. Also, when Makuba is walking around, one of you will keep an eye on him. Sito said. I believe those terms are fine, Ichigo said. Anything else? Sito asked. Tomorrow I'm going to Pegasus's place to pick up my decks. I'm also going to deliver Yuzu's, Karen's and EU's the deck requests to him. Ichigo said. Give me those deck requests. I'll handle them. Sito said. You sure? Ichigo asked. I'm sure, Ichigo, Sito said. Okay, Ichigo said. With that, the limo stopped right in front of the mansion's doors. Ichigo went back to his room. Ichigo called EU over to his room. Yes, Ichigo? EU asked. Do you want to try out Duel Monsters? Ichigo asked. Sure, EU said. Why are you asking? I'll explain when I get Yuzu and Karen on the phone, Ichigo said. Ichigo dialed Yuzu's number. Hello Ichi NII. Yuzu said. Hello Yuzu. Is Karen available? Ichigo asked. Give me 1 second. Yuzu said. Ichigo could hear a muffled, Karen, from Yuzu. A few seconds Ichigo heard Karen's voice. Hello Ichi NII, Karen said. Hello Karen, Ichigo said. So what's up with the call? Karen asked. Karen. Yuzu said as she slapped Karen's arm for her bluntness. I was calling to see if you two want to try out Duel Monsters, Ichigo said. Really? Yuzu and Karen asked. Really, Ichigo said. Why? EU asked. Well, Sito is planning to start a tournament soon and I asked him if we could join. He said that we could join. Ichigo said. But Ichi NII. We don't have any decks. Yuzu said. Sito agreed to make you 3-year decks, Ichigo said. Really? Karen asked. Yes, Ichigo said. Yay! The girls cheered. Just email me the deck lists in the morning, Ichigo said. Sure. Yuzu and Karen said. Good night girls, Ichigo said. Good night Ichi NII. Yuzu and Karen said before ending the call. EU returned to her room and went to sleep. Ichigo changed clothes and went to sleep. Scene change, morning. Ichigo woke up the next morning. He did his usual warm-up and morning exercises. Ichigo read and managed to get a small flow of lava this time. After that, Ichigo showered and went to the breakfast table. Ichigo saw Sito reading a newspaper and EU was eating. "Where's Makuba?" Ichigo asked. "Makuba decided to sleep in this morning," EU said. "Okay," Ichigo said. "Hey, Sito?" "Yes?" Sito said as he continued to read the newspaper. "I'm going to see Pegasus about my deck," Ichigo said. "All right then. When are you going to give me the deck list for the girls' decks?" Sito asked. "Probably in the evening or tomorrow morning," Ichigo replied. "All right then," Sito said. Ichigo finished his breakfast and left the table. Ichigo decided to use his car to drive over to Pegasus's company. Ichigo walked to the garage where Sito's limo is stored. There Ichigo sought his modified black Challenger SRT Hellcat. Ichigo entered his car and entered the address to his phone and drove off. Scene change, Industrial Illusion Building. It took Ichigo a few hours for Ichigo to arrive at Industrial Illusions. Ichigo parked his car and found the main entrance to the building. Ichigo walked in and noticed that there is a receptionist on the first floor. Ichigo decided to walk toward the receptionist to ask for help. As Ichigo walked closer to the receptionist, Ichigo noticed the subtle movements from the receptionist as he walked closer towards her. Ichigo sighed. The receptionist is likely getting ready if I make any threats. Ichigo thought. "Hello," Ichigo said once he walked to the counter. "Hello, sir. How may I help you?" The receptionist asked politely. "I am here to see Maximilian Pegasus." Ichigo said. "Name?" the receptionist asked. "Kurosaki Ichigo," Ichigo answered. The receptionist looked at a file of the paper to see if his name is on it. "Sorry, boy. The list doesn't say so," the receptionist replied. "You sure?" Ichigo asked again. "I am sure," the receptionist said. "Now please leave," she said in a stern voice. Ichigo noticed a security guard started to walk towards Ichigo, ready to restrain him if needed. Suddenly they heard a voice. "Wait," someone yelled. Everyone turned to see Maximilian Pegasus walking out of his exclusive elevator. "Ichigo," Pegasus said. "Yo," Ichigo said. "Mr. Pegasus, sir. What are you doing here?" the receptionist asked. "I was about to tell you that I will have a very important guest coming here. I forgot to add him to the appointments for today," Pegasus admitted. "Are all three ready?" Ichigo asked. "They sure are," Pegasus said. With that, the two walked inside Pegasus's exclusive elevator. "So, did my receptionist give you a hard time?" Pegasus asked. "Not as bad as I had before. There would be times where I was grabbed and forced out of places before I could even reach the counter. Many assumed that I am a gangster due to my hair color," Ichigo said. "Speaking of hair color, why is your hair color orange?" Pegasus asked. "The color is natural. It was from my mom's. She died when I was young. I vowed to never dye my hair any other color. It is my way to remember her," Ichigo said. "I see." Soon the elevator stopped and the two walked into Pegasus's office. On the table, there were 3 deck boxes. One deck box is white with blue kanji for light. Another deck box is black with red kanji for darkness. The last one is a mix of both. On the sides of the deck box, it has the same coloring and kanji written. As you looked at the middle, the black and white mixes. In the dead center of the mixture, you see the Chinese kanji for twilight. "Here they are, Ichigo, your custom-made 3 decks," Pegasus said handed them to Ichigo. "Also, since I am working with Sito on his new dual disc, I managed to make my version for you," Pegasus said and took out the dual disc. Ichigo could recall images of Sito's version. However, this one is unlike the one Sito plans to give to the public. All the white on Sito's version is now black. All the pale blue is changed to a cool white color. The red triangles and yellow lights are replaced with a dark crimson color. This one looks badass and evil at the same time. Ichigo thought. Once the Battle City tournament is finished, I am planning to sell custom versions of Sito's dual disc. In agreement with him, this project is split 40% and 60% respectively. Pegasus said. So you want me to advertise this, Ichigo said. Sure, Pegasus said. What? Ichigo asked. You could advertise it if you want or not to. Your call. Pegasus said. Ichigo put the 3 deck boxes on his belt and carried the dual disc in his hands. Thank you, Ichigo said and began to leave Pegasus's office. Ichigo took the exclusive elevator down to the ground floor. After that, Ichigo went back in his car and drove back to Sito's mansion. Scene change, Sito's mansion. It took another few hours for Ichigo to drive back to Sito's mansion. Ichigo passed by the security gate and drove straight to the garage. Ichigo parked his car and walked inside the mansion. Ichigo walked in to see Makuba running out of the mansion door and EU walking behind him. Are you two alright? Ichigo asked. We just saw Sito trying out his new deck, Makuba said as he regained his breath. And Ichigo said, unsure of the problem. Downstairs in the basement area, Sito has his own dueling system. He used his Blue Eyes Turbo deck against this new deck, Makuba said. And Ichigo repeated. Still unsure of the problem at hand. The Duelbot managed to summon Blue Eyes' ultimate dragon. In response, Sito summoned Obelisk the Great War God and used its effect to win the duel and overloaded the entire dueling system. Makuba finished explaining. Okay. Ichigo said EU. Ichigo said. Yes? EU replied. Did you finish with your deck list? Ichigo asked. Here, EU said and handed Ichigo a piece of paper. Thanks, Ichigo said and walked inside the mansion, as if nothing has happened. I'm honestly not surprised that Ichigo didn't react to your warning, EU said. Why? Makuba asked. Because Ichigo has fought gods and legendary beings before. Unless the real Obelisk the Great War God attacks Ichigo, he doesn't have enough reasons to worry about it. EU said. Really? Makuba asked. Really, EU said. Are you going to stay out here or go back inside? EU asked. With that, Makuba and EU went back inside. Meanwhile, Ichigo walked inside and went to his room and called Yuzu and Karen. Hello, Ichi and I, Karen said. Hello, Karen. Did you and Yuzu finish your deck list yet? Ichigo asked. I just finished. Give me 1 second. Karen said. Ichigo heard silence on the other side. Ichigo assumed that Karen put the phone on hold and went to get Yuzu. A few seconds later, Ichigo heard noises from the other side. Hello, Ichi and I. Yuzu said. Hello, Yuzu, Ichigo said. Did you and Karen finish your deck lists yet? Ichigo asked. I just finished. Yuzu said. We'll email you the deck lists, Karen said. A few seconds later, Ichigo felt his phone vibrate. Ichigo looked at the screen to see 2 new messages. Got them, Ichigo said. Okay. Call us when your friend finished making the deck. Karen said. Okay. Good night. Ichigo said. Good night, Ichi and I. Yuzu and Karen said. Ichigo hung up the phone. Ichigo went and printed out the girls' deck lists. Ichigo then walked to Sito's office. Ichigo knocked on the door. Come in. Sito yelled. Ichigo opened the door to see Sito typing something on the computer. What are you doing? Ichigo asked. I'm just spreading some rumors on various forums on the internet, Sito said. Is this about your tournament? Ichigo guessed. Yes, Sito replied. Anyways, here are the deck lists for the girls, Ichigo said and handed Sito the deck lists. As Sito looked at the list, Sito let out a small chuckle. Some of these cards haven't even been released yet, Sito said. And? Ichigo replied. Sure. I'll create these decks. Sito said. Alright, thanks, Ichigo said and left. Scene change, 2 days later, evening. Hey, Sito, Ichigo said as he walked to the dining hall. Yes? Sito replied. Did you finish making the girls' decks? Ichigo asked. I just finished them, Sito said. Really? Ichigo replied. Yes, Sito said. Great. The girls have been bothering me about it for the last few days. Ichigo said and got up and left for his room. Ichigo got his phone out and dialed Karen's number. A few seconds later, the call connected. Hello, Ichi NII. Are they all finished? Karen asked. Yes, Karen, they are, Ichigo said. Yay! Yuzu and Karen cheered. EU, can you please come in please, Ichigo said, using the mental connection Ichigo has with his peerage members. EU walked in. Yes, Ichigo? EU asked. Can you please send Yuyami to get Yuzu and Karen here, Ichigo asked. Okay, EU said. A few seconds later, Yuyami appeared in Ichigo's room. She looked at her familiar. The familiar soon nodded its head and disappeared in a small black fireball. A few seconds a pillar of black fire appeared. When the pillar of black fire disappeared, Yuzu and Karen jumped and hugged Ichigo. Luckily Ichigo managed to keep his balance. Thank you. Thank you. The Yuzu and Karen chanted. What is all the noise? Sito yelled as he barged into Ichigo's room, ready to yell at Ichigo until he sees the situation. Hey girls, Ichigo said, gaining attention. I think Sito needs some love for willing to make you 3-year decks, Ichigo said. The girls look and see Sito standing at the door. No. No. Sito yelled and ran off. The girls began to chase him. Ichigo turned his phone onto camera mode and began running after them and recording the entire incident. After 10 minutes, the girl managed to catch Sito hugged him while chanting thank you. Ichigo deciding the girls had enough fun and called to the girls. Yuzu. Karen. EU. I think Sito had enough fun for a while. We could talk more back in my room. Okay. The girls said and went back to Ichigo's room. How was dealing with those 3? Ichigo teased. Horrible, Sito said slowly picking himself up. Now imagine that was you and fangirls, Ichigo said. Sito's brain attempted to think if the same scenario with an army of fangirls. Sito's mind did the only thing it could do, shut itself down due to the insanity finishing that scenario would do. Ichigo chuckled and carried Sito back to his room. Once all the fun was over, EU summoned Yuyami and the 3 went back to the rented house in Kuo. Ichigo changed to sleeping clothes and went to bed. Scene change, next day. The next day, Ichigo could see Sito still slightly jittery from dealing with the girls yesterday. Ichigo approached Sito and tapped Sito on the shoulder. Hey, Sito Ichigo tried to say before Sito interrupted Ichigo, with a punch to the face. Ichigo didn't flinch at the punch. When Sito realized who he punched, Sito started to lose his cool, as well as hope for the best. Sito, I didn't know you want to learn how to fight. I'll show you how to fight. Ichigo said and dragged Sito to the courtyard. All the various maids and butlers all prayed that Sito would not be unconscious again. 20 minutes later, Ichigo came back with a Sito with bruises everywhere on his body. Ichigo gave Sito to one of the maids to take care of Sito. Ichigo decided to spend that day hanging out with Yuzu and Karen. In the afternoon, Sito called Ichigo to come back to the mansion. From there, Ichigo had to help Sito recorded a message and at 9 o'clock in the evening, it is going to play at Domino Square. Ichigo decided to show up there to see the various reactions of the crowd. At 8:00, Ichigo left the Kaiba mansion to Domino Square. Domino Square. Yami and Tia were walking down Domino Square after enjoying their date around Domino City. Tia, Yami said. What? She replied. Yuki doesn't know I came here to see the stone slab today, Yami said and then looked at Tia. I don't want you to tell him about the stone, or about what Ishizu said, Yami said. I want to get my memories back, and my partner knows what that means, Yami said. Tia wanted to say something but Yami interrupted her. I don't want him to worry about me, yet, Yami said and brought out the deck. We created this deck together. Half of it is the work of his soul. The day he understands who I am will be the day this deck will display its true power. Yami finished. I know that day will come, Tia said. Yami looked at Tia and nodded at her statement. Suddenly Yami looked towards his left. Strange. I briefly sense hostile intentions. Yami thought. What is it? Tia asked as she looked at the same direction Yami is looking at. What's with the scary look? Tia questioned Yami. No, it's nothing, Yami said. Hey, Yugi. Someone yelled in the distance. Yami and Tia looked at the direction of the voice to see Mai running towards them. Mai. Yami said once recognizing her. Mai. Tia said once Mai got closer. Long time, no see. How are you doing? She asked. Mai, you're doing as well as ever I see, Tia commented. Nah, you know me. Mai said and wrapped her arm around Tia's neck and pulled her into a headlock. Mai then secretly asked her, Tia, a date with Yugi? Of course not. Tia denied. A date. A date. Mai teased. Mai, let go. Let go. Tia yelled. Yami was very unconformable with the scene in front of him. Anyways, Mai, what are you doing here? Yami asked. Mai stopped her teasing of Tia. Huh? Why am I? Mai repeated as she lets go of Tia. You're here and you don't even know? Mai said. Someone told me I could find my future here, Yami said as Tia tried to fix her hair. The future, huh? Could be true. Mai said. Some time ago, some news got out on the internet. Go to where the ancient duelists and their card engraving rest. Some kind of message. Mai said. Ancient duelists and their card engravings? Yugi asked. The date is today, the time is right now, Mai added. They're supposed to announce a huge duel tournament here, Mai said. A duel monster tournament? Yami questioned. Yugi, you must have sensed it by now, Mai said. I can feel the hostility of duelists in the air, Yami said. Yes, the people here are duelists from all over the country. Look closely. You might see some familiar faces. Mai said. Tia looked closer and recognized a few faces. That's Weevil Underwood and Rex Raptor, Tia said. Yes, and that's the duelist with special abilities, Esperoba, Mai said. Mako Tsunami too? Tia said. I see. So that's why all these duelists are in town. Yami said. Yugi, that's. Tia said and pointing at the monitor on a building. The image shows Sito's face. Kaiba. Yami said. Throughout Domino Square, more and more monitors began to show Sito's face. Everyone began to look at the various monitors. Some questioned what was going on. Others got excited about what's going on. Rumors has it that he's the one who spread the information to come here, Mai said. Kaiba is hosting the tournament? Yugi questioned. Fellow duelists, listen carefully. In 1 week, in this very same town, Kaiba Corp will host a Duel Monsters tournament. Sito said. All the duelists in the crowd cheered and got excited about the news of a new tournament. Duelist must meet 2 prerequisites. The duelist must have a deck of 40 cards, including 1 rare card. Sito said. Also, Sito began to say before the camera changed to a device on Sito's left hand. The duelist must have in possession this new duel disk. The crowd began to mumble among themselves. What's that? Someone shouted. Kaiba Corp's new device? Someone else shouted. Duels will be played by Battle City rules and there is an anti-rule. The loser must give the rarest card the duelist has in their deck to the winner. Sito announced. A rare card ante? Yami questioned. That Kaiba sure has set a tough rule, Mai added. In other words, the final champion will acquire the rarest cards of everyone. Sito explained. All the duelists in the crowd cheered and got excited at the ability to get more rare cards. Alright. Someone shouted. Where's the arena? Someone else shouted. Suddenly the wind began to pick up and everyone heard a helicopter sound. Everyone looked up to see Sito from a helicopter. Kaiba. Yami said. I knew you show up, Yugi. The two of us will settle things once and for all in this battle. Sito mentally thought. The stage of the battle will be all of Domino City. In 1 week this town will become a battle city. Sito announced from his helicopter. Battle City? Yami said. With that Sito went back inside this helicopter and flew away. Many people are excited about the new tournament. Chapter 14, Arc 3. Time skip, 1 week. A week has passed since Sito's announcement. Many non-duelists complained and protested about the chaos Kaiba Corp's new tournament will cause. Some even trying to write up petitions to cancel the event. Unfortunately, the petitions couldn't stop the tournament due to a few reasons. The first is that the tournament itself will not cause chaos. Rather, it will be the duelists who decide to duel on the streets and interrupt traffic. Not only that, but the tournament was also announced publicly to all citizens of Domino City. This allowed all non-duelists 1 week notice for temporary changes due to the tournament. In other news, Sito arranged various card shops to distribute the various duel discs. Sito personally rated each person from 1 to 10. 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. For the person to participate in the tournament, the rating needs to be at least 5 or above and that person will also obtain a duel disc for free. Sito had various people install the software to various computers in Domino City card shops. As promised, Sito handed Ichigo 3 decks, 1 for each girl as well as a duel disc for each of them. Yuzu, Karen, and EU arrived later that day. Ichigo gave each girl their deck and duel disc. Ichigo spent the next moments showing them how to use the duel disc. Oniai-chan, where is your duel disc? Yuzu asked. It's in my room, Ichigo said. Can we see your deck? Karen asked. Sure, Ichigo said and went to get his deck and duel disc. When Ichigo returned, they were amazed by Ichigo's custom duel disc. How did you get that? Karen asked. Pegasus Custom made the duel disc for me, Ichigo said. Really? Yuzu asked. Well, Oniai-chan, who do you want to duel first? Yuzu asked. I am thinking of a number from 1 to 10. Whoever guesses it right go first and we continue from there. Ichigo said. The girls agreed to Ichigo's idea. Karen is going first against Ichigo, then Yuzu and EU are last. Ready, Ichi-nii? Karen asked. Yes, Ichigo replied. Duel. They yelled. Karen 4000/Ichigo 4000. You can start Ichi-nii, Karen said. Okay. I activate Red Ice Fusion. Ichigo said as he activates the spell card. This card allows me to fusion summon 1 Red Ice Fusion monster by sending the fusion necessary material from my deck, hand or field. However, I cannot normal or special for this turn. Ichigo explained as he sent Summon Skull and Red Ice Black Dragon to the grave. Come forth, Archfiend Black Skull Dragon! Ichigo yelled. As the dragon fusion arises to Ichigo's side of the field. I then set a monster and place 2 face downs, Ichigo said. To the side of the dragon, a set card is placed and 2 other face-down cards behind them. With that, my turn is over. Wait. Didn't Ichi say he can't normal or special summon this turn? Yuzu asked. Normally that is correct. However, setting a monster and normal summoning is different. EU said. Anyways, my turn, Karen said. I activate Dark Hole. Karen said and destroyed Ichigo's Archfiend Black Skull Dragon and the set monster. I then normal summon Gladiator Beast Murmillo and special summon Test Tiger, Karen said as a fish-like monster and a tiger appeared on her side of the field. I then activate Test Tiger's effect. By tributing it, it allows me to send one of my Gladiator Beasts back to the deck and special another one from my deck. Also, the special summon counts as being special summoned due to an effect of a Gladiator Beast. Karen said. As Test Tiger is sent to the grave. Not so fast, Karen, I activate Red Ice Spirit, Ichigo said as he activates his trap card. This trap allows me to special summon one Red Ice monster from my graveyard, Ichigo said. Return Red Ice Black Dragon. Red Ice Black Dragon returns to the field. Now my Test Tiger's effect can resolve and send Gladiator Beast Murmillo back to the deck. I special summon Gladiator Beast Augustus, Karen said. As the level 8 monster is special summoned. Since Gladiator Beast Augustus was special summoned by a Gladiator Beast's effect, I can use its effect. Gladiator Beast Augustus's effect allows me to special summon one Gladiator Beast from my hand in face-up defense mode. However, the special summon monster goes back to the deck at the end phase if it is still on the field. Karen explains the effect. I choose Gladiator Beast Laquari. Karen said as Gladiator Beast Laquari was special summoned in face-up defense mode. I attack Red Ice Black Dragon with Gladiator Beast Augustus. Karen declared the attack. Gladiator Beast Augustus attacked and destroyed Red Ice Black Dragon. Karen 4000/Ichigo 3800. After the battle phase is over, Gladiator Beast Augustus's other effect activates, it sends itself back to the deck and allows me to special summon another Gladiator Beast to the field, Karen said. I special summon another Gladiator Beast Laquari. Karen said. Since Gladiator Beast Laquari was special summoned this way, its original attack is now 2100. I set one card down and end my turn. Karen said. The Gladiator Beast Laquari that Karen special summoned by Gladiator Beast Augustus went back to the deck. During your end phase, I activate my spell card, Mystical Space Typhoon. Ichigo said. This card destroys the set card you just placed, Ichigo said. From Ichigo's side, a typhoon came and destroyed Karen's set Gladiator Taming. Now then, I draw, Ichigo said. I summon Black Stone of Legend. Ichigo said as a black and red egg appears on the field. By tributing my egg, I can special summon one level 7 or lower Red Ice monster, Ichigo explained. Come forth, Red Ice Black Flare Dragon. Ichigo said as the black egg breaks open and another black dragon takes its place. I attack Gladiator Beast Laquari. Ichigo declared. The Red Ice destroyed Gladiator Beast Laquari with a Crimson Fireball. Karen 3700/Ichigo 3800. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. I activate Gladiator Proving Ground. This card allows me to add one level 4 or below Gladiator Beast monster from my deck to my hand. Karen explained. I choose Gladiator Beast Secutor, Karen said. I set one card and end my turn, Karen said. My turn. Draw. Ichigo said. Red Ice Black Flare Dragon attack Karen's set card. Ichigo declared. The dragon fired another Crimson Fireball at the set monster and destroying Gladiator Beast Secutor. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw, Karen said. I activate Soul Charge. This card allows me to special summon as many monsters from my graveyard. However, for each card special summoned this way, I must pay 1000 of my life points. Karen explained. I choose Test Tiger, Karen said the tiger appeared on her side of the field once again and her life points dropped to 2700. Karen 2700/Ichigo 3800. I then normal summon Gladiator Beast Rishiari and activate Test Tiger's effect again, Karen said. This time, I special summon Gladiator Beast Murmillo in defense mode. Karen said as the fish from earlier appeared. Gladiator Beast Murmillo's effect activates, which allows me to destroy your Red Ice Black Flare Dragon, Karen declared. As Ichigo's Red Ice Black Flare Dragon was destroyed. After that, I end, Karen said. Draw, Ichigo said. Good job on the comeback, Karen, but can you deal with this? Ichigo said. I activate the Allure of Darkness. This card allows me to draw 2 cards, but I have to remove 1 Dark-type monster from my hand or discard my entire hand. Ichigo said as he draws 2 more cards. Luckily I do have a monster to remove, Ichigo said, and removes Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact. I then activate Red Ice Insight. This card allows me to send 1 Red Ice monster from my hand or deck, and then I add 1 Red Ice spell or trap to my hand. Ichigo said as Ichigo sends another copy of your Red Ice Black Flare Dragon to the grave. The spell card I choose is Red Ice Fusion and activate it, Ichigo said. This time I send Red Ice Black Dragon and my other copy of Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact to the grave and special summon Meteor Black Comet Dragon, Ichigo declared. Now his effect activates. Ichigo said. This guy allows me to send 1 Red Ice monster from my hand or deck and my opponent takes half that Red Ice attack as damage, Ichigo said. The card I choose is Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, which has 2,800 attack points, Ichigo said as Karen took 1,400 points so damage. Karen 1,300 / Ichigo 3,800. Now Meteor Black Comet Dragon, attack Gladiator Beast Murmillo, Ichigo ordered. The dragon swiftly destroyed Karen's fish. I set 1 card down and end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. I set 1 card and end my turn, Karen said. Draw, Ichigo said. I activate my Black Stone of Legends other effect. I can send 1 level 7 or lower Red Ice monster back to my deck and my Black Stone of Legend goes back to my hand, Ichigo said. The dragon I pick is good old Red Ice Black Dragon, Ichigo said as he sends Red Ice Black Dragon to the deck and adds Black Stone of Legend to his hand. I now equip my Meteor Black Comet Dragon with Black Metal Dragon, and this little guy gives my Meteor Black Comet Dragon 600 more attack points, Ichigo said as Meteor Black Comet Dragon's attack points jumped to 4,100. Now Meteor Black Comet Dragon, attack Karen's set, Ichigo said as the dragon destroys Karen's set monster. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw, Karen said. I set 1 card and end my turn, Karen said. Draw, Ichigo said. Meteor Black Comet Dragon attack Karen's life points directly with Black Meteor Impact, Ichigo said as Meteor Black Comet Dragon gave the final blow to Karen's life points. Karen 0000 / Ichigo 3,800. Wow. Ichi and you're strong, Karen said. You could defeat Yugi with that deck, Yuzu said. Well, I don't know about that, Ichigo said. Anyways, Yuzu, it is your turn, EU said. Okay, Yuzu said. Let me switch decks, Ichigo said and swapped decks. Yuzu 4,000 / Ichigo 4,000. Duel. Yuzu and Ichigo yelled. You can go first, Ichi and Yuzu said. Okay. I set 1 card face down and end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. I activate the pre-preparation of rites. This card allows me to add a ritual spell card from my deck to my hand and add the corresponding ritual monster for the ritual spell card from my deck or graveyard. I now activate the Hieratratic Seal of Convocation, Yuzu said. This card allows me to add 1 Hieratratic monster from my deck to my hand. The card I pick is the Hieratratic Dragon of Su. Now I activate Hymn of Light and discard my Su to ritual summon Saphira, Queen of Dragons, Yuzu said. My Hieratratic Dragon of Su's effect activates. It allows me to special summon 1 dragon normal monster from my hand, deck or grave. But the attack and defense points are now 0. Come Labradorite Dragon, Yuzu said. Saphira attack Ichini's life points directly, Yuzu said. Yuzu 4000/Ichigo 1500. At the end phase, I activate Saphira's effect. On the turn, she is ritual summoned or a light monster was sent to the grave by hand or deck, I can activate one of her 3 effects. The ability I choose is to draw 2 cards but discard 1. Yuzu said and draws 2 and send 1 card to the grave. This ends my turn. Yuzu said. Draw, Ichigo said. I set a card down and end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. Yuzu said. Saphira attack Ichigo's set card. Saphira attacked and destroyed Ichigo's honest. I end my turn. Yuzu said. Draw, Ichigo said. I activate Dragon Shrine, Ichigo said. This card allows me to send 1 dragon monster to the graveyard. If that card I sent was a normal monster, I could send another dragon to the grave. Ichigo explained. I sent my Blue Eyes White Dragon and then send my White Stone of Legend. Then my White Stone of Legend's effect activates, which adds a Blue Eyes White Dragon to my hand. Ichigo explains. Revealing 1 Blue Eyes White Dragon in my hand, I can special summon 1 Blue Eyes Alternate Dragon, Ichigo said. I now activate Return of the Dragon Lords. This card allows me to special 1 level 7 or 8 from the graveyard. Come back Blue Eyes White Dragon. Ichigo said. My alternate dragon attacks Saphira. Ichigo declared. Not so fast, I activate him of Light's other effect. By removing this card from play, it negates the destruction of my Saphira for this battle. Yuzu said as she took 500 points of damage. Yuzu 3500/Ichigo 1500. My other Blue Eyes attack Saphira, Ichigo said as the other Blue Eyes successfully destroy Saphira and inflict another 500 points of damage to Yuzu. With that, I end my turn, Ichigo said. Yuzu 3000/Ichigo 1500. Draw. Yuzu said. I activate my Reijiki. Yuzu said. It destroys all monsters on my opponent's side of the field. By removing my Return of the Dragon Lords, I can negate their destruction. Ichigo countered. Then I activate my field spell, Ritual Sanctuary. Yuzu said. In response, I activate my Mystical Space Typhoon. Ichigo said in destroying Yuzu's field spell. I end my turn. Yuzu said. Draw, Ichigo said. Blue Eyes White Dragon attack Yuzu's Labradorite Dragon. Ichigo ordered. Blue Eyes Alternate Dragon finished this game. Ichigo declared. Yuzu 0000/Ichigo 1500. Good job Yuzu, Ichigo said. Yeah Yuzu. You dealt more damage to Ichi than I did. Karen said. Thanks. Yuzu said as she moved for EU to duel. Ready? EU asked. Yeah. Let me switch decks. Ichigo said as Ichigo once again swapped decks. Duel. The two said. EU 4000/Ichigo 4000. I'll start, EU said. I'll set 1 monster and 1 card face down, EU said. I end, EU said. Okay. Draw. Ichigo said. I summon Black Stone of Legend and use its effect, Ichigo said. I special summon Red Ice Black Dragon. Ichigo said. Red Ice attack EU's facedown card. I activate my Shad Doll Hedgehog's effect. It allows me to add 1 Shad Doll spell or trap to my hand. The card I add is Shad Doll Fusion. EU said. I send my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. I set another monster down and place another facedown card. EU said. Okay EU. My turn. Ichigo said as he draws his next card. I summon Honest in attack mode, Ichigo said. What? Everyone else said. They saw the cards Ichigo was using and assumed Ichigo was using the Red Ice deck that he used against Karen. Red Eyes attack her face-down card, Ichigo ordered. This time I activate my Shad Doll Falco's flip effect. EU declared. I can special summon 1 Shad Doll monster other than Falco and set it face-down defense position, EU said. I choose my Shad Doll Hedgehog, EU said. Okay. Honest, destroy her hedgehog. Ichigo ordered. Flip effect activates and I add Nephi Shad Doll Fusion, EU said. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw, EU said. I set another monster down and end my turn, EU said. Draw, Ichigo said. I summon White Stone of Ancient, Ichigo said. Red Ice attacker set. Ichigo ordered and revealed another Shad Doll Hedgehog was destroyed. This time EU chose not to activate Hedgehog's effect. Honest and White Stone, attack EU directly, Ichigo said. I reveal my trap card, Ring of Destruction, EU said. During my opponent's turn, I can target a face-up monster you control and destroy it. I take damage equal to its current attack. Then my opponent takes the damage as well. EU explained. The card I choose is Honest, EU said as the angel-looking monster was destroyed. EU 2900/Ichigo 2900. Why did EU choose Honest instead of Red Ice? Karen asked. She chooses Honest due to his effect. Yuzu explained. What effect? Karen asked. When a light monster on Ichigo's side of the field is attacked or attacking, Ichigo can discard Honest and that light monster gain attack points equal to the attack of the opponent's highest monster. Yuzu explained. Really? Why would Ichigo summon him then? Karen questioned. Ichigo likely did not have any light monsters in his hand at the moment and decided to do that to get more damage in. Honest also has an effect where he does back to the owner's hand. Yuzu further explains. Still, White Stone of the Ancient, attack EU's life points directly. Ichigo said. EU 2300/Ichigo 2900. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw, EU said. I activate Reijiki. EU said as a lightning bolt destroys Ichigo's Red Ice and White Stone of Ancient. I then set a card and end my turn, EU said. Draw, Ichigo said. I activate Red Ice Insight and send Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact to the graveyard to get Red Ice Fusion to my hand, Ichigo said. I now send one of my Red Ice Black Dragons from my deck and the other Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact to the grave to fusion summon Meteor Black Comet Dragon. Ichigo said. By sending my last copies of Red Ice Black Dragon to the grave, you take 1,200 points of damage, Ichigo said. EU 1100/Ichigo 2900. Now Black Comet Dragon, attack EU's set card, Ichigo ordered and the card revealed to be another hedgehog. I use my hedgehog's effect to add Shad Doll Core to my hand, EU said. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw, EU said. I activate Shad Doll Fusion, EU said. I send my Lightsworn Lila and my Shad Doll Beast to the grave to fusion summon El Shad Doll Construct, EU said. Then my Beast and Construct's effect activate. Construct allows me to send one Shad Doll card to the grave while Beast allows me to draw one card. EU explains. I send my Shad Doll Falco to the grave and draw my free card, EU said. Then Falco's effect activates, and I special summon it, EU said. El Shad Doll Construct, attack Ichigo's Meteor Black Comet Dragon, EU ordered. El Shad Doll Construct's other effect activates, EU said. When El Shad Doll Construct battles a special summon monster, it automatically dies, EU said. What? Everyone yelled. When Meteor Black Comet Dragon is sent to the graveyard, I can special summon one normal monster from my grave, Ichigo said. Rise again, Red Ice Black Dragon. Ichigo declared. With one card set and I end my turn. EU declared. Draw, Ichigo said. I activate my face-down card, Red Ice Spirit, Ichigo said. This card allows me to special summon one Red Ice monster from my graveyard, Ichigo explained. Come back, Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact. Ichigo said. Now I remove from play my other copy of Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact and my White Stone of Ancient, Ichigo said. Everyone could see a white orb and black orb appeared infused, creating a portal. I special summon, Black Luster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning. Black Luster Soldier leaped out of the portal. Ichigo said. I use Black Luster Soldier's effect and banish one monster on the field, Ichigo said as EU's construct was removed from the game. I then activate my Return of the Dragon Lord in Silver's Cry, Ichigo said. To special summon my Red Ice Black Dragon and my Meteor Black Comet Dragon, Ichigo said as his two other dragons appeared. Red Ice Black Dragon, attack EU's set card, Ichigo ordered. I activate Falco's effect and special summon Shaddol Beast face down, EU said. I also activate my Shaddol Core, EU said. Shaddol Core allows me to special summon itself as a level 9 Dark Spellcaster with 1450 attack and 1950 defense points in face-up defense position, EU said. Not a problem, Ichigo said. My other Red Ice destroy EU's Shaddol Beast and Meteor Black Comet Dragon destroy her Shaddol Core, Ichigo ordered. As both dragon destroyed EU's other defenses. Now then, Black Luster Soldier, attack EU's life points directly. Ichigo as Black Luster Soldier charged and swung his sword at EU, whipping out her remaining life points. EU 0000/Ichigo 2900. Good game you three. Good luck in the tournament, Ichigo said and began to walk away. Girls, be careful during the tournament, there may be rare hunters lurking around. If you encounter one, call me or EU to deal with them. We are allowed to stop all rare hunters we encounter and confiscate all items they have, this includes decks, locator cards, and duel disk. Ichigo said. Okay, the girls said. With that done, Ichigo went back upstairs to his room and went to bed. Time skip. The next day, Sito officially started the tournament. Sito told all the contestants to meet at Domino Square for him to formally restate the rules and formally start the Battle City tournament. Sito decided to send his blimp to broadcast the video to everyone down below. Those who are here are all level 5 or higher duelist. The duel discs on your arms are proof of that. The stage of this tournament is the entire town of Domino City. No matter where you are in the city, if two duelists come face to face, you may fight. Each duelist will use a 40-card deck. The loser must surrender a rare card of the winner's choice. In this battle city, as you win, your deck will become stronger and stronger. Only 16 contestants participating in the Battle Royal will make it to the finals. As for the location of the finals, its location is hidden somewhere within the city. Because I plan to enter this contest along with everyone fairly, even I don't know where the finals will be held. Before we get started, take a look at this plate. This plate is a locator card. When all the locator cards from the 96 participating duelists are gathered, a map of Domino City is revealed. The locator cards have a special prismatic coating. If you stack 6 of them, a light will shine in a certain spot on the plate. That spot is the location of the finals. And, there's one more rule. The winner of each duel will get their opponent's locator cards. Only those who collect 6 puzzle cards can reach the unknown location of the finals. Now, Battle City will begin. Duelists, scatter across the city and locate your enemies. Sito finished his speech. With that, the Battle City tournament started. Scene change, 20 minutes later. Ichigo was walking around when someone yelled to Ichigo. Hey! The guy with the orange hair. Someone yelled. Ichigo turned to see some person that looks approximately 12 or 13 with a duel disk on his arm. Yes? Ichigo replied. Let's duel, the boy said. Sure. What's your name? Ichigo asked. My name is Hao said. The two found a suitable spot away from traffic. Ichigo and Hao activated their duel disk. Once the setup process finishes, Hao and Ichigo started their duel. Hao 4000/Ichigo 4000. I'll start, Ichigo said. I activate Red Ice Insight and send Red Ice Black Flare Dragons to the graveyard to get Red Ice Fusion to my hand, Ichigo said. I then activate my Red Ice Fusion. By sending one of my Red Ice Black Dragons from my deck and the other Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact to the grave to fusion summon Meteor Black Comet Dragon, Ichigo said. By sending my last copies of Red Ice Black Dragon to the grave, you take 1,200 points of damage, Ichigo said. How 2800/Ichigo 4000. I set one card down and end my turn, Ichigo said. My turn, draw, How said. I set one monster down and a face down card. I end my turn. How said. During your end phase, I activate my spell card, Mystical Space Typhoon. I destroy your face down card. Ichigo said. A large gust of wind blew and destroyed How's beckoning light. With that, draw, Ichigo said. I summon my Red Ice Retro Dragon in attack mode, Ichigo said. A smaller version of Red Ice Black Dragon appeared. Red Ice Retro Dragon attack How's set monster, Ichigo ordered. Red Ice Retro Dragon blast a fireball at How's set to reveal a white wolf. You activate my Raiko, Lightsworn Hunter's effect. How said. I can destroy one card on the field. I then must send the top 3 cards from my deck to the graveyard. How said. The card I choose to destroy is your Meteor Black Comet Dragon. How said. Meteor Black Comet Dragon glowed white then imploded. When Meteor Black Comet Dragon is sent to the graveyard, I can special summon one normal monster from my grave, Ichigo said. Rise again, Red Ice Black Dragon. Ichigo declared. I then send the top 3 cards from my deck to the graveyard due to Raiko's other effect, How said. As he sent his Raiden, Hand of the Lightsworn, Lila, Lightsworn Sorceress and his Felis, Lightsworn Archer. When Felis, Lightsworn Archer is sent from the deck to the grave due to a monster's effect, I can special summon her. How said. From How's graveyard, a golden glow shot out of it and landed on the field. Felis landed on the field face-up defense mode. Red Ice Black Dragon, attack How's Felis, Lightsworn Archer, Ichigo ordered. Red Ice Black Dragon fired a large fireball at Felis, Lightsworn Archer and destroying her. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Because I have 4 or more Lightsworns in my graveyard, I can special summon my Judgment Dragon. How said as a large grey dragon descended to the field. By special summoning Judgment Dragon this turn, I cannot normal summon or special summon monsters for the rest of this turn. 1. How explained. Now by paying 1000 of my life points, I can destroy all cards on the field except itself, How said. How 1800/Ichigo 4000. Judgment Dragon fired white flames from its mouth and destroyed Ichigo's monsters on the field. Judgment Dragon, attack Ichigo directly. How said as Judgment Dragon once again fired white flames from its mouth and hit Ichigo. How 1800/Ichigo 1000. At my end phase, I must top 4 cards from my deck to the graveyard, How said. As he sent his 3 copies of Necro Gardna and another copy of Judgment Dragon. Draw, Ichigo said. I activate my Return of the Dragon Lord, Ichigo said. To special summon my Meteor Black Comet Dragon. Ichigo said as his dragons appeared. Red Meteor Black Comet Dragon, attack How's Judgment Dragon. Ichigo ordered. Not so fast, by removing my Necro Gardna from the grave, I can negate that attack. How said as a ghost of a warrior intercepted Meteor Black Comet Dragon's attack. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. By paying 1000 of my life points, I can destroy all cards on the field except itself. How said. How 0800/Ichigo 1000. Judgment Dragon fired white flames from its mouth at Meteor Black Comet Dragon. By removing my Return of the Dragon Lord, I can negate Black Comet Dragon's destruction. Ichigo said. A clear barrier appeared, protecting Black Comet Dragon from the white flames. I switch my Judgment Dragon to defense mode and at my end phase, I must send the top 4 cards from my deck to the graveyard, How said. He sent his charge of the Light Brigade, another Raiden, Hand of the Lightsworn, Orcus, Lightsworn Druid and his Felis, Lightsworn Archer. When Felis, Lightsworn Archer is sent from the deck to the grave due to a monster's effect, I can special summon her. How said. From How's graveyard, a golden glow shot out of it and Felis landed on the field face-up defense mode. Draw, Ichigo said. Red Meteor Black Comet Dragon, attack How's Judgment Dragon. Ichigo ordered. Once again, I removing my Necro Gardna from the grave, I can negate that attack. How said as a ghost of a warrior intercepted Meteor Black Comet Dragon's attack. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. I active my solar recharge. How said. By discard one Lightsworn monster, I can draw 2 cards, then I must send the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard. How explained. I send my wolf, Lightsworn beast from my hand to the graveyard to draw 2 more cards. How said. I then send the top 2 cards to the graveyard. How said as he sent another Raikou, Lightsworn hunter, and Lila, Lightsworn sorceress. At my end phase, I must top 4 cards from my deck to the graveyard. How said. He sent his 2 other copies of Charge of the Light Brigade, Gold Sarcophagus, and his Lumina, Lightsworn Summoner to the graveyard. Draw. I activate Red Ice Insight and send Red Ice Black Flare Dragons to the graveyard to get Red Ice Fusion to my hand. Ichigo said. I then activate my Red Ice Fusion. By sending my Red Ice Black Flare Dragons from my deck and the other Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact to the grave to fusion summon Meteor Black Comet Dragon. Ichigo said. By sending my Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon to the grave, you take 1,400 points of damage, Ichigo said. How 0000/Ichigo 1000. Man, that was a fun duel, How said. No kidding. My Meteor Black Comet Dragon was the only thing stopping you from winning. Ichigo said. If only I managed to send another copy of Felis, Lightsworn Archer, then I would have one, How said. How? Ichigo asked. By tributing my Felis, Lightsworn Archer, I would have been able to destroy your Meteor Black Comet Dragon. I then would have attacked you for the game. How explained. I see. You would have won since I only had a 1,000 life points left. Ichigo said. Anyways, a loss is a loss, How said as he took out his locator card and his Judgment Dragon. Here you go, How said. I'll just take the locator card, Ichigo said. Why? How asked. Because I don't run any Lightsworn in any of my decks. I'll honestly sell your Judgment Dragon and you'll probably buy it again. Ichigo said. You're right, How said. But isn't it against the rules for the tournament? How asked, worried about the rules of the tournament. Fine, Ichigo said and took Judgment Dragon. How turned and walked away. Hey How! Ichigo yelled. How turned back to Ichigo. Yes? How asked. I heard you need another copy of Judgment Dragon. I got one for cheap, do you want to buy it? Ichigo asked. How smirked and realized what Ichigo was trying to do. I am. How much are you selling it for? How asked. 100 yen, Ichigo replied. How took out 100 yen coin and gave it to Ichigo. Thanks, How said and walked away. See ya kid, Ichigo said and walked off. Ichigo noticed that there weren't any more duelists in this area. Ichigo began to walk down the road to a nearby park. As Ichigo was walking, he didn't notice he bumped into someone. Sorry, Ichigo said and looked at the person he bumped into. You bumped into me. The young man said. Ichigo noticed that he was wearing some sort of formal attire. Is this guy a rich kid or something? Ichigo thought. Young master. Someone said. Ichigo looked behind the kid to see 2 other guys running behind him. One holding a computer and another holding a dual disc. Took you too long enough to get here. I'm challenging this noob to a duel. The rich kid ordered. Yes, young master. The 2 servants said. Can we at least go to the park straight ahead so that we aren't blocking traffic? Ichigo suggested. The 4 moved to the nearby park. Ichigo activated his dual disc and inserted his deck. Meanwhile, one of the servants placed the dual disc on the rich kid and activated it for him. Ready to lose, noob? The rich kid asked. I'm ready to duel. Ichigo said. Wait, what is your name? You don't know my name? The rich kid asked. No. If I know your name, why would I ask it? Ichigo countered. My name is Slade Princeton. The young man said. Okay. Slade, my name is Ichigo. Ichigo said. Slade 4000/Ichigo 4000. I'll go first, Ichigo said. I summon my maiden with eyes of blue and in my turn, Ichigo said. Please. Let me tell you how to a real turn is. Slade said as he draws. I set one monster face down, set 2 cards and then activate my field spell, the Gates of Dark World. Shade yelled. Behind Slade, a dark purple gate appeared. Some of the designs on the gate resemble Greek or Roman architecture. I then activate Drag Down to the Grave. Slade said. Both players reveal to each other their hand. Then their opponent chooses 1 card and discards it. Afterward, both players draw a card. Slade explained. Both Ichigo and Slade walked to the middle of the field. Shade showed Ichigo his remaining card. I choose Snow, Unlight of Dark World, Ichigo said and then showed Slade his hand. Slade could see a Blue Eyes White Dragon, 2 copies of Silver's Cry and a Dragon Spirit of White. I choose the Blue Eyes White Dragon, Slade said. Both players returned to their respective sides, sent the selected card to the graveyard, and drew a card. When my Snow is discarded from my hand, I can add 1 Dark World card to my hand. Shade said as he looks through his deck. I choose my Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dark World. Shade said. I active my face-down card, Graceful Charity. Shade said. I can draw 3 cards and then discard 2. Shade said as he draws 3 cards and discards 2. When my Belige, Vanguard of Dark World is discarded, he can special summon himself to my field. Shade said. From Slade's graveyard, a dark purple glow shot out of it and landed on the field. Belige landed on the field face-up attack mode. I also discard another copy of Snow and I add my Dark World Lighting. Shade said. I set 2 more cards down and activate another Drag Down to the Grave. Slade said. Both Ichigo and Slade walked to the middle of the field again. Just like before, Shade showed Ichigo his remaining card. I choose Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dark World, Ichigo said and then showed Slade his hand. Slade could see 2 copies of Silver's Cry, Trade In, and a Dragon Spirit of White. I choose the Dragon Spirit of White, Slade said. Both players returned to their respective sides, sent the selected card to the graveyard, and drew a card. When Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dark World is discarded, I can use his effect to destroy 1 card on my opponent's side of the field. Shade explained. I choose your maiden. Shade said. From Shade's graveyard, a violet lighting bolt shot out and hit Ichigo's maiden. When my maiden with the eyes of blue is targeted by a card effect, I can special summon 1 copy of Blue Eyes White Dragon from my hand, deck or graveyard, Ichigo explained. Come forth Blue Eyes White Dragon. Ichigo said. The maiden with eyes of blue put her hands together and began to pray. From Ichigo's deck, 1 of Ichigo's cards began to glow and shot out of the deck to the field. Blue Eyes White Dragon appeared on the field and let out a mighty roar as the maiden with eyes of blue was destroyed by Grapha's effect. From the graveyard, Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dark World's other effect. Shade yelled. By returning my Belige, Vanguard of Dark World from the field back to my hand, I can special summon from the graveyard my Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dark World. Shade explained. On the field, Belige did a small bow before glowing a dark violet and flew back to the hand. Suddenly, the ground shook and Ichigo could see a gray burst out from the ground and pulled its way from the ground. Grapha, attack Blue Eyes White Dragon. Shade ordered. But my Blue Eyes is stronger. Ichigo yelled. Due to my field spell, Grapha is 3000. Shade yelled. Grapha fired a blast of violet flames. White Blue Eyes fired back a blast of white energy. Both of their attacks negated each other's and both were destroyed. I end my turn. Shade said. Draw, Ichigo said. I activate Dragon Shrine, Ichigo said. This card allows me to send 1 dragon monster to the graveyard. If that card I sent was a normal monster, I could send another dragon to the grave. Ichigo explained. I sent my White Stone of Legend to the grave, Ichigo said. When White Stone of Legend is sent to the graveyard, I can add a Blue Eyes White Dragon to my hand, Ichigo explains. Now I active Trade-In, Ichigo said. I can discard 1 level 8 monster from my hand to draw 2 cards, Ichigo explained as he sent his Blue Eyes White Dragon to the grave to draw 2 more cards. Now I activate my Silver's Cry. It allows me to special summon one normal dragon monster from the graveyard. Ichigo explained. Return, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Ichigo said. Not only that, I now activate 2 Return of the Dragon Lords. This card allows me to special one level 7 or 8 from the graveyard. Come forth Blue Eyes White Dragons. Ichigo said. Ichigo's empty field now has 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons on the field. Impossible. Shade screamed in fear. I set both of my cards face down and my first Blue Eyes White Dragon attacked Shade's face down card. Ichigo ordered. Ichigo's first Blue Eyes White Dragon fired a white beam at Shade's face down card to reveal Morphing Jar. When my Morphing Jar is flipped face up, both players have to discard their entire hand and draw 5 new cards. Shade said. Shade discarded his 2 cards and both players drew 5 new cards. Also when Belige, Vanguard of Dark World is discarded, he can special summon himself to my field. Shade said. From Slade's graveyard, a dark purple glow shot out of it and landed on the field. Belige landed on the field face-up defense mode. No matter. My second Blue Eyes White Dragon attacked Shade's Belige, Vanguard of Dark World. Ichigo ordered. The second Blue Eyes White Dragon fired a white beam at Shade's monster and destroyed the monster. Now, my final Blue Eyes White Dragon attacked Shade directly. Ichigo ordered. The final Blue Eyes White Dragon fired a white beam at Shade. Slade 1000/Ichigo 4000. During my main phase 2, I can activate my cards of consonance. This allows me to discard one level 2 or lower dragon type and draw 2 cards, 2. Ichigo said as he discarded his White Stone of the Ancient to draw 2 more cards. I set 2 cards down and end my turn. Ichigo said. Finally, draw. Shade said. I activate Dark World Lightning. This allows me to destroy 1 face-down card on the field. Once that effect is done, I can discard a card. Shade said. The one I pick is the one on my right. Shade said. Purple lighting shot down and stuck the card. I activate the same card you just picked, Jar of Avarice. Ichigo said. This card allows me to return 5 cards from my graveyard, back to the deck and draw 1 card, Ichigo explained as Ichigo added his Silver's Cry, Dragon Shrine, Maiden with Eyes of Blue, Dragon Spirit of White and trade-in back to the deck, shuffled and draw 1 card. Due to Dark World Lightning, I discard my Brow, Huntsman of Dark World. Shade said. When Brow is discarded, I can draw an additional card. Shade said as he drew another card. I then activate my Field Spells effect. Shade said. The dark purple gate began to glow. I can remove from play 1 Fiend-type monster from my graveyard, discard 1 Fiend-type monster and then draw 1 card. Shade said. I remove my Brow, discard another Brow to draw 1 card. Shade said. Since Brow was just discarded, I can draw an additional card. Shade said. Now I activate another Dark World Lightning and destroy the middle card. Shade said. The same violet lighting shot down and stuck Ichigo's face down to reveal Silver's Cry. The card I discard now is my Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dark World. Shade said. Shit. Ichigo yelled. When Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dark World is discarded, I can use his effect to destroy 1 card on my opponent's side of the field. Shade explained. I choose your final face-down card. Shade said as Ichigo's polymerization was destroyed. I now activate my Reckless Greed. Shade said. I can draw 2 cards but I skip 2 of my draw phases. Shade said as he drew 2 cards. Now I activate Dark World Dealings. Both players draw 1 card and then discard 1 card. Shade said. Both players drew a card. Ichigo discarded his White Stone of Legend while Shade discarded his Force of Darkness. I activate another Dark World Dealings. Shade said as both players drew another card. Ichigo discarded his Dragon Shrine while Shade discarded his Mind Crush. Damn it! Shade yelled as he set 2 more cards down and ended his turn. Draw. Blue Eyes White Dragon attack Shade directly with white lighting. Ichigo yelled as Blue Eyes White Lighting fired a white beam at Shade and winning the duel. Slade 0000/Ichigo 4000. I lost? Shade asked himself. You did, Ichigo said as he walked up and offered a handshake. Shade saw this, slapped Ichigo's hand away. Somehow you cheated. Shade yelled. What? Ichigo asked. How? Those Blue Eyes White Dragons are fake. Only 4 copies were ever made and Sito Kaiba has 3 copies of them. Which means that those blue eyes are fake. Shade accused. No, they are not. I had Pegasus Custom make this deck. Ichigo argued back. I don't believe you. If some nobody like you could ever meet Maximilian Pegasus. Shade said as he presses a button on the duel disk. Ichigo recognizes that button. A few days ago, Sito told Ichigo and the girls that there is a button on the duel disk which allows duelists to report cheaters to Kaiba Corp computer. From there, the Battle City Commissioner would come over to investigate. Ichigo sighed and sat by a nearby bench, waiting for the Battle City Commissioner. A few minutes later, Ichigo heard a familiar voice. Hello Ichigo, Makuba said. Hey, Makuba. Sito made you the Battle City Commissioner. Ichigo guessed. Yep, Makuba replied. I'm amazed that Sito is allowing you to walk wherever you want, Ichigo said. Not really. Sito is keeping an eye on me wherever I need to go. Makuba said as he pointed at a nearby street camera. Hey! Who are you? Shade yelled, just realizing someone is talking to the cheater. My name is Kaiba Makuba, the Battle City Commissioner, Makuba announced. Shade immediately laughed. Yeah right. You're probably some kid the cheater paid to pretend to be the Battle City Commissioner. Shade accused. He's screwed. Makuba thought. Hey Makuba, Ichigo said. Yes? Makuba asked. Knowing Sito, he'll probably arrive here by jumping from his helicopter. Ichigo joked. He's not that dramatic. Makuba countered. Wanna bet? Ichigo challenge. Sure, Makuba replied. If I win, on Sito's birthday, you dress up in a kawaii version of a Blue Eyes White Dragon and follow Sito for the entire day, Ichigo said. You're so evil. Makuba yelled in fear as he imagined what that would look like. I need something to match it. Makuba thought. Then he thought of the best counter. If I win, you have to dress like a butler and serve Yuzu and Karen on their birthday, Makuba said. Sure, Ichigo said casually. A few minutes later, a large whirlwind suddenly blew dust around the park. Ichigo and Makuba looked up to see Sito's helicopter. Ichigo smiled and Makuba groaned. The helicopter door opened and Sito jumped out of the helicopter. Ichigo noticed that Sito is dressed differently. Sito now wore a long white sleeveless Kaiba Corp design coat featuring shoulder pads and a raised studded collar, with black sleeves from his shirt coming out from under. He has extra belts in pairs strapped around his upper arms and shins. He has a Kaiba Corp dual disc on his left arm. Ichigo. Makuba. Sito said to the two. Hello Sito, Ichigo said. Was this all necessary? Makuba asked. No, Sito said. Sir. Shade started to say to Sito. It is an honor to dash. Shut up. Sito yelled at Shade. You think I would dare talk to you after all the trash talk to my little brother and my friend? Sito yelled. Shade mumbled. Ichigo's deck is a real deck that was personally made by Maximilian Pegasus himself, Sito said. Since you lost your duel against Ichigo, give him your rarest card and your locator card, Sito said. Shade grumbled, wanting to refuse but complied in fear. Shade gave Ichigo one of his copies of Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dark World, and the locator card. Thank you, Ichigo said. See you two later, Ichigo said and walked away from the brother. Makuba, come with me, Sito said and began to walk away. Yes Sito, Makuba said and walked with his older brother. Scene change, Amaterasu's shrine. In another dimension, in a beautiful Japanese shrine, a woman was waking up. She wore long Miko robes. It is decorated with images of fire flowing around. This is Amaterasu, the Japanese goddess of sun and one of the rules of the Japanese pantheon. She walked around her shrine. She walked outside of her shrine to embrace the beauty of her dimension. As she embraced the beauty, a golden sealed scroll appeared next to her. Amaterasu was surprised at the sudden appearance of the scroll. She grabbed it and looked. The scroll has a golden glow. Amaterasu noticed that the scroll is sealed as with a wax seal. On closer inspection, she realizes that the impression on the wax seal is her seal. Interesting. I don't remember writing a scroll and sealing it with my seal, she thought. She grabbed the scroll and went back inside her shrine. She walked to her office. She sealed her room and sat down. Amaterasu placed the sealed scroll down on the table. She then pricked her finger and let a few drops of her golden blood on the wax seal. The wax seal split perfectly apart. Amaterasu then unwinded the scroll and began to read. A few minutes later, Amaterasu jumped up and walked to her mirror. Amaterasu sent a small burst of divine Ryatsu through the mirror. A few seconds later, the image of Yasaka appeared. "Hello, Amaterasu-sama," Yasaka said. "Hello, Yasaka. I need you to get me Ichigo immediately," Amaterasu said. "As you wish, Amaterasu-sama," Yasaka said, and her image disappeared from the mirror. Scene change, Kyoto, Yasaka's office. Yasaka was reading various paperwork. Ichigo tasked her to look for any information about Mocha after their forced separation. The last public records about her when she last attended Karakura Middle. After that, she disappeared from public records. She managed to get some records of her other family. While she was reading the paperwork, she felt a tap in her mindscape. Yasaka recognized this as Amaterasu-sama requesting her presence. Yasaka opened the private mental connection between her and Amaterasu-sama. "Hello, Amaterasu-sama," Yasaka said. "Hello, Yasaka. I need you to get me Ichigo immediately," Amaterasu said. "As you wish, Amaterasu-sama," Yasaka said, and closed the connection to Amaterasu-sama. After that, she opened the private connection to Ichigo. Scene change, Domino City. Ichigo was walking around looking for another duelist when suddenly Ichigo heard Yasaka's voice. "Ichigo. Can you hear me?" Yasaka asked. "I do." "What's going on?" Ichigo asked. "I don't know why, but Amaterasu-sama requested your presence immediately," Yasaka said. "Okay. Give me a few minutes," Ichigo said, and Yasaka closed the connection. "Yawatch," Ichigo called out to his Quincy spirit. "Yes, Ichigo?" Yawatch replied. "I am going to give you control of my body while I go see Yasaka," Ichigo said. "Okay, Ichigo," Yawatch said as Ichigo changed into a Shinigami form while Yawatch possessed Ichigo's body. "Yuzu. Karen. EU." Ichigo called out through the connection. "Yes, Ichi-nii?" Karen replied. "I am going to Kyoto immediately and Yawatch is taking control of my body," Ichigo said. "Okay," Karen replied. Ichigo closed the connection. Ichigo then went to an unused alleyway and opened up a Garganta and jumped in. Scene change, Kyoto, Yasaka's office. Ichigo jumped out of the Garganta and appeared in Yasaka's office. "Hello, Yasaka," Ichigo said. "Hello, Ichigo. Amaterasu-sama is ready to talk," Yasaka said. Suddenly Yasaka's body began to float and rise. Her eyes began to glow golden. "Hello, Ichigo," Amaterasu said. "Hello, Amaterasu-sama," Ichigo replied. "Why did you have Yasaka get me?" Ichigo asked. "Straight to the point," Amaterasu said. "Well, this morning, I discovered an unknown sealed scroll. I was suspicious about the scroll until I saw that I sealed this scroll. I unsealed the scroll and unrolled it and began to read. I need to send you to an alternate future," Amaterasu said. Alternate future? Ichigo asked. Yes. According to the scroll, a few millennia ago, one Japanese family was destined to seal a being of great evil by using a magical katana. The Chosen One was about to defeat the evil being, but the evil being managed to distract the Chosen One long enough for the being to open a time portal and throw the Chosen One in the time portal. The Chosen One soon appeared in the future time, unable to defeat the evil being. Amaterasu said. So, how do I get involved with this? Ichigo asked. I need you to rescue the Chosen One from the future and help bring him back to the past, Amaterasu said. I see. So when are you sending me to this alternate future? Ichigo asked. I'll send you when you are ready. I will be using a slightly different method to send you there. Amaterasu said. The method I will send you there will require you to be asleep. Why? Ichigo asked. Due to how much power you have, Ichigo, if you move too much during the journey to the alternate future, you might accidentally interrupt the transfer through the time stream, Amaterasu explained. I see, Ichigo said. Wait. How will I get back to my time? Ichigo asked. Amaterasu smiled and gave Ichigo a sealed scroll and a small bag. When you manage to help the Chosen One return to the past and help him seal the evil being, find a safe place and start a fire and throw contents of that pouch in the fire. The fire should turn a golden color. Once that is done, walk into the fire. Amaterasu instructed. What? Ichigo yelled. Ichigo. The fire will not harm you. Amaterasu said, trying to calm Ichigo down. What would the fire do? Ichigo asked. The contents of the pouch would turn the fire into a sort of portal to enter my shrine. 3, Amaterasu said. Is that safe? Ichigo asked. It should be. Only people who can enter my dimension are myself and anyone who receives that pouch. Amaterasu said. Okay, Ichigo said as he placed both the pouch and scroll into his mindscape for safekeeping. Are you ready? Amaterasu asked. I am, Ichigo replied. Then sleep, Amaterasu ordered. Like under a magic spell, Ichigo's body collapsed. Amaterasu used her magic to prevent Ichigo's body from falling and sent his body to her dimension. After that, Amaterasu disconnected her connection to Yasaka's body. Scene change, Amaterasu's dimension. Once Amaterasu made sure Ichigo's body is safe, she cast a few spells to make sure that Ichigo stays asleep and safe throughout the entire journey. When that was done, she used her powers and opened up a time portal. She then kissed Ichigo on his forehead. Good luck, my son, Amaterasu said as she pushed Ichigo's body into the time portal. Once Ichigo's body entered the time portal, Amaterasu allowed the portal to close. In the time portal, Ichigo's body floated down like it was traveling down a river. What felt like minutes later, another portal opened up and Ichigo's body entered the portal. Scene change, desert. Everyone here speaks English and this is Japanese. In the desert, it appeared to be two people running through the desert. One appears male. He is fairly tall and lean but fit. He has long jet black hair that he keeps tied in a Japanese chanmage topknot. The man's clothing consists of a simple white kimono robe with gray trim on the sleeves and edges, a white obi sash around his waist, and a pair of wooden geta sandals. Tied to his side is a long black katana. While the other person appears to be female. She appears to be a young woman with green skin, black hair, a black dress, and red lips. Let's stop here tonight. It is starting to get darker. The male said. Sure, Jack. The female said. The two stopped and gathered small pieces of wood to start another campfire. While they sat around and talked about different things, a sudden wind started to blow. Then the women stood up. Ikra? Jack asked. Something is going on, the newly dubbed Ikra said. Suddenly a flash of bright light blinded the two. They both covered their eyes. When the bright light dimmed, the two could see a body. He appears to have spiky orange hair. He is a fairly tall, lean-built young man with peach skin and brown eyes. He is wearing a black shihakusho with 2 white shoulder plates crossing his chest in an X shape and a white cloak with black markings tied around his waist. Where am I? Ichigo said as he woke up. Ikra looked confused at Ichigo while Jack immediately recognized what Ichigo is saying. You speak Japanese? Jack replied. I do. Who are you and where am I? Ichigo asked. You are in the desert. Jack attempted to answer. Can you two please stop speaking that gibberish and speak English? Ikra yelled. Do you speak some form of English? Jack asked. I do, Ichigo answered. So what is your name, stranger? Ikra asked. Isn't it rude to ask for a name without introducing yourself? Ichigo countered. Ikra dot. Ikra said. Jack dot. Jack said. Ichigo, Ichigo said. So where did you come from? Jack asked. Should I answer truthfully or not? Ichigo thought. Give an answer vague enough where they do not learn much about us but give them enough information to keep them from asking for more, Kyoka suggested. I do not know how I got here, Ichigo said. But, I know I must help a warrior here with his destiny, Ichigo said. I see. Another ally against Aku. Jack said. Aku? Ichigo questioned. Immediately Jack told Ichigo about Aku and all the abilities and encounters with Aku. Meanwhile Ikra was deep in thought. Shit. Another samurai to deal with. Unlike Jack, I can sense energy from him. That portal was created by a deity. Ikra thought. How? I thought I destroyed all of them millennia ago. Ikra thought. I should continue to act like I was before. Ikra concluded. What about you? Ichigo asked Ikra. What do you mean? Ikra asked. Why are you against Aku? Ichigo asked. Just like Jack's father, my father fought against Aku. As punishment for his actions, Aku trapped my father in a ring of fire for eternity. There is a legend of a powerful magical jewel in the desert that has the power to free my father. Ikra said. I see, Ichigo said. Well, we should get some sleep in before continuing the run. Jack suggested. With that Jack, Ikra and Ichigo got ready to sleep on the ground. Ichigo pretended to sleep so he can focus on what his spirits are saying. King. Something doesn't feel right about her. Zangetsu said. I agree. I'll keep an eye on her. Ichigo said. Scene change, morning. Ichigo, Ikra and Jack woke up, stretched a little and resumed their run. The trio continued this cycle for a few days. Wake up. Run till the sun sets. Build a campfire. Cook food and eat. Sleep. Repeat. One day while they are running, they soon see a small bundle of trees. Look, Ichigo said. A mirage? Ikra asked. It might be. Jack said. But we have traveled far. I sense we are close. The trio ran closer and closer to the small bundle of trees. When they entered the small bundle of trees, Ikra immediately spotted a small pond. Water! Ikra shouted and immediately cupped her hands into the pond and began to drink the water. While Ikra was drinking water, Jack looked up and noticed something. Our quest has ended. Jack said. The trio looked to see above the pond to see a green jewel floating above the pond. The jewel. Ikra said. My time on this miserable Aku-infested land will finally be over. Magical jewel, we have traveled through your desert. We have overcome every treacherous obstacle. We have been awed by its breathtaking beauty. We have earned its respect. We now humbly request to use your power. Fulfill our destiny. Jack yelled. Suddenly the jewel began to glow. Suddenly it fired a large beam of green light towards the trio. What is happening? Ikra asked in fear. The wizard spoke of this. Only one of the pure heart may use the power of the jewel. It is testing us. Jack answered. King. We got a visitor. Zangetsu said. Ichigo sighed and entered his mindscape. Change scene, Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo appeared in his mindscape. Ichigo could see that all his Zanpakuto spirits and familiars are ready to attack the stranger. The stranger has blue skin, 6 arms, and a humanoid face with a goatee. Who are you? Ichigo asked. I am the guardian of this jewel. The being said. Okay. So what are you doing here? Ichigo asked. My job is to guard this jewel until the chosen one arrives. The being said. Well, Jack is the chosen one, so what is the problem? Ichigo asked. The problem is the girl. The being said. The girl? Ichigo asked. Her heart is the complete opposite of the chosen one's heart. The being said. I see. What would have you done if I wasn't here to talk to you? Ichigo asked. Why? The being asked. I got a plan, Ichigo said. What I would have done would attack the girl until she leaves or is dead. The being answered truthfully. Okay, so here is the plan. Ichigo said and told the being the plan. Okay. That will work. The being said. With the plan ready, Ichigo left his mindscape. Scene change, forest. Ichigo returned to see that the beam of green light is still shining down on them. Ichigo quickly summoned Suki no Hansha. Ichigo made sure that both Jack and Ikra could see Suki no Hansha. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. Ichigo said and focused on using Kanzen Simon on Jack and Ikra. The jewel stopped shooting the green light at them. Suddenly the earth started to shake. Something is wrong. Jack said. Suddenly a being appeared. The being has blue skin, 6 arms, and a humanoid face with a goatee. We have been deceived. Ikra accused. No. There must be some mistake. We are of a pure heart. Jack said. I will not fight. Jack decided. I will also not fight, Ichigo said. From the being's eyes, it fired a red beam of light at Ichigo, Jack, and Ikra. Ikra jumped out of the way, while Ichigo and Jack got hit by the beam. The beam injured them. In Jack's injured state, he managed to look up to see a bat-like creature flying around the blue being. The blue being used its fist to attack the bat creature. The bat creature managed to dodge many of the attacks. Unfortunately, one of the fists managed to hit the bat creature in the head, forcing it to land on the ground. When the bat creature landed down, Jack managed to see that it wasn't a bat creature but it was Ikra. You possess the power of flight? Jack said. Yes. And much more. Ikra said. Suddenly Ikra began to grow big and taller. In a few seconds, Ikra became as tall as the blue being. What is happening? Jack said. I'm not sure, Ichigo replied. The blue being swung a punch at Ikra. She blocked the punch with her right elbow. The blue being swung another punch at Ikra. She ducked and slid back. The blue stepped forward to get closer and all 3 arms on the right side sent a punch toward Ikra. She twisted her waist and then sent left hook and then a right hood towards the being. She then sent a punch directly at the being's gut. While being yelled in pain, she easily managed to lift the being above her head and threw him a few feet away. The being crashed down and laid there in defeat. Ikra shrunk down and jumped towards the being's head. She pried the jewel off its head and raised it with a smile on her face. The jewel. We have succeeded. At long last, my quest has come to an end. Jack said. Suddenly Jack heard glass breaking. Jack looked and saw the broken jewel near Ikra's feet. What have you done? Jack asked. Suddenly Ikra let out a maniacal laugh. Ikra? Jack asked in confusion. No, fool. Ikra said. Suddenly she transformed into what appears male. He appears humanoid with a black body, a green mouth, and a red beard extending from the bottom of his chin. He has 6 horns, 4 long and 2 short, on his head, and eyebrows were made of red flickering flame. Instead of visible feet, Ichigo could see that his body simply ending at the bottom with robe-like darkness. "It is I, Aku," Aku said as he grew several feet tall. Jack was struck with fear. "Yes, samurai. You have been betrayed. I and Lucra are the same," Aku said. "No," Jack said, trying to deny the news. "Oh, yes. You see, I had a dream. No, a nightmare of a jewel that had the power to send you back in time. I knew that this was no mere dream, but a premonition. I had to destroy this powerful jewel. But I did not know its whereabouts," Aku said. "No," Jack said. "Yes, samurai. I knew you would find it." Then Aku did a poor imitation of Ikra's voice and said, "My poor father trapped in a ring of fire by mean old Aku." Then Aku laughed even more. "Fool!" Aku yelled out. In Jack's rage, he drew his katana and attacked Aku. Aku jumped and transformed into a bird-like creature. "Fight me, coward!" Jack yelled. "Soon we will fight. But not until I find a way to defeat you and your sword. Now, how did you put it?" "Oh, yes. Your time on this miserable Aku-infested land continues," Aku said and let out a maniacal laugh as Aku flew away. Jack yelled with rage and stabbed his sword on the ground. "So this is the situation," Ichigo said as he walked up to Jack. "It is," Jack said. "Good thing that this is all an illusion," Ichigo said. "What?" Jack yelled. Ichigo sealed Kyoka. Jack heard glass breaking and could the jewel floating there. "What happened?" Jack asked. "Well, I managed to talk to the guardian of the jewel. While Aku was still here, the guardian wouldn't allow you to use the jewel's power. So I decided to make an illusion of what happened here so that Aku would think his mission was accomplished," Ichigo explained. "So what would I need to do to use the jewel's power?" Jack asked. "You need to willingly submit yourself to the jewel's judging again," Ichigo said. "I see," Jack said and took a deep breath. "Magical jewel, we have traveled through your desert. We have overcome every treacherous obstacle. We have been awed by its breathtaking beauty. We have earned its respect. We now humbly request to use your power. Fulfill my destiny," Jack said. Just like before, the jewel began to glow and fired a large beam of green light at Jack. A few seconds later, the beam stopped. The blue being appeared again. "Welcome, Chosen One. What do you need?" the blue being asked. "I wish to return to my past so that I can defeat Aku," Jack said. "Very well. I will send you back to your time, Chosen One," the blue being said. The jewel on the blue being's forehead glowed green and shot a small beam in front of Jack. Slowly a time portal opened up. Jack and Ichigo quickly jumped inside the time portal. Behind them, the portal closed. Scene change, early Japan, Aku's cave. Everyone here speaks Japanese. Aku has just sent the samurai into the future. Do not worry, samurai. You will see me again. But next time you will not be so fortunate, Aku said. Suddenly another portal opened up. That next is right now, Jack yelled as he attacked Aku. Aku was shocked that the samurai he just sent to the future was already back. Aku quickly transformed into a Chinese dragon and fired black fire at Jack. Jack dodged the black fire. Jack jumped from a ledge to land a hit on Aku. Aku saw this and managed to dodge Jack's attack. Ichigo managed to grab Jack before he fell to the dark abyss. "You alright?" Ichigo asked. "I am," Jack said. The two looked at Aku. "Two samurai," Aku yelled. Aku forced himself into 2 copies to deal with both samurais. Aku number 1 transformed into a bat creature and flew away, while Aku number 2 attacked Jack and Ichigo. "I'll take care of the flying Aku," Ichigo said as he used Chuunpa to chase the flying Aku. "Foolish samurai. If it was 2 against 1, you would have a better chance against me," Aku number 1 taunted. "Bakudo number 4. Heinoa," Ichigo chanted. A crackling yellow energy rope flew towards Aku. Aku managed to dodge it. "Bakudo number 4. Heinoa," Ichigo chanted again. Waves of crackling yellow energy rope aimed towards Aku. One of the Heinoa caught Aku. Ichigo grabbed the captured Aku and Chuunpa back to the cave. Meanwhile, Aku transformed into a 4-armed gorilla and attempted to go on the offensive. It would use a pair of its arms to attack Jack while the other pair of arms and legs advanced closer to Jack, while Jack blocked the attacks and stepped back. This combination forced Jack back to the edge. "Any last words, samurai?" Aku asked. Jack didn't reply, but the look on Jack's face said it all. "So be it." Aku yelled and charged at Jack. Suddenly 6 thin white beams of light that slammed into Aku's midsection. Jack and Aku turned to see Ichigo with the bound Aku. "Jack, let me take care of sealing Aku," Ichigo said. "Why?" Jack asked. "It is because of what Aku is. Aku is a divine being powered by the eternal evil of humanity," Ichigo said. "Evil of humanity?" Jack asked. "In every human, we have both the essence of good and evil in us. Aku feeds on the evil in our hearts," Ichigo said. "Is there any way to get rid of the evil in our hearts?" Jack questioned. "There is no true way to get rid of the evil in our hearts," Ichigo answered. "Why?" Jack asked. "We have both good and evil in all of us. This is a key thing that makes us human. By taking good or evil out, we essentially lose our humanity," Ichigo said. "I see," Jack said. Ichigo took the bat-like Aku and placed it a few feet away from Ichigo. Prologue. Halting wraps. Ichigo yelled as he slammed his fingers into the ground and releases white spiritual energy, which coalesces into white fabric. The fabric wraps around the bat Aku, covering him from head to toe. "Refrain, serial 100 bolts," Ichigo shouted. The bounded Aku is then impaled by numerous metal bolts. "Finale, fully prohibited Great Seal," Ichigo yelled. An immense metal cube came crashing from above, slamming the bounded Aku into the bottom of the abyss. Ichigo then picked up the other Aku. "Where are you going?" Jack asked. "I'm planning to seal this part of Aku in a completely different place from this Aku," Ichigo said. "Why?" Jack asked. "So that in case this Aku is freed, it will not be as strong as before," Ichigo theorized. "I see," Jack said. "Jack, evacuate everyone still in the area," Ichigo instructed. "Okay," Jack replied. Ichigo immediately Chuunpaed to Africa. Ichigo sensed that this is the farthest from Japan. Ichigo threw Aku on the ground and began to chant. Prologue. Halting wraps. Ichigo yelled as he slammed his fingers into the ground and releases white spiritual energy, which coalesces into white fabric. The fabric wraps around the gorilla Aku, covering him, her from head to toe. "Refrain, serial 100 bolts," Ichigo shouted. The bounded Aku is then impaled by numerous metal bolts. "Finale, fully prohibited Great Seal," Ichigo yelled. An immense metal cube came crashing from above, slamming the bounded Aku into the bottom of the ground. Ichigo used his earthbending to force the cube and Aku to go as far as Ichigo could make it. After that, he filled the abyss with dirt to cover up its existence. Ichigo Chuunpaed to Jack. To see Jack hugging an elderly couple and crying with tears of joy. "Jack, who are these people?" Ichigo asked. "My parents," Jack replied. "My son. Why does this man call you Jack?" the elder man asked. It is because, father, I do not remember my name. Jack said. Is this true, my son? The father asked. It is the true, father. Jack said. Well then, son. I am Emperor Yamamoto Shigakuni. Shigakuni said. Why do I feel like something mind-blowing is going to happen? Ichigo thought. My son. My name is Empress Yamamoto Saori. Saori said. And you, my son, is Prince Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Shigakuni said. Fucking knew it. Ichigo thought. So this is my name, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, Genryusai said. Suddenly Shigakuni started to cough blood. Father. Genryusai said. Ichigo looked at everyone and could see that all these people need help. Not only these people but everything around them. The life around them all feels dead. As if Aku took all the life of all of nature from them. Ichigo walked to Shigakuni and began to apply healing Kido on him. Immediately, pain on Shigakuni's face lessened and some of the scars began to shrink. Can you do this to all of us? Saori asked. Possibly. Can you all gather everyone here? Ichigo asked the surrounding citizen. Everyone saw what Ichigo did to their emperor. All the citizens quickly gathered all the surviving citizens to where Ichigo asked for. Ichigo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Ichigo slowly floated up a few feet. From there Ichigo shot a beam of green Ryatsu to the sky, parting the black clouds, and the green Ryatsu rained down. The green Ryatsu landed on the weakened citizens and the environment, slowly healing decades of abuse and damage. After a few minutes, Ichigo stopped and opened his eyes. The environment looks a lot better. Ichigo could feel life in the environment now. Ichigo also noticed that citizens look healthier than before. Sir. What is your name? One of the little children asked. The adults tried to hide the child in fear of Ichigo's retaliation. Forgive me for being rude, Ichigo said. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo, Ichigo said and bowed to all of them. In response, everyone bowed to Ichigo. Ichigo led an exploration to find any storage units. They managed to find some storage units filled with raw seasoned meat. Ichigo and some of the few chefs from the villages started to cook the meat. Others found other storage units full of dried fruits and sake. That night everyone celebrated. Many celebrated their freedom. 3 celebrated their family being reunited. 1 drank till the headaches go away, which it didn't. The next morning, Ichigo helped the citizens rebuild their village. While this is happening, Emperor Yamamoto organized a meeting with his advisors. All the advisors appear male. The first one has dark skin, golden irises, and black hair. His name is Shihoin Kishi, sudden death. The next advisor has pale skin, slate gray eyes, and long black hair. His name is Kuchiki Hokori, pride. The third advisor is a tall muscular man with chin-length black hair. His name is Shiba Bakudan, bum. The last advisor is also a tall muscular man with no hair. His name is Kasumiyaji Kajiya, blacksmith. My emperor, why have you called this meeting? We should be helping with reconstruction. Kajiya said. The reason is that we need to give Ichigo a gift, Shigakuni said. A gift? Bakudan said. Yes, a gift, Shigakuni said. The advisors thought about what they could give to Ichigo. What about a weapon? Kajiya suggested. No. Ichigo already had weapons, Shigakuni said. What if we invite him to stay with us? Hokori asked. No, Shigakuni said. Why? Hokori asked. Because he doesn't belong in this time, Shigakuni said. What do you mean, my emperor? Kyushi asked. It is because Ichigo came from the future, Shigakuni said. What? The advisors said. How? I do not know. But, I do not wish for this knowledge to be leaked out to the public. Shigakuni said. Agreed. The advisors said. Now then, anyone else has any ideas? Shigakuni asked. What if we ask Ichigo if any of our family still exists in his timeline? Hokori asked. What do you mean? Shigakuni asked. Well, we could have each a sealed scroll with our clan emblem on it. We write to our descendants about what Ichigo has done for us and ask them to honor the debt. Hokori said. Excellent idea, Shigakuni said. With that, the advisors left the meeting to prepare the sealed scrolls. Soon Saori entered the meeting room. So you heard the suggestions? Shigakuni asked. I did, Saori said. Is that good enough? Shigakuni asked. In all honesty. No, it isn't. Saori said. Then what should I do? Shigakuni asked. Maybe adopt Ichigo into the family? Saori suggested. What do you mean? Shigakuni asked. Ichigo appears to know some sort of magic. Maybe we can ask him if he knows any spells to blood adopt him. Saori said. But we have nothing to give him to represent his connection to our family, Shigakuni said. Don't worry about that, my husband. I will take care of that. Saori said. Scene change. Ichigo spent the next few days helping out the citizens. Some include cutting down trees, killing wild beast Aku kept as slaves and other minor things. Ichigo did one last walkthrough of Aku's fortress to make sure everything is empty. Ichigo walked out and saw Genryusai outside. Is everyone gone? Ichigo asked. Yes, Genryusai said. Ichigo noticed that everyone is surrounded the safe area Ichigo told Genryusai to set up. Ichigo summoned Kokugetsu and then Shuunpei at about 20 feet above the mountain. Getsuga, Tensho. Ichigo yelled as he fired Getsuga Tensho down to the mountain and destroying the entire thing. Ichigo dismissed Kokugetsu and returned to Genryusai. Everyone clapped at the destruction of the final symbol of their dictator. Kurosaki Ichigo. Emperor Yamamoto said as the entire Yamamoto family walked up to Ichigo. For your help in helping my son accomplish his destiny, we wish to adopt you into our family, Shigakuni said. Ichigo recognized this, and from all the formal classes Kyoka pounded into his head, Ichigo did the only thing appropriate. Emperor Yamamoto, it would be an honor to be adopted into your family, Ichigo said as he bowed to Shigakuni. Shigakuni nodded to both Genryusai and Saori. They walked towards Ichigo. Ichigo, as a symbol of your adoption to Clan Yamamoto, we wish for you to wear this with honor, Shigakuni said. Genryusai and Saori then draped a Haori over Ichigo. Ichigo stood up and slipped the Haori on properly. Ichigo looked closer to see this is a modified Haori. This is a sleeveless white Haori that has the Clan Yamamoto crest on the center, a square with a straight line at the center of each side, 4. There were black and red flame pattern around the hem of the Haori. Thank you, Ichigo said. Everyone clapped in and began another day of celebration. During the celebration, Genryusai approached Ichigo. Hello Ichigo, Genryusai said. Hello Genryusai, Ichigo replied. My father wants to talk to you, Genryusai said. Ichigo nodded and followed Genryusai to find Shigakuni and 4 others sitting down at a table. Ichigo and Genryusai bowed at the 5. Thank you Genryusai. You may leave. Shigakuni said and Genryusai left. Now Ichigo, all 5 of us know about you being from a different future. Shigakuni began. Ichigo started to get nervous. Ichigo looked at the other 4, hoped that they just look like coincidences. Yes, I am from the future, Ichigo said. I see, Shigakuni said. Ichigo, do you know of a spell or ritual which allows us to formally adopt you? Shigakuni asked. Is there one? Ichigo asked. There is one spell, Kyoka said and told Ichigo the requirements. There is one, but it will require all alive members of the family, Ichigo said. Okay then. We will do this privately. Shigakuni said. Now then. Let us introduce ourselves. One of the advisors said. My name is Kachiki Hokori, Hokori said. Shihoin Kyoshi, Kyoshi said. Shiba Bakudan, Bakudan said. Kasumiyaji Kaguya, Kaguya said. Ichigo slapped his hand to his face and let out a small moan. Judging by your reaction, you know of our descendants? Kyushi asked. I sure do, Ichigo replied. Good, Hokori said as all 5 of them took out a sealed scroll and gave it to Ichigo. What is this? Ichigo asked. These are sealed scrolls to our descendants, Kaguya said. Why? Ichigo asked. These scrolls contain a message to our descendants which explains the eternal debt we owe you, Yamamoto Kurosaki Ichigo, Bakudan said. I see, Ichigo said. Is there a type of Kido to prevent tempering, and should I also have a vial of blood sealed in the scroll to validate this? Ichigo asked. Yes, there is a Kido spell for it, and yes, you should have a vial of their blood sealed with the scroll as well, Kyoka answered. There is a spell which will prevent tampering with the scroll, Ichigo said. Also, we may have a vial of your blood sealed in the scroll as well to validate claims, Ichigo said. All the advisors agreed. Shigekuni ordered a servant to get 5 clean small glass bottles and a small clean knife. After that, Ichigo helped draw the needed amount of blood. When the blood was collected, Ichigo sealed the glass bottles with Kido and placed them with the scrolls and applied them to seal each of them in Kido again. When that was done, the advisors excused themselves and left. Shigekuni told a servant that he needs his wife and son and another to get a clean glass and another clean knife. A few minutes later, both Genryusai and Saori entered the room and another servant brought the requested items. After that, the servant closed the door. Yes, dear? Saori asked. Ichigo told me that there is a ritual for Ichigo to be adopted into our family by blood. Shigekuni said. Really? Saori said as she looked at Ichigo. Really? Ichigo said. Why are those here? Genryusai asked. Part of the ritual requires 7 drops of blood from each alive family member, Ichigo said. Each family member dropped exactly 7 drops of blood each into the glass. Ichigo then handed Shigekuni, Saori, and Genryusai a piece of paper. Ichigo gave them a few moments to read the paper. Remember, even though I will be supplying the energy for the ritual, you are required to have the absolute intent for this, Ichigo said. Everyone ready? Shigekuni asked. Ichigo, Saori, and Genryusai nodded. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, request permission from Lord Yamamoto, Lady Yamamoto, and Heir Yamamoto to join Clan Yamamoto, Ichigo said. A small glow began to radiate from Ichigo and entered the cup. I, Yamamoto Shigekuni, Lord of Clan Yamamoto, accept Kurosaki Ichigo's request to join Clan Yamamoto, Shigekuni said. A small glow also began to radiate from Shigekuni and entered the cup. The energy slowly began to swirl with Ichigo's. I, Yamamoto Saori, Lady of Clan Yamamoto, accept Kurosaki Ichigo's request to join Clan Yamamoto, Saori said. A small glow also began to radiate from Saori and entered the cup. The energy slowly began to swirl with Ichigo's and Shigekuni's. I, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, heir of Clan Yamamoto, accept Kurosaki Ichigo's request to join Clan Yamamoto, Genryusai said. A small glow also began to radiate from Genryusai and entered the cup. The energy slowly began to swirl with Ichigo's, Shigekuni's, and Saori's. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, accept the blessing that Lord Yamamoto, Lady Yamamoto, and Heir Yamamoto gave to join Clan Yamamoto, Ichigo said as he got the glass and chugged the concoction down. Ichigo soon glowed for a few seconds and stopped and bowed to Shigekuni. Rise, Yamamoto Kurosaki Ichigo, second heir of Clan Yamamoto, Shigekuni said. Ichigo rise as the family now hugged their new family member. I think it is time for me to return to the future, Ichigo said. You are right, brother. Genryusai said. Even though we just met you and formally adopted you to our family, we will miss you, Saori said. I know, Ichigo said. You 3 can come with me and set up the ritual to return home, Ichigo suggested. Really? Shigekuni asked. How? Genryusai asked. I was sent here by Amaterasu-sama, Ichigo said. Really? The entire family said. Yes. She sent me here to help Genryusai with his destiny. Ichigo said. I see, Shigekuni said. Ichigo and the entire Yamamoto family walked out to the base of the destroyed Aku mountain. Ichigo and the entire Yamamoto family helped start a campfire. When the campfire was big enough with its bright orange and red flames, Ichigo summoned the pouch that Amaterasu gave him. Ichigo opened the pouch and dumped the contents into the fire. The orange and red flames turned golden and light orange. It was as if they were looking at the sunrise. Ichigo looked at the Yamamoto family one last time. Looks like this is goodbye, Genryusai said. It is to you, Ichigo said with a sad smile. Before Genryusai could question Ichigo's strange answer, Ichigo jumped in the fire. The fire immediately turned Ichigo's body to dust and the fire went out, leaving the entire Yamamoto family in the dark. Scene change, Amaterasu's dimension. Amaterasu was sleeping when she felt a disturbance in her dimension. She turned on the lights and investigates the disturbance. In her living room was a man lying on the ground. Amaterasu went up to get a closer look at the man. He appears to have spiky orange hair. He is a fairly tall, lean-built young man with peach skin and brown eyes. He is wearing sleeveless Haori, a black shihakusho with 2 white shoulder plates crossing his chest in an X shape and a white cloak with black markings tied around his waist. Ow, Ichigo said as he stood up and rubbed his butt. Who are you? Amaterasu asked. Sorry, Amaterasu-sama. My name is Yamamoto Kurosaki Ichigo. Please call me Ichigo. Ichigo said. How are you here? Amaterasu asked. My explanation is quite long. Can we sit somewhere? Ichigo asked. Amaterasu guided Ichigo to a pair of chairs. Once sat down, Ichigo began his tale when Ichigo was called upon by Amaterasu of his timeline to Ichigo's appearance in Amaterasu's dimension. Interesting tale, Amaterasu said. Thank you, Ichigo said. Now, can you help me return to my time? Ichigo asked. Okay, Amaterasu replied. Amaterasu then stood up and left the room to return with an empty scroll and an enchanted ink brush and immediately start writing. What are you doing? Ichigo asked. Ichigo. Have you wondered why Amaterasu from your time doesn't remember what happened here? Amaterasu asked. Now that you mention it, it does seem weird that Amaterasu of my time doesn't remember this, Ichigo replied. The reason is that I wiped my memory of it, Amaterasu answered. Why? Ichigo asked. The reason is that I fear what my action will differ from this point on to the point where it will interfere with what you need to go to help Genryusai return to the past, Amaterasu explained. I see. Ichigo said. Ichigo waited a few more minutes for Amaterasu to finish writing the scroll and sealing it with her seal. Once the personal seal is added, Amaterasu casts a spell on the sealed scroll. What was the spell for? Ichigo asked. It is a special spell which will cause the scroll to disappear and remain unnoticed until the correct time, Amaterasu answered. I see, Ichigo said. The next spell I will cast will wipe all of my memories for these few hours. Amaterasu started to say. What? Ichigo asked. How would I be able to return to my time? The spell is time delayed. It will wipe my memories after 5 minutes. Amaterasu said. I see, Ichigo replied. Then I will cast a spell which allows me to store my memories in a vial and you will give that vial to my future self, Amaterasu said. Wait. Why would you want your future self to remember this? Ichigo asked. The reason is that all the decisions from this point on to the point of your return required Amaterasu to act without this knowledge. But when you return, it will not matter that Amaterasu has this knowledge since she knows a part of it. Amaterasu explained. I'll take your word for it, Ichigo said, feeling a headache might come from trying to understand time travel. With that, Amaterasu cast the memory spell on herself. She then extracted the memory and placed the memory in a vial she summoned and gave it to Ichigo. After that, she put Ichigo to sleep. Chapter 15, Arc 3. Ichigo woke up the next day with someone lying on his chest. Ichigo looked down to see 2 golden color ears. Ichigo cracked a small smile. Good morning, Ichigo, Yasaka said. Good morning, Yasaka, Ichigo replied. So, when did I return here? Ichigo asked. A few hours ago, Yasaka answered. I see. What time is it? Ichigo asked. It is 7 in the morning, Yasaka replied. I see, thank you. Ichigo said. He leaned over and gave Yasaka a quick kiss and got out of bed. He then began his workout and continued to practice his elemental manipulation. With Shirayuki's help, Ichigo was able to learn how to turn the surrounding water vapor into water, turn the water into ice and back. During another attempt of manipulating lava, Ichigo discovered that he could manipulate metal. Seeing this, Ichigo spent the rest of the workout time practicing this metal bending. After a quick shower, Ichigo joined Yasaka and Kuno for breakfast. Papa! Kuno screamed in joy when she saw her papa at the dinner table. Kuno chose to sit on Ichigo's lap the entire breakfast. Ichigo was forced to feed her. During breakfast, Yasaka asked Ichigo about what is going on in Domino City. Ichigo told Yasaka a summary of what happened since he stayed in Domino City while he fed Kuno. Ichigo, how come you didn't take the Millennium Puzzle yet? Yasaka asked. I didn't because of the memories I got from Shadi and Ishizu, Ichigo said. Please explain, Yasaka said. According to Shadi and Ishizu, Yugi and Yami are linked by fate or destiny and they are both needed to defeat this Egyptian-related danger, Ichigo said. Papa, are you in the Battle City tournament? Kuno asked. I am, Ichigo said. Is Yugi cheating? Kuno asked. Cheating? Ichigo asked. Since Yugi and Yami are working together all the time, wouldn't that mean they are cheating since the game is 1 versus 1 unless otherwise? Kuno asked. Well, I wouldn't consider Yugi to be cheating. Ichigo said. Why? Kuno asked. From what I could see, Yugi allowed Yami free reign of the body during duels and lock himself in his mind until the duel is over, while Yami allows Yugi free reign of the body until a duel is starting. Ichigo said. Okay, Papa, Kuno said and drank her milk. Once breakfast was over, Ichigo had to leave. Kuno tried to stop Ichigo from leaving but Yasaka grabbed her and stopped her. Ichigo opened a garganta and jumped in. Scene change, Sito's mansion. Ichigo was teleported back to his room in Sito's mansion. Ichigo walked downstairs to see everyone was eating breakfast. Hello, Ichigo said. Hi, Ichi and I. The girls said. Yawatch, who was still possessed Ichigo's body, gave control back to Ichigo and returned to Ichigo's mindscape. What duels was I involved? Ichigo asked. Sito played a recording of the 3 other duels that Yawatch had done for him. All the duels appear to be random duelists with nothing really special about themselves. After that, Ichigo left the mansion and tried to find the last locator card that he needed. Scene change, Domino City. Ichigo was running around Domino City, trying to find a duelist who was still in the tournament that doesn't have all 6 locator cards. Ichigo found a cluster of duelists. Hey, are any of you still in the tournament? Ichigo asked. Sorry, man. We all lost to Francesca. A nameless duelist said. Who? Ichigo asked. A beautiful foreigner duelist. Another nameless duelist said. Can any one of you point where she is? Ichigo asked. The cluster of duelists pointed towards another part of the park. Thanks, Ichigo said and ran off. Ichigo followed the path to find a clearing. Ichigo could see who he assumed as Francesca. She is dark-skinned, green-eyed and long, thick, wavy brown hair. She is wearing a white long-sleeved low-cut shirt and with a black leather jacket that is zipped halfway. The jacket helped emphasize her large breasts. She also has on form-fitted trousers and dark knee-length boots. Anyone else who dares try to challenge me? The girl yelled out. I do, Ichigo said as he walked up. Oh. You seem fun. Francesca said. Francesca 4000/Ichigo 4000. Ladies first, Ichigo said. Oh. Another gentleman. Let's see how this one goes. Francesca said. I activate my Amazonas fighting spirit, Francesca said. I then activate my field spell, Amazonas Village. Francesca said. All Amazonas monsters gain 200 attack points, and when one of my Amazonas monsters is destroyed, I can special summon one Amazonas from my deck with the same level or lower, Francesca explained. I set one monster down and two face-down cards. I end my turn. Francesca said. Draw. I activate my Melody of Awakening Dragons. Ichigo said. By discarding one card, I can add two dragon monsters with 3,000 or more attack points and 2,500 or fewer defense points from my deck to my hand, Ichigo said as he discards his Beacon of White to add his Blue Eyes White Dragon and his Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon to his hand. By revealing one Blue Eyes White Dragon in my hand, I can special summon one Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon, Ichigo said. Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon attack Francesca's face-down monster. Ichigo ordered. The dragon fired a blast of white energy at the Francesca's face-down card to reveal Warrior Lady of the Wasteland. When my Warrior Lady of the Wasteland is destroyed, I can special summon one Earth Warrior monster with 1500 attack or less in attack mode, Francesca explained. Come Amazonas Swordswoman. Francesca said as a new monster took the stage. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. I activate my equip spell, Amazonas Heirloom, and equip it to my Amazonas Swordswoman. Francesca said. Once per turn, the equipped monster cannot be destroyed by battle. Also, when the equipped monster attacks, after battle calculations, destroy the attacking monster. Francesca explained. I then summon out my Amazonas Paladin, Francesca said. She gains 100 attack points for each Amazonas I control, Francesca said. Amazonas Swordswoman attack that boy's pet dragon. Francesca said. The swordwomen came and slashed at Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon. Instead of Francesca taking damage, Ichigo took damage and his Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon glowed green before exploding. Francesca 4000/Ichigo 3700. What happened? Ichigo asked. Let me explain this to you, Francesca said. My Amazonas Swordswoman has an effect where any battle damage I would have taken involving my Amazonas Swordswoman would instead be taken from my opponent, Francesca explained. Shit, Ichigo said. Now then, Amazonas Paladin attack directly. Francesca ordered. Amazonas Paladin charged at Ichigo and swung her sword at him. Ichigo blocked the attack with his dual disc. Francesca 4000/Ichigo 1700. Draw, Ichigo said. I activate my Activate Return of the Dragon Lords. This card allows me to special one level 7 or 8 from the graveyard. Come back Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon. Ichigo said. I now use his effect, he can destroy one monster on my opponent's side of the field. Ichigo explained. I choose your Amazonas Swordswoman. Ichigo ordered. Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon swiped its claws at Amazonas Swordswoman and destroyed her. When my Amazonas Swordswoman is destroyed, it triggered my Amazonas Village and allows me to special summon another Amazonas Swordswoman. Francesca said. Well, I activate my polymerization. Go my Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon fuse with the Blue Eyes White Dragon in my hand to bring out Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon. Ichigo said. My Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon can make 2 attacks on monsters during each battle phase, Ichigo said. Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon attack Francesca's Amazonas Paladin. Ichigo said. The first head of Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon fired a beam of white light at Amazonas Paladin and destroyed her. Francesca 3000/Ichigo 1700. Now then, as Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon attack Francesca's Amazonas Swordswoman. Ichigo said. The second head of Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon fired a beam of white light at Amazonas Swordswoman and destroyed her and Ichigo took the damage. Francesca 3000/Ichigo 0400. I set one monster down and end my turn, Francesca said. Draw. I activate my Mystical Space Typhoon. Ichigo said. I destroy your field spell. Ichigo ordered. A large typhoon blew over and destroyed Francesca's Amazonas village. I then activate my Return of the Dragon Lords. Ichigo said. No! Francesca screamed. Yes! Come back, Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon! Ichigo said. As Ichigo's Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon appeared on the field, Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon attacked Francesca's face-down monster. Ichigo ordered. The dragon fired a blast of white energy at the Francesca's face-down card to reveal Amazonas trainee. Now then, my Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon attacked Francesca's life points directly with Twin Evolution Burst. Ichigo yelled. Both heads of Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon fired a beam of white light towards Francesca. The two beams merged to form a single bigger beam and hit directly at Francesca and taking all of her remaining life points. Francesca 0000/Ichigo 0400. Man, that was tough, Ichigo said. Francesca let out a good laugh. That was a great duel. Francesca yelled out. Thank you, Ichigo said. As Francesca gave Ichigo the locator card. Ichigo, pick your prize from any of these cards, Francesca said as she handed him a deck box. Ichigo opened it up to see over 10 cards full of rare cards. How did you get all of these? Ichigo asked. After I got my 6, I wanted to duel more people. Many of the duelists came and challenged me. Over time I have a small collection. Francesca admitted. I see, Ichigo said. Ichigo, how many more locator cards do you need? Francesca asked. This is the last one. Why? Ichigo said. Because that's the most fun I had against any other duelist since a few tournaments ago, Francesca said. Ichigo said as Francesca mumbled something about orange meaning fun in fairies. Ichigo decided to walk away when suddenly he heard. Keikoro Sakikuan? Someone said behind Ichigo. No. Only one person I know said my name like that. Ichigo thought as he turned around to see Orihime Inoue standing there. Most importantly, she had a Kaiba Corp dual disc on her arm. Orihime. How are you here? Ichigo asked. I'm a duelist, can't you see? Orihime replied, then noticing the dual disc on Ichigo's arm. Kurosaki Koen, you are also a duelist? She asked. I just started honestly, Ichigo said. Really? Francesca asked. Amazed at Ichigo's skill. Orihime turned to see Francesca. Orihime immediately glared at Francesca Amazon. Orihime said. Fairy Queen. Francesca glared back. Ichigo took a few steps backward. Ichigo could see sparks flying between these two. Ichigo turned and was about to run when someone grabbed his collar. Ichigo turned his head to see it was Orihime who grabbed his collar. I just found you, Ichigo, and I am not letting you out of my sight. Orihime said. Shit. Ichigo thought. Now then, how many locator cards do you have? Orihime asked. I just managed to get my 6th one, Ichigo said. Really? Orihime said. I did, Ichigo replied. Cool, me too, Orihime said as she showed Ichigo her 6 locator cards. Hey Kurosaki-kun, let's duel. She said. Why? We both have the needed 6 locator cards. Ichigo said. Because, if you don't duel me, I will tell everyone you are here. Orihime threatened. What? Ichigo yelled. Yes. If you win, I won't tell anyone. However, if I win, after this tournament, you come back with me to Karakura town. Orihime said. Shit. What should I do? Duel her or run for it? Ichigo asked. The best would be to duel her. At least you have a chance for her to not leak your current location out. Kyoka said. Okay, Ichigo said. Fine. I'll duel you. Ichigo said and inserted his red ice deck. Francesca decided to step to the sidelines and watch her dueling rival and Ichigo duel. Duel. The two said. Oraheim 4000/Ichigo 4000. I'll start, draw, Oraheim said. I set one monster face down and set 3 cards down and end my turn, Oraheim said. My turn, draw. I activate my Red Ice Insight. I send my Red Ice Black Dragon from my deck to the grave, to add my Red Ice Fusion to my hand. Ichigo said. Then I activate my Red Ice Fusion. I send my Red Ice Black Flare Dragon and my Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact from the deck to the grave to fusion summon my Meteor Black Comet Dragon. Ichigo said. I then use his effect to send my Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon to the grave to inflict 1400 to your life points, Ichigo said. Oraheim 2600/Ichigo 4000. Meteor Black Comet Dragon, attack Oraheim's face down card, Ichigo said. I activate my trap, Draining Shield. This card allows me to negate your attack and gain life points equal to the monster's attack points. Oraheim explained. Oraheim 6100/Ichigo 4000. Damn. I guess I end my turn. Ichigo said. Draw. I set one more monster face down and set another monster down. I end my turn. Oraheim said. Draw. I summon my Black Stone of Legend and uses his effect to special summon one Red Ice monster from the deck to the field. Come forth Red Ice Black Dragon. Ichigo said. I then use my spell card, Allure of Darkness. This card allows me to draw 2 cards, but I need to remove one dark monster. Ichigo explained. I remove my Red Ice Retro Dragon, Ichigo said. Now I activate another Red Ice Insight and send a different Red Ice Retro Dragon to add Red Ice Spirit to my hand. Now, Red Ice Black Dragon, attack Oraheim's second facedown card. Ichigo ordered. Red Ice Black Dragon fired a black fireball at Oraheim's second facedown card to reveal it was Nova Summoner. I activate my Summoner's effect. This card allows me to special summon one light fairy type monster with 1500 ATK from my deck. The fairy that I'm calling out is Shun Shun Rika Shuno. 2, Oraheim said as the new fairy appeared. Wait. You have made a deck based on your powers. Ichigo said in shock. Yep. I won a tournament 2 years ago. The prize was a custom deck made by Pegasus. Oraheim explained. Which is also why I call her Fairy Queen, Francesca added. Anyways, I also get to add a Shun Shun Rika Iam, 3, to my hand. I see. Anyways, Meteor Black Comet Dragon, attack Shun Shun Rika Shuno. Ichigo declared. Once again, you fell in my trap, another Draining Shield. She said. Oraheim 9600/Ichigo 4000. Wow. I set one card down and end my turn. Ichigo said. Draw. I discard Zeradia's Herald of Heaven to add a Sanctuary in the Sky to my hand. I now activate my field spell. This field spell negates all damage I receive in a battle involving a fairy-type monster. Oraheim explains. I flip my face-down monster, show you self, Shun Shun Rika Iam. Oraheim said as another fairy appeared. By sending you 2 to the grave, I can special summon my Soten Kishun, 4. Oraheim explained. Soten Kishun attack Ichigo's Red Ice Black Dragon. Oraheim declared. Oraheim 9600/Ichigo 3900. At my end phase, I activate my Soten Kishun's effect. I remove my 2 Draining Shields, my Nova Summoner and my Zeradia's, I gain 1200 life points. Oraheim said. Oraheim 10800/Ichigo 3900. That is a lot of life points, Ichigo said as he draws his next card. I activate my trap card, Red Ice Spirit. This card allows me to special summon one Red Ice monster from my graveyard. Ichigo explained the effect. Come back, Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon. Ichigo said. Now then, I use my Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon's effect. This card allows me to special summon one dragon type from my graveyard. Come forth Red Ice Black Flare Dragon. Ichigo said as another dragon appeared. I now normal summon you again. This allows my Red Ice Black Flare Dragon to gain his effect. Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, attack Oraheim Soten Kishun. Ichigo ordered as his dragon destroyed her fairy fusion. Thanks to my field spell, I don't take any damage, Oraheim said. But you still take damage from this. Ichigo yelled. Red Ice Black Flare Dragon and Meteor Black Comet Dragon attack Oraheim's life points directly. Ichigo said. Oraheim 4900/Ichigo 3900. In my main phase 2, my Red Ice Black Flare Dragon's effect activates, Ichigo said. When my Red Ice Black Flare Dragon manages to inflict damage to my opponent, that opponent also takes an additional 2400 points of damage. Ichigo yelled as Ichigo's Red Ice Black Flare Dragon shot a fireball at Oraheim. Oraheim 2500/Ichigo 3900. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. I set one card down and end my turn. Oraheim said. Draw. I use my Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon's effect and bring forth another Red Ice Black Flare Dragon and normal summon him again. Ichigo said. Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon attack Oraheim's facedown card. The monster your dragon attacked was my Marshmallow. Oraheim said. You take 1000 points of damage and this card can't be destroyed by battle, Oraheim said. Oraheim 2500/Ichigo 2900. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw and end, Oraheim said. Draw. I activate my Mystical Space Typhoon and destroy your field spell. Ichigo said as a gust of wind destroyed Oraheim's sanctuary in the sky. I then use my Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon's effect and bring forth Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact. I now summon him again and he gains his special effect, which prevents other Red Ice monsters from being destroyed by battle or card effect. With that, I end my turn. Ichigo said. Draw, Oraheim said. I end my turn. Oraheim sighed. Draw. I also end. Ichigo said. Draw. I set a monster face down and end my turn. Oraheim said. Draw. Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, attack her set. Ichigo said. The set card revealed another Nova Summoner. Thank you, Ichigo. With Nova Summoner destroyed, I can special summon a Shunshan Rika Hanajiku 5 in defense mode. When Shunshan Rika Hanajiku is special summoned, I can add a Shunshan Rika Lily to my hand. Oraheim said. That doesn't help you that much. Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon destroy her Shunshan Hanajiku. Ichigo ordered. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. I sacrifice my Marshmallow to summon my Shunshan Rika Tsubaki 6. Oraheim said. Shunshan Rika Tsubaki attack Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact, Oraheim ordered. I end my turn. Draw. I use my Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon's effect and bring forth Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact again. Red Ice Black Flare Dragon attacked Tsubaki. Ichigo ordered. During damage calculation, I use my Tsubaki's effect. I send back to my deck as many cards I have removed. Tsubaki gains 500 for each one I sent back due to this effect. I choose 4 cards, meaning Tsubaki gains 2000 ATK points. Tsubaki's ATK points rose to 4000, blocked the attack and hit back. Oraheim 2500/Ichigo 1600. Good thing I brought Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact back since his effect prevents my Red Ice Black Flare Dragon from being destroyed. With that, I end my turn. Ichigo said. Draw. I activate Magical Mallet. I return cards from my hand back to the deck, shuffle, and draw that same amount to my hand. Oraheim explained as she sent one card back to the deck and shuffled and drew a card. I summon my Shun Rika Lily 7, which allows me to add my Shun Rika Bagan to my hand. I send my Shun Rika Bagan 8, Shun Rika Lily and Shun Rika Hanajiku to the grave to fusion summon, Santen Keshin 9 in defense mode. Oraheim said. The 3 fairies flew and formed their signature orange triangle. I use one of Santen Keshin's effects. I can pay 1000 life points to special summon one fairy-type fusion monster from the graveyard. Oraheim 1500/Ichigo 1600. Come back, Soten Kishun. Oraheim yelled. Soten Kishun appeared on the field again. Tsubaki attack Ichigo's Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact. Oraheim ordered. At my end phase, I remove one of my Shun Shun Rika Iam, Nova Summoner, Marshmallow, Magical Mallet and my Sanctuary in the sky to gain 1500 life points and I end my turn, Oraheim said. Oraheim 3000/Ichigo 1600. Draw. Meteor Black Comet Dragon attacked Tsubaki. Ichigo declared. Ichigo, did you forget Tsubaki's effect? Oraheim questioned. I used Tsubaki's effect and send back 5 cards to the deck and for him to gain 2500 ATK points, Oraheim said as Tsubaki's ATK points rose to 4500. I didn't forget. Rather, I wanted it to happen. I activate my quick spell, Battle Fusion. Ichigo said. When an attack is going on involving my fusion monster and my opponent's monster, my fusion monster gains the ATK of my opponent's monster, Ichigo explained. What? Oraheim said. As Meteor Black Comet Dragon's attack rose to 8000 ATK. I'm not done yet. I activate the effect of Vengeance, 10. Ichigo said as he reveals a Black Angel-looking monster card from his hand. During either player's damage step, when a dark monster I control battles, I can send this card from my hand to the graveyard. That monster gains ATK equal to the ATK of the opponent's monster it is battling, until the end of this turn, Ichigo said. What? Oraheim gasped as Meteor Black Comet Dragon rose further to 12,500 ATK points. Meteor Black Comet Dragon finished this game with Black Vengeful Meteor Impact. Ichigo yelled as Meteor Black Comet Dragon jumped and slammed into Shun Shun Rika Tsubaki and whipping out the last of her life points. Oraheim 0000/Ichigo 1600. Good game, Oraheim. Remember your promise of not telling anyone I'm here. Ichigo said and quickly ran away far enough where Oraheim couldn't see them. Ichigo then received a phone call from Sito. Hello? Ichigo asked. Congratulations on winning against both Oraheim and Francesca, second and third strongest female duelists, Sito said. Thanks, Ichigo said. Now what do you want? Ichigo asked. I need you to meet me over at the Incomplete Stadium in Domino City, Sito said. Okay, Ichigo said and hung up. After that, Ichigo started to run towards the Incomplete Stadium. Scene change, Incomplete Stadium. Eventually, they all arrived at the Incomplete Stadium. Welcome the semi-final portion of Battle City. Sito yelled from the stage. All 16 of you will be randomized and will duel one person. This is still single elimination and the anti-rule is no longer active. Sito clarified. Now then, let the duels begin. Sito yelled as he stepped down from the stage. Once of Sito's employee walked up on the stage. Ichigo recognized this person. He is Roland, Sito's right-hand man and business advisor. Hello. My name is Roland. For the remainder of the Battle City tournament, I will be the referee of this tournament. The semi-final single elimination matches will be arranged by this machine. Roland said. Another one of Sito's employees, Fukuda Ichigo guessed, pushed what appeared to be an oversized bingo cage. Everyone here has an assigned number. Roland said as a screen above him showed the numbers. 1, Merrick 2. Yugi 3. Samuel 4. Ichigo 5. Euclid 6. Namu 7. Joey 8. Karen 9. Mai 10. Francesca 11. Sito 12. Raphael 13. Yuzu 14. Oraheim 15. Bakura 16. Ishizu. Now then, we will begin the drawing for the first duel, Roland said. The machine began to spin the balls inside. Soon 2 numbers balls roll out. Number 2 and number 15, Roland said. Yugi Moto and Bakura Raya come to the stage area, Roland said. The 2 duelists walked up. The duel between Moto Yugi and Bakura Raya shall begin. Roland said. Like canon, the duel was rough. Bakura was the one who held the Millennium Ring. During the duel, it appears that the ring has a spirit inhabiting it as well. Yugi was forced to summon out his Osiris the Heavenly Dragon to defeat Bakura. At the end of the duel, Bakura fell unconscious and the Millennium Ring disappeared. Sito called for an ambulance for him. "Now then, we will begin the drawing for the second duel," Roland said as a screen above him showed the numbers again. 1. Merrick 3. Samuel 4. Ichigo 5. Euclid 6. Namu 7. Joey 8. Karen 9. Mai 10. Francesca 11. Sito 12. Raphael 13. Yuzu 14. Oraheim 16. Ishizu. The machine began to spin the balls inside once more. Soon 2 numbers balls rolled out. Number 8 and number 12, Roland said. Kurosaki, Karen and Custode, 10, Raphael, 11, come to the stage area, Roland said. Karen was wearing a red shirt, black jacket, and black jeans. While Raphael Custode has blonde hair is raised and points upwards behind his head, it also features 2 locks in front of his ears turning through 90 degrees and pointing forward. He is wearing large open full-body coat with padded shoulders and belted sleeves and fingerless gloves with studded knuckles. The duel between Karen Kurosaki and Raphael Custode shall begin. Roland said. Karen 4000/Raphael 4000. I'll go first. I activate my Gladiator Proving Ground. This allows me to add 1 Gladiator Beast from my deck to my hand. Karen explained. I'll add my Gladiator Beast Liquari to my hand. I then activate another Gladiator Proving Ground and add another Gladiator Beast Liquari to my hand. I summon one of my Gladiator Beast Liquari and set 1 card face down. I end my turn. Karen said. Draw. I activate my Graceful Charity. This card allows me to draw 3 cards and discard 2 of them. Raphael said. As he drew 3 cards and discarded his The Warrior Returning Alive and Field Commander Raz. I then activate my spell card, Reinforcement of the Army. This card is similar to your Gladiator Proving Ground, allowing me to add a warrior-type monster to my hand. The one I choose is Gearfried the Iron Knight. Raphael said as he searched his deck. I then summon my knight and activate my spell card Release Restraint. By sacrificing my Gearfried the Iron Knight, I can special summon 1 Gearfried the Swordmaster from my hand or deck. Raphael said as Gearfried's black armor began to crack and then explode to reveal a human warrior. I then activate the equipped spell fusion sword Morrisaim Blade. This gives my warrior an additional 800 ATK and he can't be destroyed by card effects. Also, my Gearfried's effect activate. When an equipped card is equipped to this card, I can destroy 1 monster on your side of the field. Raphael said as Gearfried swung his sword down and sent an airwave at Gladiator Beast Liquari and destroying him. Now Gearfried attack her life points directly. Raphael ordered. Not so fast. Karen yelled. I activate Wabaku, which prevents me from losing any life points for the rest of this turn, Karen said. 3 mages appeared on Karen's side of the field and began to chant. A magenta barrier appeared and stopped Gearfried's attack. I end my turn. Raphael said. The 3 mages disappeared from Karen's side of the field. Draw. I summon my other Gladiator Beast Liquari to the field and set 1 card down. Your move. Karen said. Draw. I summon my armed Samurai Benkei in attack mode. Then equip him with Axe of Despair. Raphael said as a warrior full of weapons on his back appeared. In his hands an axe with what appears to made out of a combination of wood and flesh. Then I equip my Gearfried with Big Bang Shot. Giving Gearfried another 400 ATK points and allow him to use his effect again. Raphael said. Just like last turn, Gearfried swung his sword down and sent an airwave at Gladiator Beast Liquari and destroyed him. Gearfired and Benkei attack her directly. Raphael ordered. Not so fast. I activate my trap card, Storming Mirror Force. This card returns all attack position monsters to their hand. Karen said. A green barrier appeared around Karen. The 2 warriors' attack hit the barrier and the recoil from the impact forced them back to Raphael's hand. I end my turn. Raphael grumbled. Draw. I summon my gladiator Beastie Quest and attack you directly. Karen said as her centaur attacked Raphael. Karen 4000/Raphael 2400. During my main phase 2, Gladiator Beastie Quest goes back to the deck and I special summon an old friend, another Gladiator Beast Laquari. Karen said as, for the third time, Gladiator Beast Laquari appeared on the field. Since he was special summoned by a Gladiator Beast's effect, his original attack is now 2100. With that, I end my turn. Karen said. Draw. I set one monster down and end my turn. Raphael said. Draw. Gladiator Beast Laquari attack Raphael's facedown card. Gladiator Beast Laquari charged forth and destroyed Raphael's set card, which was Ben K from the last turn. I end my turn, Karen said. Draw. Raphael said. The card he drew wasn't a monster. I end my turn. Raphael said. Draw. Gladiator Beast Laquari attacks you directly. Karen 4000/Raphael 0300. Draw. Raphael said. Once again the card he drew wasn't a monster. I end my turn. Raphael said as he let out a sigh as he accepted that he lost this duel. Draw. Gladiator Beast Laquari finished this duel. Karen said. Karen 4000/Raphael 0000. With that, this concludes the second duel. Now comes the third duel. Roland said as a screen above him showed the numbers again. 1. Merrick 3. Samuel 4. Ichigo 5. Euclid 6. Namu 7. Joey 9. Mai 10. Francesca 11. Sito 13. Yuzu 14. Oraheim 16. Ishizu. The machine began to spin the balls inside once more. Soon two numbers balls rolled out. Number 7 and number 1, Roland said. The two duelists walked up. The duel between Wheeler Joseph and Ishtar Merrick shall begin. Roland said. Like canon, this duel was weird. Merrick attempted to summon his RA the Winged Sun Dragon. Instead of appearing, lightning struck down at both Joey and Merrick. Both Joey and Merrick fell unconscious. Somehow Joey regained consciousness and managed to win the duel due to a technicality. Namu, their new friend Yugi found, began to start screaming in pain. It was revealed that Namu was the real Merrick and Merrick was his servant named Odeon. Once again, Sito had to call another ambulance for the unconscious duelist. God! Do I need to have a doctor standing by in the blimp? Sito thought. He decided to have one since two people are already unconscious. With that, this concludes the third duel. Now comes the next duel. Roland said as a screen above him showed the numbers again. 3. Samuel 4. Ichigo 5. Euclid 6. Nama/Merrick 9. Mai 10. Francesca 11. Sito 13. Yuzu 14. Oraheim 16. Ishizu. The machine began to spin the balls inside once more. Soon two numbers balls rolled out. Number 6 and number 9, Roland said. The two duelists walked up. The duel between my Valentine and Merrick shall begin. Roland said. Like canon, in this duel, the real Merrick summoned the shadow magic that the Millennium item allow being harnessed and sent Mayan himself to duel in the Shadow Realm. Ichigo used various Kido to allow him to see into the Shadow Realm. In the end, Mai lost, and she fell unconscious. Ichigo saw that Merrick has trapped Mai in her mind. Merrick flooded Mai's mind with so much shadow magic, even Ichigo doubt he could do anything in there. Sito sighed as the ambulance picked her up and sent her to the hospital. With that, this concludes the fourth duel. We will now take a minute break. Roland said. Some employees came and offered small snacks to the other duelist. Joey noticed Raphael walking away from the group. Joey decided to ask Raphael about where he got those gear-fried cards. Joey followed Raphael. While Joey was following Raphael, Raphael was on the phone. Your Majesty, Royd reporting in. Raphael said. I managed to locate former Special War Powers Kurosaki. Raphael reported, I was not able to determine if he still has his powers. Raphael said. As you wish, Your Majesty. Raphael said. Raphael then began to glow. Joey covered his eyes as he now sees a tall and rather slender individual, whose head is completely bald and features a third eye seemingly tattooed at the center of his forehead. Each of his ears is encased by a circular, headphone-like covering further surrounded by a dark-colored trim. Raphael threw the deck in the nearest trash and turned the corner. Joey ran and looked to see that no one was there. Joey quickly went to the trash can and retrieved the deck and began to integrate his old deck with the ones he acquired from Raphael. All duelists and guests, please return to the staging area, Roland said from the intercom. Joey quickly returned to where the duel stage was. Where were you, Joey? Yugi asked. Had to use the restroom. Joey lied. Okay. Yugi accepted. Now comes the next duel. Roland said as a screen above him showed the numbers again. 3, Samuel 4. Ichigo 5. EU 10. Francesca 11. Sito 13. Yuzu 14. Oraheim 16. Ishizu. The machine began to spin the balls inside once more. Soon 2 numbers balls rolled out. Number 5 and number 14, Roland said. The 2 duelists walked up. The duel between. Roland looked at Sito, who pointed at Ichigo. Ichigo nodded. The duel between Hellside Euclidwood and Oraheim Inoue shall begin. Roland said. EU 4000/Oraheim 4000. I'll start by activating 1 Day of Peace, Oraheim said. This card allows both players to draw 1 card, however, no damage can be inflicted until my turn again, Oraheim said. I then use Upstart Goblin. You gain 1000 life points and in exchange, I get to draw an additional card. Oraheim said. EU 5000/Oraheim 4000. Then I active Cup of Ace, Oraheim said. As a coin appeared on the field. The coin flipped and landed heads. I get to draw 2 more cards, Oraheim said as she drew 2 more cards. I then use another Upstart Goblin to draw another card, Oraheim said. EU 6000/Oraheim 4000. I then activate Magical Mallet, which allows me to shuffle any cards in my hand to the deck and draw the same amount, Oraheim said as she sent 2 cards back to the deck and drew 2 more. I activate another Cup of Ace, Oraheim said as the coin appeared again on the field. The coin flipped and landed heads. I get to draw 2 more cards, Oraheim said as she drew 2 more cards. I activate my last Cup of Ace, Oraheim said as the coin appeared again on the field. The coin flipped and landed heads. I get to draw 2 more cards, Oraheim said as she drew 2 more cards. I send my Shun Rika Hanajiku, Shun Rika Bacon, and Shun Rika Lily to the grave to special summon Santen Keshin. Oraheim said as 3 fairy monsters flew around and then formed a giant orange triangular shield. Next, I send my Shun Rika Iam and Shun Rika Shuno to the grave to special summon Soten Kisun. Oraheim said. 2 more fairies flew around and then formed an oval-shaped shield over Oraheim. Now I activate my field spell, Sanctuary in the Sky, Oraheim said. The entire field changed to some sort of Greek temple. Sanctuary in the Sky prevents all damage you deal with my fairy-type monsters, Oraheim explained. Lastly, by paying 1000 of my life points, if Shun Rika Tsubaki is the only card in my hand, I can special summon him, Oraheim said. EU 6000/Oraheim 3000. The last fairy appeared decked out in his ninja costume. In my end phase, I activate my Soten Kishin's effect. By removing my 3-foot Cup of Ace, 2 Upstart Goblin, my 1 Day of Peace, and my Magical Mallet, I gain 300 life points for each one. Oraheim said with a small smirk. EU 6000/Oraheim 5100. Draw, EU said. I activate my spell card, Dark Hole, EU said. It destroys all monsters on both sides of the field, EU said. I active my Santen Keshin's effect. By sending 3 cards from the top of my deck to the grave, I can negate each of my cards' destruction. Oraheim said as she sent the top 3 cards to the graveyard. Santen Keshin grew and covered Oraheim's 2 monsters with the orange barrier and successfully blocked out the force of EU's Dark Hole. I activate Foolish Burial. This card allows me to send 1 card from my deck to the graveyard. EU explained. The card I send is my Shaddol Falco to the graveyard. This causes my Shaddol Falco's effect to activate. It allows it to be special summoned from the grave in a face-down position. EU said as her Shaddol Falco summoned itself face-down defense position. Then I summon another Shaddol Falco in attack mode, EU said. Now I equip my face-up Shaddol Falco with Nephi Shaddol Fusion. This card allows me to select the attribute of my equipped Shaddol monster. EU explained. I choose Light, EU said. Now I use my other effect of Nephi Shaddol Fusion which allows me to fusion summon. EU said. I fuse my face-down Shaddol Falco with my light attribute Shaddol Falco to fusion summon, El Shaddol Construct. EU said as her El Shaddol Construct appeared on EU's field. El Shaddol Construct attack Oraheim Soten Kisun. EU ordered. Not so fast. I use my Santen Keshin's effect negate Soten Kishin's destruction. I also use my Sanctuary in the sky to prevent any damage I would have normally taken. Oraheim countered. I end my turn, EU said. Draw, Oraheim said. I activate another upstart goblin, Oraheim said. EU 7000/Oraheim 5100. Now then. I use my Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki to attack your El Shaddol Construct. Oraheim declared as her ninja charged for an attack. I then use her Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki's effect. I can return any number of cards that are removed back to the deck and Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki gains 500 for each card that was returned to the deck this way. Oraheim said. The cards I sent back are Cup of Ace, 2 Upstart Goblin, my 1 Day of Peace, and my Magical Mallet. Which means Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki attack is now 6000. Oraheim explained. You triggered my El Shaddol Construct's effect. Whenever it is in battle with a monster that was special summoned, it automatically is destroyed. EU said as El Shaddol Construct shot strings at Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki. I interrupt your effect by using Santen Keshin's effect. Oraheim countered. The shield flew in front of Shun Rikat Tsubaki and blocked the effect. During my end phase, Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki returns to his original ATK points. I also use Soten Kishin's effect and remove my Nova Summoner I just discarded to gain 300 more life points. EU 7000/Oraheim 5400. Draw. Set 1 monster down and end my turn. EU said. Draw. Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki attack her set. Oraheim ordered as Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki flew and pierce EU's facedown card and revealing Mathematician. By destroying Mathematician, it allows me to draw 1 card from my deck, EU said. I end my turn, Oraheim said. Draw, I set 2 cards down and end my turn, EU said. Draw, Oraheim said. I activate 1 Day of Peace, Oraheim said as both players drew a card. I activate another 1 Day of Peace, Oraheim said as both players drew another card. I activate another 1 Day of Peace, Oraheim said as both players drew another card. I set 1 card down and during the end phase, I use Soten Kishin's effect and remove my 3 copies of 1 Day of Peace to gain 900 more life points, Oraheim said. EU 7000/Oraheim 6300. Draw. Set 1 monster down and end my turn. EU said. Draw. Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki attack her set. Oraheim ordered as Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki flew and pierce EU's facedown card and revealing another Mathematician. By destroying Mathematician, it allows me to draw 1 card from my deck, EU said. I end my turn, Oraheim said. Draw. Set 1 monster down and end my turn. EU said. Draw. Shun Shun Rikat Tsubaki attack her set. Oraheim ordered as Shun Shun Rika Tsubaki flew and pierce Iyu's facedown card and revealing Shad Doll Hedgehog. By destroying my Shad Doll Hedgehog, I can add one Shad Doll spell or trap to my hand, Iyu said as she added Shad Doll Fusion to her hand. I end my turn, Oraheim said. Draw, Iyu said and gave a small smile. I activate Shad Doll Fusion. I send Lila, Lightsworn Sorceress, and Shad Doll Beast to the grave to fusion summon another El Shad Doll construct. Iyu said as another El Shad Doll construct rose next to the other one on Iyu's field. I then use El Shad Doll constructs affected and sends my Shad Doll Dragon to the grave. When Shad Doll Dragon is in the grave, it allows me to return one card to your hand. Iyu explained. Oh no! Oraheim screamed when she realized what was about to happen. Oh yes, Iyu said. I target your Santen Keshin. Iyu said a ghostly purple-looking dragon appeared and roared at Santen Keshin as it disappeared from the field. Now then, my two El Shad Doll constructs attack Oraheim Shun Shun Rika Tsubaki and Soten Kishun. With that, I end my turn. Iyu said. Draw. From my graveyard, I activate my Shun Shun Rika Shuno's other effect. If this card in Shun Shun Rika Tsubaki, Shun Shun Rika Iam, Shun Shun Rika Bagan, Shun Shun Rika Hinajiku, and Shun Shun Rika Lily are in the graveyard and there are no other monsters on my side of the field, I can remove all 6 cards from play and special summon one Fairy Queen of the 6 flowers from my hand, deck, or graveyard. Oraheim explained. My 6 fairies. 6 glowing lights appeared. You have served me well. Those 6 lights began to blink in a rhythm like a heartbeat. You have fallen. The 6 blinking lights began to spin. But not forgotten. The 6 blinking lights began to blink faster. From your ashes. At the center of the circle, an energy ball began to form. A queen shall rise. I summon Fairy Empress of 6 flowers, 12. Oraheim yelled. The energy ball exploded, blinking everyone with white light. A tall human floated in the space the light originated. She has brown eyes and long, waist-length, burnt orange hair. Her most noticeable physical trait is her slender yet curvaceous figure. She had pale orange armor covering most of her body. In her hands, she wields a large spear. At the top of the spear, below the tip, there is her 6-petal flower on it. On her back, she had 6 pairs of angel wings. 13. Did Oraheim turn herself into a dual monster card? Ichigo mentally commented. Looks like it, Karen said. She does look more confident in the card than here, Yuzu added. Shit. How am I going to beat this thing? Iyu said. By paying 1,000 of my life points, I can use one of my Fairy Empress's effects. Rejection Wave. Oraheim yelled. The Fairy Empress's 6-petal flower spear glowed as she swung the energy wave to Iyu's side of the field and hit both of her El Shad Doll constructs. On both of their chests, a black version of the 6-petal flower appeared on their chest. Iyu 7000/Oraheim 5300. As long as a monster had a rejection counter, the black 6-petal flower, they cannot activate their effects, Oraheim explained. Now my Fairy Empress, attack with Rejection Strike. Oraheim yelled. The Fairy Empress charged towards one of the El Shad Doll construct, the tip glowed orange and pierced El Shad Doll construct and destroyed her. Iyu 4800/Oraheim 5300. With that, I end my turn. Oraheim said. Draw, I remove from play my Lila, Lightsworn Sorceress, and Shad Doll Beast to special summon my Black Luster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning. I use his effect to remove your Fairy Empress of 6 flowers. Iyu said. Black Luster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning brought his sword up. A wave of energy began to form before he slashed down to open a portal as it tries to absorb the Fairy Empress of 6 flowers. Suddenly 6 lights appeared and struck the portal, forcing the portal to close. What happened? Iyu asked, surprised at the fact that her effect didn't work. It is because of Fairy Empress of 6 flowers' final ability. As long as Shun Shun Rika Shuno, Shun Shun Rika Tsubaki, Shun Shun Rika Iam, Shun Shun Rika Bagan, Shun Shun Rika Hinajiku, and Shun Shun Rika Lily are removed from play, this card cannot leave the field. Oraheim explained. Shit. I switch my L Shadow construct to defense mode and end. EU said. Draw. My Fairy Empress of 6 Flowers attack EU's Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the beginning. EU ordered. EU 2800/Oraheim 6300. Draw. I activate my spell card Book of Moon. This card allows me to flip one card face down defense position. I choose your Fairy Empress of 6 Flowers. EU declared. Fairy Empress of 6 Flowers flipped face down. I then use Reijiki. EU yelled. From the sky, a large lightning bolt came crashing down and hit Oraheim's face-down monster. Everyone watched to see if the card survived or sent to the graveyard. When the lighting cleared up, they could see Oraheim's field is wide open. How? Oraheim questioned. Reijiki destroys all monsters. It doesn't allow Fairy Empress of 6 Flowers to be flipped face up. EU explained. Damn it, Oraheim yelled. I then use Monster Reborn. EU said. The card I'll bring back is my other El Shadow construct. My first El Shadow construct attack Oraheim directly. EU declared. Not so fast. I activate my trap card, Draining Shield. Oraheim yelled. This card allows me to negate your attack and gain life points equal to the monster's attack points, Oraheim explained. EU 2800/Oraheim 9100. Still. My second El Shadow construct attack Oraheim directly. EU declared. EU 2800/Oraheim 6300. Your turn, EU said. Draw. Set one card down and end my turn. Oraheim said. Draw. First El Shadow construct attack Oraheim set. EU ordered. It shot purple strings at the card to reveal a Nova Summoner. I use my Nova Summoner to get Marshmallow in defense mode, Oraheim said. Oraheim, you forgot something. El Shadow constructs effect. EU said. No. Oraheim said. Yes. My other El Shadow construct destroys Marshmallow by using its effect. EU said. El Shadow construct fired darker purple strings and destroyed Marshmallow. I end my turn, EU said. Draw. I end my turn. Oraheim sighed. Draw. My 2 El Shadow construct attack Oraheim directly. EU ordered. EU 2800/Oraheim 0700. Draw. I set one card and end my turn. Oraheim said. Draw. First El Shadow construct attack Oraheim's facedown card. EU ordered. El Shadow construct shot purple strings at facedown card to reveal honest. Now then my other El Shadow construct finish this. EU declared. The other El Shadow construct shot purple strings and struck Oraheim directly. EU 2800/Oraheim 0000. With that, this concludes the 5th duel. Now comes the next duel. Roland said as a screen above him showed the numbers again. 3, Samuel 4. Ichigo 10. Francesca 11. Sito 13. Yuzu 16. Ishizu. The machine began to spin the balls inside once more. Soon 2 numbers balls rolled out. Number 10 and number 13, Roland said. The 2 duelists walked up. The duel between Kurosaki Yuzu and Rose Francesca will now begin. Roland said. Francesca 4000/Yuzu 4000. I'll go first, Francesca said. I set one monster down and set one card down. I end my turn. Francesca said. Draw. I activate my spell card Terraforming. This allows me to search for one field spell and add it to my hand. Yuzu said. I now activate my field spell, Ritual Sanctuary. Yuzu said. The field changed into some sort of wedding ceremony. Now then, by discarding one spell card, I can add a ritual monster or ritual spell to my hand. Yuzu said. I add my Herald of Perfection. Yuzu said. I then summon my Manju of 10,000 hands. Yuzu said. When he is normal summoned, I can add a ritual monster or ritual spell to my hand. Yuzu explained. I'll add my Hymn of Light. Yuzu said. I now activate my Dawn of Herald. Yuzu said as she discards her Saphira, Queen of Dragons. Come forth my Herald of Perfection. Yuzu said as a weird-looking monster appeared on the field in face-up defense mode. By removing my Dawn of Herald, I can add one of the cards that were used for the ritual summon. Yuzu said as she added her Saphira, Queen of Dragon back to her hand. Now I activate Hymn of Light and discard my Cyber Angel Vrash to ritual summon Saphira, Queen of Dragons. Yuzu said. A blush dragon appeared on the field in face-up attack mode. Saphira attack Francesca's face-down card, Yuzu ordered. Saphira fired a blast of light at Francesca's face-down monster to reveal Amazonas Chainmaster. Now then Manju attack Francesca's life points. Yuzu said. I activate my trap card, Amazonas Willpower. Francesca said. I can special summon one Amazonas monster from my graveyard in face-up attack mode. However, it cannot change its battle position and it must attack when able to. Francesca explained. Return Chain Master. Francesca ordered. During my end phase, I use my Saphira's effect to draw 2 cards and discard one. Yuzu said as she discarded another copy of Saphira. Draw. I sacrifice my Chain Master to bring out my Amazonas Queen. Francesca said. As long as Amazonas Queen is on the field, Amazonas monsters I control cannot be destroyed by battle, Francesca explained. I equip my Amazonas Queen with Fusion Sword Morrisame Blade, Francesca said. This cursed sword can only be equipped to a warrior monster. It gains 800 attack points and this spell card cannot be destroyed by card effects. Francesca explained. My queen, attack Yuzu's Herald of Perfection. Francesca ordered. By removing my Hymn of Light, it negates all destruction of ritual monsters. Yuzu said. I end my turn with a face down, Francesca said. Draw. I activate the pre-preparation of rites. This card allows me to add a ritual spell card from my deck to my hand and add the corresponding ritual monster for the ritual spell card from my deck or graveyard. Yuzu explained. I choose the spell card Hymn of Light and Saphira, Queen of Dragons. Yuzu said and added the 2 cards to her hand. Now I activate Hymn of Light and discard my Cyber Angel Dakini to ritual summon Saphira, Queen of Dragons in face-up defense mode, Yuzu said. I switch all of my monsters to defense mode and during my end phase, I use my Saphira's effect to discard a random card in my opponent's hand. Yuzu said. Francesca discarded her Amazonas Heirloom. Draw, Francesca said. My Amazonas Queen, attack Yuzu's Herald of Perfection. Francesca ordered. By removing my Hymn of Light, it negates all destruction of ritual monsters. Yuzu said. I end my turn, Francesca said. Draw. Yuzu said. I end my turn. Yuzu said. Draw. I activate my Amazonas Fighting Spirit. Francesca said. When an Amazonas battles a monster with higher attack than it, my Amazonas monster gains an additional 1,000 attack points, Francesca explained. My Amazonas Queen, attack Yuzu's Herald of Perfection. Francesca ordered. Amazonas Queen charged forth and swung Morrisame at Yuzu's Herald of Perfection. Amazonas Queen cut Herald of Perfection in half. Now then, when my Amazonas destroyed a monster, I can activate Queen's Pawn. Francesca said. When my Amazonas monster destroyed an opponent's monster, I can special summon one level 4 or lower Amazonas monster from my deck, Francesca explained. Come on out Amazonas Sage. Francesca said. Amazonas Sage attack Yuzu's Manju, Francesca ordered. Amazonas Sage came up and smacked Manju with her staff. When Amazonas Sage attacked another monster and is still on the field, she can destroy a spell or trap card on my opponent's side of the field, Francesca explained. I choose your Ritual Sanctuary. Francesca said. Amazona's sage glowed red and slammed her staff down on the field and destroyed Ritual Sanctuary. With that, I end my turn, Francesca said. Draw. I activate pre-preparation of rites. Yuzu said. This time, I add my Dawn of Herald and my Herald of Perfection. Yuzu said. I activate my Dawn of Herald. Yuzu said I sacrifice my Saphira, Queen of Dragons on the field. Come forth my Herald of Perfection. Yuzu said his Herald of Perfection appeared in face-up defense mode. By removing my Dawn of Herald, I can add one of the cards that were used for the ritual summon. Yuzu said as she added her Saphira, Queen of Dragon back to her hand. I end my turn. Yuzu said. Draw. I reveal my trap card, Amazonas Willpower. Francesca said. Return Chain Master. Francesca ordered. Amazonas Queen, attack Yuzu's Herald of Perfection. Francesca said. It was watching a repeat of the last turn. Amazonas Queen charged forth and swung Morrisame at Yuzu's Herald of Perfection. Amazonas Queen cut Herald of Perfection in half. Now then, Amazonas Chain Master attacks Saphira. Francesca said. Amazonas Chain Master glowed a feisty yellow aura and flung her chain at Saphira and destroyed her. Amazonas Sage attack Yuzu directly. Francesca ordered. Francesca 4000/Yuzu 2600. I end my turn, Francesca said. Draw. Yuzu said. I summon my Manju of 10,000 hands. Yuzu said. This time I add my Cyber Angel Dakini. Yuzu said. I activate my Machine Angel Ritual. Yuzu said. I tribute my Manju and the Saphira in my hand to bring out Cyber Angel Dakini. Yuzu said. When Dakini is ritual summoned, my opponent must send one monster from their field to the graveyard. Yuzu said. Francesca sent her Amazonas Sage to the graveyard. Dakini attacked Chain Master. Yuzu said. Francesca 2800/Yuzu 2600. Due to Amazonas Queen on the field, my Amazonas Chain Master is not destroyed by battle, Francesca explained. During the end phase, Dakini's other effect activates. It allows me to add Cyber Angel Vrash to my hand. Yuzu said. Draw, Francesca said. I summon my Amazonas Swordswoman, Francesca said. My queen, attack Dakini. Francesca ordered. Not so fast, by removing my Machine Angel Ritual, it negates all destruction of ritual monsters. Yuzu said. Another one. Francesca yelled. Francesca 2800/Yuzu 2100. Amazonas Swordswoman attacked Dakini. Francesca said. The Swordwoman glowed a feisty yellow aura and slashed at Cyber Angel Dakini. Instead of Francesca taking damage, Yuzu took damage. Francesca 2800/Yuzu 1900. What happened? Yuzu asked. Let me explain this to you, Francesca said. My Amazonas Swordswoman has an effect where any battle damage I would have taken involving my Amazonas Swordswoman would instead be taken from my opponent, Francesca explained. Wow. Yuzu said. Now then Amazonas Chain Master attack, Francesca said. Chain Master glowed a feisty yellow aura and flung her chain at Dakini. But, Dakini blocked the chains and countered the attack with a spear strike. Francesca 2600/Yuzu 1900. Why did you attack with Chain Master? Yuzu asked. It is the side effect of Amazonas Willpower, Francesca said. The monster that is brought back from Amazonas Willpower must battle each turn if able to, Francesca explained. I see. Yuzu said. I end my turn, Francesca said. Draw. I activate my spell card Terraforming to add another copy of my Ritual Sanctuary to my hand. Yuzu said. I now activate my field spell, Ritual Sanctuary. Yuzu said. The field changed back into the wedding ceremony. Now then, by returning 6 spell cards to the deck, I can special summon one monster from my graveyard whose level is the same as the number of spell cards I just sent. Yuzu explained. Return once more Herald of Perfection. Yuzu said. Dakini attacked Chain Master. Yuzu said. Francesca 1400/Yuzu 1900. During the end phase, Dakini's other effect activates. It allows me to add Cyber Angel Dakini to my hand. Yuzu said. Draw, Francesca said. I summon another Amazonas swordswoman, Francesca said. My queen, attack Yuzu's Herald of Perfection for the final time. Francesca said. It was watching a repeat of the last turn. Amazonas queen charged forth and swung Morrisame at Yuzu's Herald of Perfection. Amazonas queen cut Herald of Perfection in half. I can activate queen's pawn. Francesca said. Come on out, Amazonas paladin. Francesca said. The swordwoman glowed a feisty yellow aura and slashed at Cyber Angel Dakini. Instead of Francesca taking damage, Yuzu took damage. Francesca 1400/Yuzu 1700. Due to Amazonas Queen on the field, my Amazonas Chainmaster is not destroyed by battle. Francesca reminded. My other Amazonas swordswoman attacked Dakini. Francesca said. The swordwoman glowed a feisty yellow aura and slashed at Cyber Angel Dakini. Instead of Francesca taking damage, Yuzu took damage. Francesca 1400/Yuzu 1500. My Amazonas paladin attacked Dakini. Francesca said. The Amazon paladin glowed a feisty yellow aura and slashed at Cyber Angel Dakini, finally managed to overpower her and destroyed her. Francesca 1400/Yuzu 1000. Now then, my Amazonas Chainmaster, direct attack. Francesca ordered. Amazonas Chainmaster threw her chains and hit directly at Yuzu. Francesca 1400/Yuzu 0000. Good job Yuzu, Francesca said. Thank you as well. Yuzu said. With that, this concludes the 6th duel. Now comes the next duel. Roland said as a screen above him showed the numbers again. 3, Samuel 4. Ichigo 11. Sito 16. Ishizu. The machine began to spin the balls inside once more. Soon 2 numbers balls roll out. Number 11 and number 16, Roland said. The 2 duelists walked up. The duel between Kaiba Sito and Ishtar Ishizu will now begin. Roland said. Like canon, that duel was very strange. Ishizu did very strange things in the duel. Things such as not looking at the cards she drew or in her hand. In turn, those cards were able to back Sito in a corner. Anyone who knew about the Millennium items was aware of the Millennium Necklace's ability to see into the future. She gloated that she already knew the outcome. What made it worse was that Ichigo and the others witnessed Marek's Millennium eyes glowing and sent something to Sito which forced him to sacrifice his obelisk the Great War God for his Blue Eyes White Dragon. Ichigo theorized that Sito or a past incarnation of Sito used the Millennium Rod and has a connection to the item which influenced Sito's decision. This concludes the 7th duel. The final duel of this round, number 3 and number 4. Roland said. The 2 duelists walked up. The final duel of this round between Kurosaki Ichigo and Green Samuel will now begin. Roland said. Samuel 4000/Ichigo 4000. I go first. I activate my Ancient Gear Fortress. Samuel said. During the turn that my Ancient Gear monsters are normal or special summoned, they cannot be targeted or destroyed by card effects. You also cannot activate any cards in response to the summoning of any of my Ancient Gear monsters. If this card is destroyed while it is in the spell and trap zone, I can special summon one Ancient Gear monster from my hand or graveyard, but I cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this turn, except Ancient Gear monsters. Samuel explains. I then activate my field spell, Geartown, Samuel said. The surroundings slowly turned into a city built entirely of gears. As long as this card is on the field, it requires 1 less tribute to tribute summons Ancient Gear monsters. When this card is destroyed, I can special summon one ancient gear from my hand, deck or graveyard. Samuel explained. I then activate Fusion Conscription, Samuel said. By reveal one fusion monster in my extra deck, I can add one fusion material whose name is specifically stated on the card from my deck or graveyard to my hand. But, I cannot normal summon or special summon monsters with that name or activate cards that use that card's name till the end of this turn. Samuel explained. The card I reveal is Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem and the card I add is Ancient Gear Golem, Samuel said. I then normal summon my gold gadget and end my turn, Samuel said. Impressive field, Ichigo said. But, could it handle this? Drawl, Ichigo said. I activate my cards of the red stone, Ichigo said. By sending one level 7 red ice monster from my hand to the graveyard, draw 2 cards, then I can send one level 7 red ice monster from my deck to the graveyard, Ichigo said. I discard my red ice black flare dragon, Ichigo said as he draws 2 more cards. I also send another red ice black flare dragon due to cards of the red stone's other effect, Ichigo said. I then activate the spell card Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy your ancient gear fortress, Ichigo said. A typhoon suddenly appeared in blue towards Samuel said of the field and destroyed his ancient gear fortress. Next I summon Black Stone of Legend, Ichigo said as a black and red egg appears on the field. By tributing my egg, I can special summon one level 7 or lower red ice monster, Ichigo explained. Come forth, Red Ice Retro Dragon. Ichigo said as the black egg breaks open and another black dragon takes its place. Unfortunately, he isn't staying that long, Ichigo said. By removing my Red Ice Retro Dragon, I can special summon my Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon. Ichigo said. My Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon can be special summoned from my hand by removing from play one dragon monster on my field, Ichigo explained. Then I use his effect. Ichigo said. I can special summon one dragon monster from my hand or graveyard, Ichigo explained. Come on out Red Ice Black Dragon. Ichigo said. Now then, Red Ice Black Dragon, attack Samuel's gold gadget. Ichigo said. Samuel 3300/Ichigo 4000. When my gold gadget is destroyed, I can special summon another level 4 or lower gadget monster except himself, Samuel said. Go Silver Gadget. Samuel said. As a silver-looking robot appeared in face-up defense mode. Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, attack Silver Gadget. Ichigo said. When Silver Gadget is destroyed, I can special summon another level 4 or lower gadget monster except himself, Samuel said. Go Ancient Gear Gadget, Samuel said. As a rusted-looking robot appeared in face-up defense mode. I end my turn, Ichigo said. Draw. I activate my Ancient Gear Fortress. Samuel said. In response, I activate Jar of Avarice. Ichigo said. This card allows me to return 5 cards from my graveyard, back to the deck and draw 1 card, Ichigo explained as Ichigo added his Mystical Space Typhoon, cards of the Red Stone, Black Stone of Legends and his 2 Red Ice Black Flare Dragons back to the deck, shuffled and draw 1 card. I use Gartown's effect to allow me to sacrifice my Ancient Gear Gadget to summon out Ancient Gear Golem. Samuel said. Ancient Gear Golem attack Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon. Samuel said. Ancient Gear Golem walked forward and punched Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon and destroyed the dragon. Samuel 3300/Ichigo 3800. I end my turn after that, Samuel said. Draw. I activate Red Ice Insight. This card allows me to send 1 red ice monster from my hand or deck and add 1 red ice spell or trap to my hand. Ichigo said as Ichigo sends a copy of his Red Ice Retro Dragon to the grave. The spell card I choose is Red Ice Fusion and activate it, Ichigo said. This time I send Red Ice Black Dragon and my other copy of Meteor Dragon Red Ice Impact to the grave and special summon Meteor Black Comet Dragon. Ichigo declared. Now his effect activates. Ichigo said. This guy allows me to send 1 red ice monster from my hand or deck and my opponent takes half that red ice attack as damage, Ichigo said. The card I choose is Red Ice Black Flare Dragon which has 2,400 attack points, Ichigo said as Samuel took 1,200 points so damage. Samuel 2100/Ichigo 3800. Now then, Meteor Black Dragon attacks Samuel's ancient gear golem. Samuel said. Meteor Black Dragon fired a black fireball at ancient gear golem. The fireball hit right in the center of ancient gear golem. The fireball quickly burned through ancient gear golem and destroyed him. Samuel 1600/Ichigo 3800. Red Ice Black Dragon attacks Samuel directly and win me this game. Ichigo said. As Red Ice Black Dragon fired a red fireball at Samuel. It was a direct hit and Samuel lost the duel. Samuel 0000/Ichigo 3800. This concludes the final elimination portion of the Battle City tournament. Now then. The finalists are 1. Kaiba Sito. 2. Kurosaki Ichigo. 3. Kurosaki Karen. 5. Rose Francesca. 6. Moto Yugi. Joey. 8. Ishtar Merrick. The next portion of the tournament will not be here. Roland announced. What? Joey yelled. Wheeler, did you honestly expect my Battle City tournament to be finished in an incomplete stadium? Sito asked while glaring at Joey. Joey mumbled. Soon, the actual final stage will appear in front of us, Fugata said. What did you say? Joey asked. Real final stage? Yugi asked. Suddenly all the lights in the stadium turned upward towards the sky. Everyone looked up to see Kaiba Corp's blimp above them. It seems to be coming out, Fugata said. The Kaiba Corp's landing system opened up and began to descend. This is the real final stage, Roland said. That's right. Finals will be held 1,000 meters, 3,280.84 feet or 0.621 miles, in the air. Makuba said. Right when Makuba said that, the Kaiba Corp blimp landed. Now then, the finalists and their guests board the ship, Roland instructed. Immediately Merrick walked up first. Then Francesca, Yugi, and Joey walked up. When Tristan, Tia, Serenity, and Duke tried to walk up, they were stopped by Roland and Fugata. Halt! People who are not duelist can't get on the ship. Roland said. You sure? Tristan asked. You got to be kidding me, Tia said. How can it be like that? Serenity said. I thought that I would be able to see my older brother duel on the ship. It's not a big deal. Duke said. Please. Tristan asked. Let us get on the ship, Duke said. I beg of you to reconsider, Tia asked. Please. Serenity asked. It's impossible. I can't help you. Fugata said. Hey. I'm not a duelist either. Let them get on board. Makuba interjected. But Mr. Makuba. Fugata said. You agree, right, brother? Makuba asked. Do as you like, Sito said. In all honesty, Sito would have not let them board, but, knowing Ichigo, he'll get Yuzu on board even though she wasn't a finalist. Well, we will obey you. Tristan said as the four ran up the stairs. Hey! Fugata yelled out. Fugata, calm down, Ichigo yelled. Pretend that we didn't see it, Sito said. Yes, sir, Fugata said. With that, Sito boarded the ship. Ichigo was about to board when he noticed Ishizu still there. Ichigo decided to approach her. Hello. Ishizu said. Hello, Ishizu. You're probably thinking if you can sneak on board, don't you? Ichigo said. I was thinking about it, Ishizu said. I am not going to let you board, Ichigo admitted. I know, but... Ishizu said. But? Ichigo asked. Can you help save my brother for me? Ishizu asked. Sure, Ichigo said. Really? Ishizu said. Yes, Ichigo replied. Take this, Ishizu said as she took off her Millennium necklace. Why? Ichigo asked. You are going to need this to help save my brother and help the pharaoh, Ishizu said. Goodbye, Ishizu said and left. Ichigo sighed and began to enter the blimp. Yuzu, Karen, and EU followed close by. Once the finalists all boarded, Fugata and Roland boarded and began to close the gate. Due to how advanced the ship is made, Fugata and Roland didn't need to be at the gate while it closed. If those two decided to stay back, they would have noticed a girl with orange hair sneaking on board the blimp. Don't worry, my Ichigo. I'll get rid of those unworthy of you. Then you'll see the truth and finally admit that we are destined to be together. Oraheim thought as she tried to find Ichigo's room. Scene change. Once everyone, another unnamed worker in a suit guided everyone to a sort of open hall. Now then, in the morning, we will start the next set of eliminations, Roland announced. There is a small kitchen available if you wish for a night snack. At 7:30, we will have breakfast and start the first duel. Fugata said. Also, your rooms for this trip are based on the numbers that we announced before the blimp landed. If you do not remember your number, please look at the screen. Fugata said as the screen behind him turned on and displayed the numbers again. 1. Kaiba Sito. 2. Kurosaki Ichigo. 3. Kurosaki Karen. 4. Hellside Euclid. 5. Rose Francesca. 6. Moto Yugi. Joey. 8. Ishtar Merrick. With that, everyone went to their rooms. Yuzu, Karen, and EU already told Ichigo that they were planning to share their room. While they were walking down, they all heard a commotion from Joey's room. Ichigo saw that the four non-duelists were bugging Joey about a room. Ichigo decided to knock on the door to get their attention. Oh, Ichigo, Joey said. Hello Joey, Tia, and Tristan, who are these two? Ichigo said, pointing at Serenity and Duke. My name is Devlin Duke, Duke said as he extended his hand for a handshake. Kurosaki Ichigo, Ichigo said and shook Duke's hand. Serenity mumbled, nervous at the hot guy in front of her. Like the strawberry? Serenity asked quietly. Tia, Tristan, Joey, and Duke laughed at Serenity's comment. Ichigo sighed. He got used to the name already. Yes. Just like a strawberry. Ichigo said. Serenity. Serenity said. Nice to meet you, Ichigo said. Serenity's face lit up. What are you doing here? Joey asked. Well, I was curious about the commotion from this room. Ichigo said. Oh. These guys just charged into my room and said that they are going to stay in here for the night since they didn't want to disturb Yugi. Joey complained. You know that you are doing the same thing you didn't want to do to Yugi to Joey, right? Ichigo said. The four mumbled. Ichigo cracked a small smile. Luckily for you four, EU and Karen are not going to use their rooms, Ichigo said. Why? Tia asked. Yuzu, Karen, and EU want to stay in my room, Ichigo said. Really? The four said. Yes, Ichigo said as he handed Duke and Tia the 2 keycards to rooms 3 and 4. Thank you. All 5 of them said. Ichigo smiled and walked off. Not noticing someone watching him. Those bitches. How dare they think they deserve to sleep with my Ichigo? Oraheim thought as she followed Ichigo to room 2. Ichigo opened the door using his key cards. Ichigo walked in and sealed it. Oraheim decided to wait a few hours to make sure everyone is asleep. Oraheim found a little janitor closet, entered it to hide for a few hours. Hinajiku, Oraheim ordered. Hinajiku appeared. Unlike his card counterpart, Hinajiku was wearing a black suit and his face was emotionless. Yes, mistress? Hinajiku asked as he bows to Oraheim. Guard this area. In 2 hours, wake me up. Oraheim ordered. As you wish, mistress, Hinajiku said. 2 hours later, Hinajiku lightly shook Oraheim. Mistress, you requested to be woken up in 2 hours, Hinajiku said. Oraheim woke up, rubbed the sleepiness out of her eyes. Dismissed, Oraheim commanded. Hinajiku gave her a bow and disappeared. Oraheim made herself look presentable and left the closet. She went to room 2. Koten Zanshuan, Oraheim said. Tsubaki flew and silently cut open a hole large enough for Oraheim to enter. Soten Kisun, Oraheim said as she rejected the damage from the door. The room wasn't very dark. The room looks more like a hotel room. She quietly walked around the room. She notices 2 doors. One was opened while the other one was closed. She walked to the open door to see that it was a bedroom. This is it, Oraheim thought. She slowly opened the door. She tiptoed inside the room and closed the door. She looked and saw the bed. It has the outlines of multiple people in the bed. Those fucking bitches, Oraheim thought. She slowly walked towards the bed. Right when she was about to grab the sheets, something slammed into her, forcing her away from the bed. Something else pinned her down to the ground. Koten .. Oraheim tried to say before her mouth was covered. Suddenly the lights turned on. Oraheim looked to see one girl with had pale skin, white waist-length hair and bright blue eyes covering her mouth, arms, and her upper body. While the other girl who also has pale skin, black waist-length hair and bright red eyes pinned her legs and lower body down. Oraheim tried to shake these 2 girls off. There is no point, Oraheim, Ichigo said as he got out of bed. Oraheim looked to see Yuzu, Karen and EU stood up and rubbing the sleep out of their eyes. Bakudo number 9. Gaki, Ichigo said. Suddenly Oraheim glowed red and couldn't move anything. Kazara and Valiona, get off of her and bring her to that chair, Ichigo said as he pointed at a chair. Kazara and Valiona easily lifted Oraheim off the ground and brought her to the chair Ichigo pointed at. What are you going to do? Karen asked. I need to figure out what caused Oraheim to act like this, Ichigo said. How? Yuzu asked. By using this, Ichigo said as he summoned the Millennium Key. What's that? Karen asked. This is the Millennium Key. It will allow me to force enter someone's mind, Ichigo said as he brought the key towards Oraheim. He brought the key to Oraheim's face. Ichigo pressed and turned the key counterclockwise. A colorless wave of Ryatsu resonated from the Millennium Key. Ichigo stood there frozen. Scene change, Oraheim's mind. Ichigo appeared in what looks like a barren desert with monolithic thick haze formed from embers and wisps of black smog rising from the ground. In the distance, there appears a kingdom of rubble with one tower standing. Ichigo decided to go to this lone tower. Ichigo used Shuunpa to quickly reach the tower. It has one large door. Ichigo pushed open the door and entered. Welcome Kurosaki-sama, someone said. Ichigo looked closer to see a virtually identical to Oraheim, except inverted in color. She is of average height. Her skin and hair are white. Her hair long, waist length and her bangs naturally frame her face and also hang over her ears. Her eyes have black pupils, white irises, and black sclera. She has black nails. A hollow? Ichigo said, shocked to see an inverted Oraheim in her mindscape. Correct and not correct. Dark Oraheim said. What do you mean? Ichigo asked. Let's sit down, it'll be a long discussion. Dark Oraheim said as a table with 2 chairs appeared in front of them. Both walked and sat down. I am the embodiment of Oraheim's dark thoughts. Dark Oraheim said. I am the collection of her anger, sadness, desires, and all other negative thoughts. Dark Oraheim explained. How did you get this form? Ichigo asked. Well, that's where the hollow part comes in. Dark Oraheim said. What? Ichigo said in confusion. Before, our mindscape wasn't like this. Dark Oraheim said. The mindscape was a large castle, full of life. Trees and other animals walking around. The sky was bright and not a single cloud in sight. In the center of the castle stood one tower. Dark Oraheim said. Then we were trapped in Hueco Mundo. Dark Oraheim said. Normally the hollow Ryatsu wouldn't have done much, but we had to endure much torment while we were there. Dark Oraheim said. Suddenly a screen appeared behind Dark Oraheim. Physical abuse, mental abuse, and physiological abuse. Dark Oraheim said. From the screen, Ichigo could see Oraheim being beaten by 2 Arankars. Slowly, all the abuse we faced took its toll on us. For Oraheim to cope, she buried it inside, locked away with the hope of you rescuing her. Dark Oraheim said. The mindscape changed dramatically. The sky slowly darkened, the wildlife began to die, and the castle slowly eroded but stood strong. Dark Oraheim said as the screen turned blank like before. But then, you died. Dark Oraheim said. The screen now showed the fight between Ichigo and Ulquiorra. The screen showed Ulquiorra firing the Zero right through Ichigo's chest. Right when that happened, everything broke. The entire castle blew up, destroying everything. She couldn't handle all the pain and suffering. All that collected negative emotion slowly formed into me. Dark Oraheim said. Oraheim was only able to function due to the need to survive and revenge against Aizen for what he has done to her. Dark Oraheim said. I see. Ichigo said. Once the war was over, Oraheim had her revenge filled and she didn't need to survive anymore, everything crashed down on her. Dark Oraheim said. She had no more hopes or dreams or anything. She was for all purposes, lifeless. Dark Oraheim said. Ichigo remembered a few days after they returned from Soul Society, Oraheim didn't show up to school for an entire week. Suddenly she appeared at school as if nothing has happened and acted as if she wasn't gone for an entire week. What happened was that she felt lifeless. She contemplated suicide and all other crazy stuff. During that time, I tried to help rebuild her. But it never worked. I looked deep in myself and found the emotion of shock, disbelief, guilt, anger, fear, and regret revolving around you, Ichigo. Dark Oraheim said. How? Ichigo asked. Right when you died, she was shocked that you died. She has seen many times before where you fought and managed to win in the end. She denied that you died at that moment. She felt guilty that because of her willingness to go with Aizen you turned into a monster. She was also angry at you for your constant desire to protect her instead of yourself. She was scared of the monster you became. Lastly, she regretted being scared of you. Dark Oraheim said. Ichigo was amazed at all the feelings Oraheim associates with him. In the deepest of all that negatively, I found strong emotion buried deep within, her love for you. Dark Oraheim said. In the end, I had to force Oraheim to focus on her love for you. Dark Oraheim said. By focusing on that love, we managed to rebuild this lone tower. This tower to her only love. Dark Oraheim said. I had to slowly influence her by telling her that Ichigo wouldn't want or would want. By doing this, slowly she regained a will to live. Dark Oraheim said. But... Ichigo said, expecting something bad to happen. But, this caused her crush and love for you to evolve into something horrifying. Dark Oraheim said. What do you mean? Ichigo asked. Dark Oraheim stood up. If you truly want to see what I mean, then come with me. Dark Oraheim said. Ichigo decided to follow Dark Oraheim down a corridor. They arrived at a barricaded door. Ichigo could see metal jail bars, chains and other things added to prevent this door to open. This is the last chance. Once you see what is locked in here, there is no way you can unsee what you see. Dark Oraheim warned. I must, Ichigo answered. As you wish. Dark Oraheim said. She lifted her hand and suddenly 6 beams of light appeared. The light faded away to reveal the 6 fairies. Hello, Dark Mistress. The fairies said. Unseal the door. Dark Oraheim ordered. The 6 fairies approached and began to unlock the door. Slowly the chains and metal bars retract themselves. Soon the last thing is a lock. Dark Oraheim approached the door and pulled out a key and inserted it in and twisted counterclockwise and the door opened. Ichigo took a deep breath and entered the door. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town. Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like and subscribe, and please consider supporting the author as well. See you in the next one.